toll-free number.
Glycol toxicity, and that all of the symptoms that he was displaying the 4 to 5 days prior to his death are all related to the ethylene glycol.
Prosecutors say Glenn Turner was poisoned with antifreeze by none other than his wife, and they believe he isn't her only victim. Good morning and welcome to Court TV's Open Court. I'm Fred Graham. Thank you for joining us as we open the courtroom and we examine the issues to be presented this day in court. Lynn Turner is on trial for the murder of her husband Glenn, but she's also a suspect in the death of her former boyfriend, Randy Thompson. Today, the jury is hearing more about Thompson's death from the medical examiner who performed his autopsy. And before we take you into the courtroom, we're going to go quickly to Court TV's Savannah Guthrie, who's outside the Perry, Georgia courthouse. Savannah, you know, it couldn't have been very reassuring to the prosecution yesterday. They finally get their scientific evidence of homicide. 2 medical examiners, and both of them came to the opposite conclusion initially.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, it's such important testimony, and at the end of the day, both medical examiners testified to what they're supposed to testify to, and that's that both of these gentlemen died from ethylene glycol toxicity. But yes, we're finally seeing why it took so long for this case to come to trial, and it's because of, frankly, blunders. The first medical examiner, Dr. Frist, who our viewers just saw oxalate crystals, which are a telltale sign of antifreeze poisoning, in Glenn Turner's kidneys way back in 1995, but he had to admit on the stand yesterday he failed to recognize the significance, didn't order any follow-up testing to see if indeed it was ethylene glycol, and therefore he ruled the death natural and Glenn Turner was buried. As for Randy Thompson's medical examiner, Dr. Capone, who's still on the stand this morning, he did see, again, oxalate crystals in Randy Thompson's kidneys. He immediately suspected antifreeze poisoning, and he did order the testing that would confirm it. However, someone at the lab at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, GBI, crime lab, made a math error and came back and said, we didn't find significant levels of ethylene glycol. Obviously, all of this was ultimately corrected, but it certainly shows what took so long for this case to come to trial, for murder charges to be brought, and it's because the scientists at the end of the day initially let everyone down.
Well, and also when you have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and the only real proof is the fact that these 2 men, young and in good health apparently, died in such mysterious ways, and they both had romantic connections to this one woman. If that's all you have, it's really rough sledding, proving beyond a reasonable doubt, perhaps, that this is more than a coincidence. Very quickly, because we do want to get in the courtroom, it's going to be a short day in court, is it not?
That's right, and the reason is there's a woman from National Medical Services, and that's a private lab in Pennsylvania that did testing on both Randy Thompson and Glenn Turner, was supposed to testify, but apparently she has a very severe back problem and is unable to travel. Well, they're going to do a video deposition this afternoon and may have to travel all the way back to Marietta, Georgia to do it. So the jurors will be excused early at 10:30. The lawyers and the judge will go take this video deposition, and I expect it will be played in open court later this week. But we still expect this case, the prosecutors possibly to wrap up tomorrow, then the defense, and we may have closing arguments by this weekend.
Thank you very much, Savannah. I'm going to let you get into that courtroom, and we're going to go quickly in the courtroom. That's Dr. Mark Capone you see there. He is under cross-examination by defense attorney Jim Berry.
At the crime laboratory, have you been involved in a number of these cases as well? I think you indicated a number yesterday.
Throughout my career, I've seen, I've personally autopsied maybe 4 to 6, and then other associates of mine in the offices I've worked have had a number of other cases, and as I said yesterday, because it's not a frequent finding, we tend to pass the slides around so everybody can look at them and become familiar with the findings.
Have you been there as long as Mr. Tilson has?
I'm not certain when Mr. Tilson came on to the crime laboratory, so I cannot answer that.
Okay. Did, when you sent the Glenn Turner tissue, the 3 tissue samples to National Medical Services, did you indicate to them which one you wanted them to test?
No, I did not, because as I mentioned earlier, I simply selected, or cut the tissues and selected the pieces to be sent, and the toxicology department packaged them in, put in all the appropriate instructions.
All right. Did you also request National Medical Services to test the fluid that was found at the bottom of the vault?
I personally did not know.
Did you request the toxicology there in your office to test that?
No, I did not, because the exhumation was under the auspices of the Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office, and so I did not witness the exhumation, not witness the examination of Mr. Turner at the Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office, but all that testing was done from their office.
Okay. I presume then that the primary thing that you did in relation to this case was dealing with Randy Thompson.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar, Doctor, with any items that were taken out of the residence and sent to the crime lab for testing from Randy Thompson's home?
I believe there were several items.
Okay. Do you know what those items were?
I believe there was a blanket with some vomitus. You have to excuse me while I page through these reports to find that individual report. Okay. A blanket, a portion of a bed mattress, and a plastic canister of some sort were submitted by the Cumming Police Department.
What about the pitcher of tea that was in the refrigerator? Was that obtained and sent?
That I do not know.
Okay. What container would it indicate that had been sent to?
It's simply listed as sealed package containing plastic canister.
Okay.
And I did not submit that, so I do not know.
What about the syringes and the other items that were found there where Mr. Thompson had been giving himself the solution for his staph infection?
Those were not, none of those items were submitted for toxicological analysis.
Okay, so nobody tested those to determine whether they were contaminated with anything?
That's correct. They were, the fluids that were most of interest were the vancomycin bottles, and those bottles appeared, when I originally saw them, they appeared unaltered in any way.
Okay. What is hydrocodone, Doctor?
Hydrocodone is a narcotic pain medication.
Okay. And when you take an excessive amount of hydrocodone, what effect does it have on the body, if anything?
It's the central nervous system depressant.
Okay. Does it depress you?
No, it depresses your central nervous system functions.
Depresses your central nervous system functions. And for us that are not medical people, tell us what that means in common language.
Become drowsy, may appear to be intoxicated, may want to go to sleep, and depending on how much you take, it will also depress your respirations and may put you into a coma, depending again on how much you take.
Okay. The Wellbutrin, can you tell us what that is?
Wellbutrin is a fairly commonly prescribed antidepressant drug.
Okay. And how would it react to the hydrocodone?
That I'm not certain if there's a potentiating effect or not.
Okay.
That I cannot answer.
What about Xanax?
Xanax is another drug that's frequently prescribed as an anti-anxiety drug.
Okay. And how would it react to Wellbutrin?
Xanax is a drug that's
Capone, he is the medical examiner who performed the autopsy of Randy Thompson, and he's undergoing a rather technical cross-examination.
Glooming?
That term I'm not familiar with.
Okay. Not familiar with that term in toxicology as to how the oxalate crystals come together and affect the working of the kidney?
Yeah, that's a term that I haven't heard.
From what you saw in the reports from Mr. Thompson's emergency room notations, would it appear as though that the kidney were still functioning somewhat?
Yes.
Let me just be sure that I understand. On Mr. Thompson, there was no tissue that was looked at by National Medical Services or the toxicology department.
That's correct.
It was only blood.
That's correct.
Not urine, but just blood.
Urine was looked at. I believe testing was done on urine on Mr. Thompson, but no tissue.
Okay, no tissue. And I just want to be sure also, you did not attempt to take blood from any other time other than the one instance where you took it?
That's correct. Blood is usually obtained at the very beginning portion of the autopsy examination.
Would it not be important, doctor, to put down where you take the blood from?
At that time in our office, we did not. As a consequence of this case, we've changed our policies and procedures, and we do, but at that time, we did not.
So I assume then that you have a policy and procedure for checking for ethylene glycol?
Not certain in our laboratory or the toxicology laboratory?
In your laboratory, since you indicated it was not something that was in your protocol.
No, I said collecting and labeling the blood as to where it came from. I said nothing about the testing for ethylene glycol.
Well, was there a protocol in your office for that kind of testing, or any testing determining any kind of level of toxicity?
We don't do such testing in the medical examiner's office. The toxicology department does that testing and forwards the results to us.
So before this case, when you would take blood, you would never put down where you took it from?
It would be uncommon to do that, and it would be idiosyncrasy of the individual pathologist, but generally it was just collected and placed in the tubes. And since this case, as a consequence of this case, a number of changes were instituted, and that was one of them.
So when you collected it and you gave it a number like O2A, be very easy to put heart where it came from,
That's generally where we obtain the blood.
normally?
That's generally where we obtain the blood, but the heart has different chambers and different blood vessels leading into it. And so it may be obtained from the pulmonary artery, it may be obtained from the left ventricle, the right ventricle, or the inferior vena cava, that are all structures that are part of or adjacent to the heart, and that generically get called heart blood.
Okay. In this particular situation, you can't recall what part of the heart you may have taken it from, or whether it was even the heart that you took it from?
I believe it was the heart, but I cannot tell you exactly where.
What's the difference in ethylene glycol and propylene glycol?
Propylene glycol, well, first of all, they're different in chemical structure. And propylene glycol is a substance that is used fairly commonly in cosmetics and drugs. And it's relatively non-toxic. And as an example, I believe the liquid form of Dilantin, which is an anti-seizure medication, is 40% propylene glycol.
All right. And is it found sometimes in different products than ethylene glycol?
Oh, yes. Yeah, ethylene glycol is generally not a constituent of foodstuffs, but propylene glycol very commonly is.
Okay. The oxalic acid, is that sometimes what forms the calcium oxalate crystals?
Yes, the Actually, generally precipitates out as a calcium crystal or calcium salt.
Is now under redirect examination by Prosecutor Jack Mallard.
All right. Let me ask you, what is the, you would compare the GBI State Laboratory with other labs around the country, that is forensic labs?
Well, it's the only laboratory that I know of, crime laboratory, that is ISO certified. And that is a very exacting certification that is achieved only after considerable work to prove that the quality of your work meets their standards. And then the laboratory is also accredited by the Association of Crime Laboratories. And so it is an excellent laboratory.
All right. And is it, well, let me ask you, what about the use of, for instance, the Woods lamp in a hospital setting as opposed to a forensic lab such as the GBI?
Very different settings. I doubt that the ISO rules and regulations would allow for me to make a determination of ethylene glycol intoxication on the basis of a wood lamp examination.
All right. Doctor, is anything Mr. Berry asked you or your answer given to his questions, any of that change your opinion about your findings in this case?
No, sir.
Objection, Judge. That's a follow-up question.
Your Honor, I'm just asking anything that's been said by Mr. Berry or any questions asked, has he changed his mind?
As to the form of the question, I'm going to overrule the objection, and he may answer it.
No, sir.
Doctor, if there are multiple ingestions of ethylene glycol over a period of a day or two, would the stages that you mentioned start over?
Yes, they would start over with
That's
the...
going beyond the cross.
Response.
He went into the stages, Your Honor. He was questioning about it. This is not outside the scope of redirect.
All right, I will allow it.
Go ahead.
The stages would start over and then obviously overlap with the stages from the previous ingestion and would present with a very complex series of signs and symptoms.
No further questions?
All right, recross.
Doctor, on the Woods lamp you were talking about, certainly you wouldn't use it to determine whether there was ethylene glycol, but you would certainly be able to use it to determine whether or not antifreeze was used because of the fluorescein. Isn't that right?
It's an old, outdated test, sir, and we just simply do not use it.
Yeah, just because it's old doesn't mean it's not any good.
Well, for example, sir, the rules and regulations for the laboratory. One time I was trying to find a thermometer, a simple reagent-grade thermometer, but couldn't because the rules and regulations that dictate how the laboratory gets operated under these different accrediting agencies, thermometers are very tightly regulated and they have to be graduated, and I had a hard time finding this thermometer. And so to use a Woods lamp for such a thing, it's just very simply not done.
Well, it's not outside your realm of being able to use it, and there's nothing in your crime lab SOP that says don't use the wood lamp to determine whether or not fluorescein is in the material that you're looking at. Now, is it?
Not at all.
Okay. Now, you told Mr. Mallard that you sent 3 tubes of blood. Is that right?
That's what this one report says, yes.
Well, let me ask you to look at your report dated 1/23. What does it say?
That says 2 tubes of blood.
Okay. And let me show you this from the crime lab. Is that what you were looking at? It said 3?
I can't remember the report that Mr. Mallard showed me, and that says 3 tubes of blood.
Okay. The 3 tubes of blood is by what Mr. Tilson did, not by what you sent to him, right?
And they're both at the same date. I can't answer your question.
So you don't know whether you sent 2 tubes of blood or 3 tubes of blood?
That's correct. I cannot explain that difference. Maybe Mr. Tilson will be able to do that. He's more familiar with those reports than I am.
Well, this is your report.
No, it's not my report. I did not generate that report.
Well, did you generate a report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what does it say in your report?
That I submitted blood for toxicological testing.
Doesn't say how many.
Does not say how many.
So when he showed you this, you don't know whether it was 2 or 3.
Well, one says 2, one says 3. I cannot explain the difference. Maybe Mr. Tilson will enlighten you on that.
Thank you.
Doctor, would it be safe to say
Yeah, this is the third and final round, Mr. Mallard and Mr. Berry.
that the blood drawn by you were labeled and put into the lockbox?
Objection, Judge, that's legal.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
I'll rephrase it.
All right.
The blood you drew from Randy Thompson, what did you do with it?
Okay, I personally drew the blood. I personally placed it into the test tubes. I personally labeled them. I personally sealed those tubes in a plastic bag and heat sealed them, and then placed them in a secure place for transfer to the evidence receiving area.
Very well.
And they're just winding down there, and so we will, of course, return to that Georgia courtroom in just a few minutes, but now we're going to get the day's news from Annika. The jury has been given a 10-minute break, and it's perfect timing for us because it gives us an opportunity to introduce to you our guest in the studio here who has a amazing, fantastic, coincidental background that makes him just a perfect guest for this trial. David Bythewood is currently, he is a lawyer, he's a versatile lawyer. He tries civil rights cases, other civil cases, and criminal defense work. But in his earlier life, he was a funeral director.
That's right.
Now, based on your experience as a funeral director, what is the possibility that this ethylene glycol got into the body of one or both of these 2 men who died as a result of the embalming process?
It's very likely. And the reason for that is that there are 2 types of embalming. There is vascular embalming, where the embalming fluid is injected into the vascular system through the arteries into the remains of the person who's being embalmed. And in this instance, you have an autopsy, so you have the person's internal organs have all been removed, and they're usually in a plastic bag. So they utilize what's called osmotic embalming, and there are special embalming fluids that are used for that generally. I recall way back, I don't even know if they're still made, there was one called hexafene, another one called postine. And post, of course, signals post, meaning a post-mortem examination, meaning the autopsy. These were osmotic materials, and I recall that they did have ethylene glycol in them. I don't know what the biochemical purpose for it was, but they were, in fact, in those embalming fluids.
Well, what
and
happened?
the internal organs would be soaked in them, and it would be the osmotic or the absorption embalming.
Because what happened here was that there was a flood in the case of Glenn Turner, and the records of what type of, you use the technical name, or the trade name, really, of a couple, and the records as to what precisely was used on him are lost forever. Now, what the prosecution has done is, the funeral director who did the embalming in this case remembers that at that point in time, his company only bought embalming materials from 2 companies. His mortuary did. And so they have called officials from those 2 companies, and they have both testified that nothing they ever sold to anybody, including this funeral home, includes ethylene glycol. So the question is whether that is enough to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these 2 individuals died of antifreeze ingestion, and this woman is guilty of malice murder.
Now, I really wonder about that, because usually you have an army of salespeople coming to your funeral home with a variety of different products. and for different reasons.
Yeah.
Some are representatives of labs that are selling their specific embalming fluid, and others are persons who will sell you a variety of different embalming fluids, sometimes purchased on a closeout basis so you get a better deal. And of course, utilizing the better deal, you make a higher profit. And of course, if the materials, the embalming fluids are that good, why not? So, you know, the recollection of this person to me is questionable. And
Well, he says he remembers this case because it was such a young man and appeared to be physically in such good shape. And he said the person who embalmed him said, he said to himself, I think I need to go to get a medical checkup. Someone this young can be ill. I want to read here what ethylene glycol, the way it works. It is found in some antifreezes, and it is a clear, colorless liquid, odorless liquid, and it's that looks like just the recipe for something if you wanted to kill someone with a poison. And you can see that it tastes sweet, and that it's used in antifreeze and de-icing solutions. I guess that's de-icing of airplanes and other things.
Correct.
And that the lethal qualities, that's about a third of a can of Coke. That's a considerable amount there.
Absolutely.
And can damage the kidneys, heart, and the nervous system. And what happened here is that we've just heard the second of the two medical examiners, and this medical examiner at first, although he saw signs of these crystals that indicate ethylene glycol, he thought it was natural, and it wasn't until later when the two families of these two men got together and compared notes on what had happened that it's an odd situation where the families have driven the scientists to change their conclusions.
well, when you have an embalming fluid that's designed to be absorbed, and the tissues or the organs which are constituted of tissues, are placed in a pool of that, and they absorb the material, the question is how much of it is absorbed. And as I said, I recall ethylene glycol being utilized in those embalming fluids. And in regard to the person saying he had such a remarkable memory of this one person whose death was unremarkable because it was due to a heart attack, you have to wonder how many people he embalmed every year. Yeah. Maybe he just did 1 or 2 or 3, maybe he had a very low volume, but if he had a high volume, I question just
well, you know,
how much he
David,
remembers.
The prosecution's about done with this case, and later in the week, the defense is going to put on 2 days of testimony. And I would bet that one of them is going to be a high-powered expert who's going to say, you know, there's all sorts of ways that this substance could have gotten in some of the organs of these two men. It doesn't necessarily mean at all that they were both murdered by the so-called Black Widow killer. Okay, we're going to take a break, and then we'll be back to continue our coverage after this. In that courtroom in Perry, Georgia, the participants have not yet reassembled. Gives us an opportunity to show you a bit of the testimony of Dr. Mark Kaponen that was delivered late yesterday after we directed our attention to other things, and so you have not had an opportunity to see this. Here's part of what he had to say.
Dr. Kaponen, I believe I was at the point of asking you to look at State's Exhibit 155. What is that?
State's Exhibit 155 are 2 illustrations that I had our photographer copy from an anatomy book to show the anatomy of the kidney.
Is that true and accurate of the scenes depicted therein?
Yes, sir.
Removing evidence for demonstration purposes only.
No objection to reminding.
All right, it may be shown to the jury, will not go out with the jury. Thank you.
Doctor, I believe it'd be easier if you step down and by using the pointer, laser pointer, perhaps you can shift to the
Yes, sir,
side
you
here.
certainly may. Thank you.
And I'm not sure that the reading is not that important on here, but would you illustrate to the jury where you would find kidney stones and also oxalate crystals?
the kidney has anatomically is divided up into several parts. You have what's called the cortex, which is the outer rim of the kidney, and that's where the filtration takes place. The blood flows through real small capillaries and ends up in a small tuft of capillaries called the glomerulus. And there the blood gets filtered. And the filtrate goes out and then travels through a series of tubules, which we saw in the photographs, and works its way down to the collecting system. Now, the crystals that we saw in the photographs occur out here in the cortex. It's very uncommon to see those there. And I've never seen crystals out in the cortex before in a case other than ethylene glycol poisoning. Now, stones are a little bit different situation. Stones occur in the collecting system. And as the substances that make stones get filtered and travel down through the collecting system, they'll precipitate out in areas where the pH and concentration gradient allows them to. Now, that's long medical talk for if the acid-base balance is right, and the more concentrated, the more of the substance there is in the solution, the greater the likelihood that it's going to precipitate out and form a crystal. And it's these crystals then that form stones. And these stones are in the collecting system. And not to be confused with the crystals that are in the cortex. Apples and oranges, can't compare them. They're two entirely different entities. But like I said, there is one entity that's very rare. It's a metabolic defect in individuals where they can get these oxalate crystals forming out in the cortex. There's a long term for it, but it's a disease that, because it's a metabolic defect, gets picked up when someone's very young, because they'll start to have problems when they're a small child, and eventually go into renal failure and require dialysis or a transplant.
Now, live in that same courtroom, a new prosecution witness, has just taken the stand.
Testimony shall give to the court in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please stand.
If you would please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, giving us your name and your occupation, please, sir.
My name is William Allen Dunn. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And where are you employed, Mr. Dunn?
I'm employed by National Medical Services in Willow Grove, Pennsylvania.
And if you would explain to us a little bit about what National Medical Services is and what your duties are there, please, sir.
National Medical Services is a laboratory, a privately owned laboratory that will perform a number of testing profiles, toxicological testing, product integrity testing, do criminalistics testing, and DNA testing.
And what capacity do you hold there at the National Medical Services Lab?
I'm a forensic toxicologist. I review bioanalytical data.
I'm sorry, bioanalytical data?
Bioanalytical data.
And,
I'm sorry.
And you can move that microphone a little bit closer to you if need be.
Okay.
With regards to your background and training to be a forensic toxicologist, give us some of that, please, sir, your education and background.
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry. I have a master's degree in medicinal chemistry. I have worked in forensic toxicology for the past 25 years.
And are you certified in any capacity?
I have 2 board certifications. Excuse me.
Yes,
I have I'm a diplomate of the American Board of Forensic Toxicology and a toxicological chemist from the National Register for Certified Chemists.
And have you been solely employed at National Medical Services as a toxicologist?
Solely, no. I've been employed there for the past 5.5 years.
And where have you been employed previously as a toxicologist?
The Dade County Medical Examiner's Office, the Onondaga County Department of Health. I work for a private laboratory in Feasterville, Pennsylvania, another private laboratory in Fort Washington, Pennsylvania, and a private laboratory in Feasterville, Pennsylvania.
And where is National Medical Services actually located?
It's in Willow Grove, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And have you ever had occasion to testify previously as an expert witness in the field of forensic toxicology?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, we would offer Mr. Dunn as an expert in the field of forensic toxicology.
You want to question him?
Not at this time, Judge. We'll do it on cross-examination.
Any objection to him being questioned as an expert in that field?
No, Your Honor.
You may question him as an expert in that field. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Dunn, with regards to the purpose of National Medical Services, you've talked about some of the testing that you do. Who are your clientele, generally speaking, to perform testing?
In which department?
Oh, well, in your department, specifically in toxicology, what sort of things would you be testing?
What sort of thing? Well, we will...
Do you test, let me ask it this way. Do you test samples from living persons?
Living, dead, human, non-human.
All right. And with regards to your testing purposes and the way you get involved in a case, how does National Medical Services become involved to do testing?
Generally, if a client or a client's client cannot perform a test, they will send specimens to National Medical Services for analysis.
And a clinical laboratory, is that part of a descriptor of what National Medical Services is?
It's a portion of what we do, yes.
All right. And a forensic laboratory is also another portion, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, with regards to this particular case, did you have occasion to be requested by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to perform some testing for them?
Yes, we were.
All right. Can you explain to us how you got involved with that, how you became contacted by them? Or a time frame of when that was done?
In 2001, the state of Georgia, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations submitted to National Medical Services some tissues from a deceased individual. They submitted kidney, liver, and some muscle tissue for analysis of ethylene glycol and its metabolites.
In looking at that specific item, as that item comes to you, did that come from the crime lab, Georgia GBI crime lab, to your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. And in the process of you taking that in, first of all, what actual tissues were sent to you?
As I mentioned, kidney tissue, a liver tissue, and a muscle tissue.
All right. And the purpose of its being sent to you, what were you requested to do?
We were requested to analyze for ethylene glycol, glycolic acid, formic acid, and oxalic acid.
And were you given a case number of that agency that you could reference back to the crime lab as to what that was?
The case number is 2001-1027-821.
And in the process of testing?
Yes, we were.
And what were you able to determine, if any, ethylene glycol was present in the liver of Mr. Turner?
We found ethylene glycol to be present in the liver at a concentration of 0.98 milligrams per gram.
And with regards to glycolic acid, were you able to determine if any glycolic acid was present in the liver?
Yes, glycolic acid was detected at 660 micrograms per gram.
And with regards to formic acid, what, if any, results did you find?
That was present at 36 micrograms per gram.
And oxalic acid, was testing done for that as well?
Yes, we could not detect any.
And is there a reporting limit that you use in order to determine whether or not you detect a substance one way or the other?
Yes, in this case, it's 40 micromole per gram.
And oxalic acid, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with what's referred to as oxalate crystals?
Yes, I am.
And is oxalic acid, does that precipitate into oxalate crystals in a metabolism of ethylene glycol?
In the presence of calcium, they'll form a crystal known as very noticeable types of crystals called calcium oxalates.
And these measurements that you provided to us, are those your expert conclusions from these tests regarding these amounts were found in Mr. Turner's liver?
Yes.
With regards to an individual by the name of Randy Thompson, did you receive some items from the GBI crime lab for testing in his case?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell us when that was, please, sir?
One moment, please.
And as you're looking for that, when it was and what you received for testing?
On 4/14/2001, we received a urine and blood from on Mr. Thompson. And we received, again, 2 gray top tubes of blood on 11/1/2001, again from Mr. Thompson.
All right. With regards to the earlier item that you received, did your lab perform some testing on that material?
Yes, we did.
And what, if anything, was determined from that test?
We found in the urine oxalic acid in a concentration of 1,400 micromoles per liter.
And do you recall what the sample that you were provided at that point in time, after you completed that testing, what happened to that sample?
It was returned to the Georgia GBI laboratory.
I'll go double check your notes on that, please, sir. This would be from the sample that you received from April.
Okay. I'm not sure right now.
Okay. Well, and let me reference the second material that you received in November of 2001. As you received that item, did you note anything with regards to the return of those items to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation on the initial request and chain of custody, sir?
Well, while Mr. Dunn is looking for that, I want to ask David Bythewood, we're seeing something a little odd here in expert testimony that's from an expert who is basically a mouthpiece for other technicians who did tests.
That's right. It's very unusual because what he's actually being is a fact witness and not an expert witness, which means he really shouldn't be testifying to these facts. In other words, he didn't do the testing. He didn't examine anything. He didn't put the controls in, but he's testifying as if he was the actual person who did the tests.
Okay, so what would you do if you're cross-examining?
I would go up and down his back about, were you there? Did you see it? Did you check this? Did you check that? And unless he was actually there, instead of his supervisory role, which he testified as to being just a supervisor who trained these people, I'm going to be able to disqualify all of his testimony.
Well, you would think they would have thought of that in advance, but anyway, we'll take a break here. We'll come back and we'll see what happens. Forensic toxicologist has now testified that his lab indeed tested samples from the 2 deceased men in this case, and now he's about to tell the jury what they found.
Done by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory. Are you familiar with their specific findings of testing these similar items?
I understand they have tested them. I'm not sure what the analytical results were.
Let me give you a question in your expertise. If you will, assuming that the liver of Mr. Turner was tested by the crime lab of the state of Georgia, and as opposed to the finding that you found of 0.98 milligrams per gram, they return a result of a presence of ethylene glycol in a liver sample being in the amount of 1.6 milligrams per gram. Does that cause you any concern as a forensic toxicologist that to portions of the same liver had two different results of ethylene glycol amounts?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, and explain to us why that is. Why does that not concern you?
The liver is not necessarily homogeneous. Different sites would have different, could easily have different analytical concentrations. Those sites at the periphery of the liver would have a lower concentration as they may be fed by just the normal flow of blood, whereas those in the central portion of the liver, in addition to having the hepatic circulation coming through, they would have the portal circulation, and if there was ethylene glycol in the GI tract at the time, it would diffuse into that area and raise the concentration in that local region. So differences in regions do not especially bother me.
And if you tested these substances and came up with the exact same number that the GBI crime lab had come up with, would that cause you any concern?
No.
Okay. And so either the same or different, neither one bothers you, is that correct?
Within limits.
Okay.
This difference is not, does not concern me. If it was a tenfold difference, then I would be concerned. If they didn't find any, that would also be a concern of mine.
With regards to this testing for ethylene glycol, were you given any history of these cases to know what the purpose of it's being tested for, the time that y'all did the testing?
I believe I was, but I don't recall it right off the top of my head.
Fair enough. Whatever information you were given, if any, does that affect how you do the test or affect any of the actual figures that you find as a result of the testing?
It would not affect the analytical results. It may change what testing and what additional testing I'd be looking for.
All right. And with regards to the presence of ethylene glycol in the blood or urine of Mr. Thompson or of a human being, do you anticipate or would you expect to find ethylene glycol in the blood and urine of a normal human being?
No, I would not anticipate it being present at all.
And is ethylene glycol a naturally occurring chemical in a human being?
No, it is not.
Are you aware of any chemical process that creates ethylene glycol in the human being?
No.
And with regards to the liver of Mr. Turner, the presence of ethylene glycol that was found there, would you anticipate finding ethylene glycol in the liver of any normal human being?
No, I would not.
The fact that Mr. Turner had been embalmed previously, and obviously his liver would be involved in that process, does that cause you any concern with this testing that was done on his liver for the presence of ethylene glycol?
No, it does not.
And outside, other than an outside source providing ethylene glycol, would you ever anticipate to find ethylene glycol in a person's liver?
No, I would not.
That's all I have this time, Your Honor.
You may cross.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Dunn.
Counsel?
I think you and I have spoken on the phone some time ago. I don't know whether you remember or not.
I don't recall.
Okay, well, let me introduce myself again. My name is Jim Berry. With Vic Reynolds and I represent Ms. Turner in this case. You indicated to the jury that you received some blood and urine back in April of 2001. Is that correct?
Blood and urine? In April, we received urine.
Just urine?
Just urine.
Okay, did you receive one tube of urine?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and you tested that urine and you found in the oxalate acid, what was the level?
Excuse me, Counsel, I misread my notes. In April, we did receive both blood and urine.
Okay, you received blood and urine?
Yes.
But you only tested the urine, right?
No, we tested the urine for oxalic acid and the blood for acetaldehyde.
Okay. And then the oxalate acid you found in the urine, to what level in Mr. Thompson?
We detected the oxalic acid in Mr. Thompson's urine at 1,400 micromoles per liter.
And you also indicated that you tested the blood, is that correct?
That is correct.
And tested the blood for what?
Acetaldehyde.
And what level did you find in the blood?
Acetaldehyde was not detected.
Not detected. And what are you testing that? Why are you testing?
It was a directed analysis.
Okay.
It was requested by the GBI lab.
All right. So they told you on the first group what they wanted to test, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then you received, on Mr. Thompson's case, a few months later in October, or November, I'm sorry, November the 1st, you received some additional blood and
Yes.
urine.
Yes.
Now, did you receive 2 tubes or 1 tube the first time?
The first time we received 1 tube.
1 tube.
Correct.
Were you ever given any information as to where that 1 tube came from?
I don't recall.
Did you, what was the amount of blood in that first tube that you received back in April?
The estimated volume was 6.25, or excuse me, 8.5 milliliters of blood.
All right. And then in November, you received 2 gray top tubes of blood, one containing 5.75 milligrams of blood. Is that correct?
Milliliters, but yes.
Milliliters, I'm sorry, milliliters. And the second tube had 1 milliliter.
Approximately, yes.
And the 1 milliliter is the one that you had problems doing the mass spec because you didn't have enough blood in that particular tube.
Perhaps, or it was decided between myself and the Georgia Crime Lab that only one of the, through a mist.
Absorption or whatever method.
Okay.
Would you be surprised at that number?
Not especially.
Okay. Would you happen to know how many people a year die of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I wouldn't.
Haven't done any particular study in that area, anything of that nature?
I haven't looked at at that type of literature, no.
Now, when you did the workup on Mr. Turner, you don't have on page 2 the same references as to reported post-mortem concentrations of ethylene glycol in tissue. Does Mr. Salt deal with that at all in his book?
I'd have to refer to the book itself. I don't recall it. It wouldn't surprise me if he did list it, but I don't recall it right off the top of my head.
Okay, so in the report that you did on Mr. Turner, there's no reference range or post-mortem amounts or concentrations that you have listed for what that reference range might be. Is that right? I'll show you page 2 if
Yeah,
you need to look at it.
Yeah, I understand your question. Yes, you're right. There is no reference range listed.
Now, you told us that in doing the testing that you use a gas chromatograph.
That is correct.
Now, when you set that gas chromatograph up, how do you set it up? What do you use to set it up with, your standard?
Standards, we take blank serum. We add ethylene glycol at various concentrations. We fortify it, and that will be our standard curve.
And still can't get used to it. Where do you get your ethylene glycol from?
There are a number of chemical manufacturers that will supply it. The specific source, I don't know right off the top of my head.
Is there a standard company that all crime labs would get their standard and use in their gas chromatograph?
There are a number of companies, chemical manufacturers, that would supply this, but there's no real standard that all crime labs, forensic labs, clinical labs will go to.
And when you do your gas chromatograph, when you set up your standard, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that works, where you say that you take different ranges at different stages and test. What do you actually do when you test it?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by different ranges and different standards.
Well, we know that we're starting off by putting ethylene glycol into the machine so that you'll have a reference range to test. Is that right? So you know what you're testing. Well, let me just ask you this. Let's make it simple. What do you do?
I'm puzzled as to what you mean by reference range. Reference range is, do you mean the analytical range, my linear range for my instrumentation? A reference range is what I would give is what we find in situations and make judgments on the basis of it.
Well, how does a gas chromatograph work? Once you decide that you're going to test for ethylene glycol, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that works.
Mr. Berry, do you have a little while to go
Yes,
for this witness? All right. We'll cease at this time. Because we have a short day, sir, all of us have to return back to Marietta. So you'll be released today to come back tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
Thank you. You're still under the rule of sequestration.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Now, our guest, David Bythewood, thought that in cross, the cross is not over, and we don't know which direction it's going to go.
Right.
But he is not challenging this testimony about very intricate tests that were done, but not by this man.
Correct. And it could be problematic, and the reason the problem could be presented is because this particular scientist did not actually perform the test, but he's giving testimony as if he did.
And it may be that the reason that he is being handled so tenderly by the defense is that some of these test results may help the defense.
Well, that's correct.
So they don't want to decimate them.
Right. He testified that they did not find oxalic acid in the blood. Yeah. So, and that other blood tests were negative. So that would tend to help the defense quite a bit. Okay, we're going to come back to more of this, but right now, on cross-examination of the forensic toxicologist, the expert for the prosecution, if he knew how many people died in a typical year in the United States from ingestion from antifreeze, and he didn't know, there has been one other witness who's been brought to the stand by the prosecution. It's very small. And really the whole logic of the prosecution's case here is that it is so rare that you have someone die of ingestion of antifreeze in the United States. One witness has said 23 in a recent year. Well, the country the size of this and so much antifreeze around, it's just amazing that it's so low. But the whole logic of the prosecution's case is that it is so rare that someone dies of this substance that to have two men, both of them rather young, in their early 30s, suddenly to die unexpectedly, and it turns out that they were romantically involved with the same woman, the state of Georgia says, hey, that's more coincidence than we can stand. We think this is a case of murder. Now, another problem with it is that the symptoms of poisoning from the ingestion of antifreeze, the symptoms are so much like flu that it's quite logical to do as the physicians, the treating physicians and the medical examiners did in this case and say, you know, it was flu season in the case of the death of Glenn Turner. It was early in the year, it was cold, it was miserable, and people were catching flu. So here's some of the, you got a colorless and odorless liquid, and it's ingested, and here are some of the things that happen. First of all, you see there, 30 minutes to 12 hours after the ingestion, there's a first phase, and
there may be hallucinations here, intoxication, it says here, slurred speech, nausea, and vomiting. And that hallucinations could be from high fever if it had indeed been flu. And then there's a second phase, and this is 12 to 72 hours after the ingestion, and there is mild hypertension, and then there may be a progress to heart failure or pulmonary edema right from there. And then there is a third stage, and this is 24 to 72 hours, abdominal pain and renal failure. And the problem with this is that it looks so much like flu that there is a tendency on people's part to say, well, you know, this is the flu season especially. It's the same symptoms. It's so rare that someone drinks antifreeze and dies from it, so we'll just assume that that's not what happened. But I want to ask David Bythewood. David, in this case, do you see any problem with the fact that they really don't seem to have a very good idea of how this defendant, if she gave this to these two men, how she did it, what her form was? Injection? Two strong men? She couldn't have done that.
That's true. I mean, it's more viscous than water, so it means it's thicker. It's a thicker liquid than water. And the point you made and we're making there about the 23 cases in the United States and the fact that these two persons were misdiagnosed. They didn't know what the cause of death was. They attributed it to heart failure. Yeah. So the question comes up, how many cases of heart failure in the United States may actually have been cases of intoxication by ethylene glycol? Yeah. So there are a lot of questions out here.
One of the witnesses that's testified, Dr. Frist, who conducted one of the autopsies, did some experiments because there has been testimony that Glenn Turner, the first victim, was eating some green lime jello. And it turns out that this substance from antifreeze can be mixed in, it's colorless, it's odorless, mixed in with jello. The jello will still set up, get stiff, jello-like, and the person can eat. So in this case, that may have been the way of delivery.
Well, looking at the 1/3 of the Coke can quantity that has to be put in, and then looking at the amount of jello that would have to be made in order for it to still set up. It doesn't mean that they have that amount in one little cup of jello. It could be a huge amount of jello so that, in fact, the antifreeze action does not stop the setup.
Well, this is a mysterious substance, but it's been used for other deaths. Now, Lynn Turner, she's not the only person accused of killing her spouse with antifreeze in recent years, because back in 1997, Dennis Heller, a former handyman from Oklahoma, was also accused of murdering his wife with that same toxic liquid. Now, over a 10-month period, Heller's wife, Carol, visited various hospitals. 31 times she went to the hospital, complaining of nausea, drowsiness, slurred speech. Carol Heller suffered from bipolar disorder, so doctors thought that these symptoms were side effects of the lithium, perhaps, that she took for her manic depression. But one day before her first wedding anniversary, Carol Heller died from what was originally believed to be congestive heart failure. Like this Lynn Turner case, Carol Heller's family believed her spouse acted strangely about the time of her death. Now, for one thing, Dennis Heller, he's the new bridegroom. He was seen throwing away her personal belongings the day before she died, and then at her memorial, he sat near the back and reportedly dozed off during the service. No autopsy was performed on Heller because she died just weeks after the Oklahoma City bombing, but tissue samples were kept. And when investigators finally got around to testing them, oxalate crystals were found in her brain and kidney samples. When Dennis Heller was confronted with this forensic evidence, he confessed to putting the antifreeze in his wife's food over an 8-month period and gradually poisoning her to death. Heller eventually pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter, and he is now serving a life sentence in prison. Explain why it is that the presence of these crystals are a tip-off that a person indeed has been fed antifreeze.
Well, the metabolistic process, at least if it's been ingested, or the chemical reaction that takes place when ethylene glycol is introduced to these particular areas of human tissue. They go into reaction, and that's what you get. You get the oxalic acid formation, which is creates the formation of these oxalic crystals. So when you have that introduced, whether it's by absorption or by ingestion or injection, you would get this same type result.
Okay, what we're going to do is take a break here, and then we're going to talk with Savannah Guthrie after these messages. I just wonder, as you look back on it here's a circumstantial case, and I think the prosecutors have some problems with a circumstantial case. I just wonder, as you see the end of it just right over the horizon, how strong do you think the prosecution's case has been?
Well, I think it depends on how the jurors look at it. If you kind of take that broad view and step back, well, then at the end of the day, the prosecutors have established that both of these men had ethylene glycol in their systems. They've established a motive that's not easy for the jurors to understand, which is the $150,000 or more that Lynn Turner received in life insurance benefits. But it's the devil is in the details in this case. I mean, as the defense attorneys have been able to do on cross-examinations, pointing out, why didn't the medical examiner do this test or that test? Why did the medical examiner, for example, in Glenn Turner's case, do nothing when he found oxalate crystals, which are a telltale sign of antifreeze poisoning, supposedly? Why didn't he follow up on that? There are a lot of questions about what the investigators didn't do, and for the defense, that adds up to reasonable doubt. It shows that the reason is because these were natural deaths, and that there's some coincidence. Maybe this ethylene glycol got there by some other means, and they've tried to suggest to jurors that ethylene glycol can be found in a wide variety of other things, and that there may be an innocent explanation for it. So if these are analytical jurors, and they are note-taking jurors, I'll give you that, maybe they'll see the reasonable doubt. But if they're kind of more 30,000 feet, let's take the broad view, then they may find that the prosecutors have proven their case.
Okay, so the defense says it can put in its entire case right at the end of the week, in the last 2 days of this week. Sounds almost to me as if we're not going to hear from Lynn Turner. But do you have any idea what their case is going to consist of?
Well, there seems to be circumstantial evidence, right, that we won't hear from Lynn Turner. If they're only planning a 2-day defense, you would think that to put her on the stand, it would take some more time. But in truth, the defense has said they're not sure yet, and they're just playing it by ear. I think we'll probably have more experts from the defense, maybe somebody to talk about all of these discrepancies that I just mentioned. One really provocative fact for the defense is that according to the defense, there was more ethylene glycol found in the liquid in the bottom of Glenn Turner's casket than in his liver itself, and I think we've seen the defense really trying to hammer home that point. As far as other witnesses or sort of lay witnesses, I don't yet know if we're going to hear maybe from a friend of Lynn Turner's or somebody who can take up for her. We certainly haven't heard that yet, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, I've always wondered, I know we're told that the reason that Randy Thompson's death was not included as a murder count in this trial is that the prosecutors are keeping their options over, and they're going to wait and see how this trial comes out. But Savannah, it seems to me that if she is acquitted in this trial, that virtually knocks out any chance of bringing a second murder trial against her for having killed Randy Thompson, because what's happened to your coincidence then? She's been acquitted of one killing. How can they make any logic out of the second one in another trial?
Well, I think that would be a problem. I mean, first of all, they didn't charge Randy Thompson together because these happened in 2 different jurisdictions, 2 different counties. So therefore, they could not have consolidated the cases even if they wanted to. But yes, for all practical purposes, you have to wonder what they would do if there was an acquittal in this case. What does that say more politically for a case to be brought in Forsyth County for Randy Thompson's murder? On the other hand, in some ways, the Randy Thompson case, it might be a little bit stronger, because in that case you have a classic signs of ethylene glycol poisoning. I mean, it really seemed to follow the stages that all the literature talks about, and then I know you were just talking about with the viewers. And he had dinner on a Friday night, according to witnesses, with Lynn Turner, and approximately 6 to 12 hours later he is violently ill. He's hallucinating, showing all the signs of ethylene glycol poisoning. So maybe they feel like that case alone would be strong enough on its own, whereas Glenn Turner's, because of the passage of time, because of other reasons such as a pre-existing enlarged heart that he had, maybe that case even more needed the Randy Thompson information to really drive the point home. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Samantha,
A recurring theme in my answers today.
I'm sort of intrigued by the lifestyle of this defendant, you know. I don't know if I can remember a case in which the defendant spends the day in the courtroom trying to fend off murder charges or a murder charge, and then she goes home and she's mom the rest of the time.
Yeah, it is. It's so interesting because another thing that's unusual is this is a defendant who, she was under house arrest and out on bond, but now during the trial she's able to come and go as she pleases. So it's really interesting to see her in the courtroom, and you know, she chats with people. She's got some family there. You know, you might see her at the water fountain, and I have to tell you that's very unusual because I'm used to covering cases where the defendant is either under lock and key or you just don't have that much access to them at all. And yes, you're right, she goes home and she takes care of her kids, and from what I understand, her kids know what's going on. They know that she's at trial. Her mom and dad are not able to come here and travel with the kids to watch the trial, but they may be watching it on Court TV. Yeah, it's hard to imagine what life might be like for her right now. I have to say, if she feels the pressure, she's not showing it at all. She has a very sort of lighthearted demeanor when the jurors are away. She seems to be, you know, friendly with her attorneys, and she's helping her attorneys out. I see her scribbling notes to them, and she seems like she's aiding her defense quite a bit.
And then finally, do you know how a woman who, according to the prosecution, always lived beyond her means and was just up to her neck in credit card debt and all that, how is she financing a quite formidable defense that we're seeing here?
Well, I asked the defense attorneys that. They confirmed that they had been retained by the family. So the family and or Lynn Turner are paying for their services. They're not doing this pro bono. Beyond that, they did not want to provide any details about how she might be paying it. I know there's been speculation, was she paying for the defense with some life insurance proceeds? It's just really, without getting into her bank account right now, there's no way for us to know that. But it is a defense that is being paid for. They are not volunteering their services.
I'm going to let you go here. We just have a few seconds really here. Thank you very much for that rundown, Savannah, and we'll get back to you later in the day as things develop down there in Perry, Georgia. What's your take on this case? If you were defending it, how would you feel?
Well, I'd go after these things. I think it's a weak case, and I look at the other cases being even weaker, because if she is acquitted here, they lose the modus operandi evidence. They can't use that. So everything about her prior husband that would possibly come in if they tried them together would not come in this instance. So I would be optimistic about it. I think that there are a lot of problems with the scientific evidence that they're putting into the transcript here, and I think that a jury could very easily come up with a verdict of not guilty. But, you know, you can never predict what a jury's going to do.
That's why we have juries, that they decide these things. David, as always, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Fred.
But that's all the time we have today on Open Court. Please stay tuned for more of the court coming up next, our coverage in Trial Heat with Lisa Bloom and James Curtis. I'm Fred Graham. I want to thank you for joining us this morning. Hope you have a great day.
Trial for murder. Welcome to Trial Heat for this Tuesday, May 11th. I'm Lisa Bloom.
And I'm James Curtis. No, we cannot ban that term from the English language. It is quite appropriate.
No, it's
While
not.
the state has only charged Lynn Turner with the murder of her husband, Glenn Turner, it seems that both he and a boyfriend of hers, Randy Thompson, they both died in a most unusual way. They weren't shot. They weren't stabbed. They weren't even strangled or mutilated. The murder weapon of choice was that both men died from a deadly ingredient, a deadly dose found in antifreeze. Now, Turner has not been charged with the second murder, that is Thompson's murder, but the evidence surrounding the circumstances of his death and the autopsy findings will be told to the jury. The case is largely circumstantial, with almost no physical evidence connecting Lynn Turner to the crime. The question, will the jury be able to connect their own dots of these two killings and send Lynn Turner to prison for the rest of her life? For more on this story, we go to Court TV correspondent Savannah Guthrie in the field live at the courthouse. Savannah, give us the latest on the progress of the prosecution case. Have they been able to make great headway with this jury, or have the defense attempts at really putting holes in this prosecution case been successful?
Well, they've definitely had the science come to before the jury now, and that's probably the most important part. We've now heard from both medical examiners, the one who autopsied Glenn Turner in 1995 and then later re-examined him in 2001, and Dr. Mark Kaponen, who did Randy Thompson's autopsy, and they testified to the bottom line that they found ethylene glycol in these men's systems. So from that standpoint, yes, the jurors have heard that, and that's the crucial evidence in the case. But on the other hand, the defense has a lot to work with here, in particular the fact that the first autopsy on Glenn Turner, they found calcium oxalate crystals, which apparently are formed. It's a part of the metabolic process. When you have ethylene glycol in your system, your kidney will start producing these oxalate crystals. Well, the first autopsy found those, but the medical examiner had to admit on the stand that at the time he didn't recognize the significance, and he didn't send him for further testing. And of course, the defense was able to exploit that. There's another interesting blunder that went on with regards to Randy Thompson's autopsy. Dr. Mark Kaponen found those oxalate crystals in Randy Thompson's kidney right away in that first autopsy, and he suspected that it was antifreeze poisoning. But when he sent it to the lab to be tested for ethylene glycol, the forensic toxicologist who did the test made a math error and found only 0.38 of ethylene glycol, which was too low to even report back. And the doctor, Dr. Kaponen, said he was shocked when the test came back and there was no ethylene glycol. And it was only later, having talked to Randy Thompson's family, that he was able to see, well, yes, there was a mistake. They sent it again for testing, sent it to a private lab. So all of these kind of mistakes might add up to reasonable doubt in the mind of a juror looking for a way to acquit Lynn Turner. Are these really mistakes? I mean, another example of that, not to go on and on and on, but another example is the embalming fluids.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about that. Savannah, hold that thought. I want to ask you about that.
Okay.
But I want to cover right now on what you just told us, that the issue about the embalming fluid, I think, is very, very big. But Lisa Bloom, the phrase that Savannah said that intrigued me, that I wanted to catch on for just a moment, was if the jurors are looking for a reason to acquit her now. What we usually associate that term with is when, like in the Jason Williams case, when we have a celebrity, when we have somebody who is of such a high profile with respect to the minds of the jurors, that there is already in the minds of the jurors some goodwill established, a feeling that they know this person. So there might be an affinity not justified in the evidence for that individual. Therefore, you may have jurors looking for a reason. Here, it sounds like it just might be plain old reasonable doubt because of the mistakes of these pathologists.
See, James, you're such a nice person. You're so much of a nicer person than I am. I would say that a little differently. I would say anybody who's looking for a reason to acquit a celebrity is giving unequal justice to somebody just because they're rich and famous, because they're, oh, I don't know, let's say a professional athlete or a pop star or something of that nature. And I think our courts are supposed to be treating everyone equally last time I checked. Savannah, let's return to this topic of the antifreeze poisoning. We've been saying blithely on the air since this case began that it's extremely rare. Only 2 cases in the state of Georgia, according to the prosecution, where someone's died from antifreeze poisoning, both of them people who had relationships with Lynn Turner. Well, yesterday, we started to get some statistics, at least a little bit, in the testimony. I know that one of the prosecution witnesses said that there were 23 people in the U.S. in 2002 who died from ethylene glycol poisoning. This morning, I heard the defense say in one of their cross-examination questions that 5,000 people have been exposed to ethylene glycol. Not sure exactly what exposed means. Where do you think we're going to get to with these statistics by the end of the case?
Well, I think that it's obvious that the defense wants to make this seem like it's a lot more common than it is. I mean, the prosecutor used that fact in the opening statement. There's only 2 antifreeze poisonings, and they're both related to Lynn Turner. And if you believe that's a really powerful and compelling fact. But But the defense over and over and over again has asked these experts, well, do you know there are 4,000 to 5,000 cases of ethylene glycol exposure every year? Well, that's different than antifreeze poisoning or intentional poisoning. That could be someone accidentally ingesting ethylene glycol. Remember, ethylene glycol is in a variety of household chemicals.
And Savannah, let me just stop you right there, because what does exposure mean exactly? Does it mean that I spilled some on my hand, that I inhaled it as I was working with it in some industrial setting? What does exposure mean exactly?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? And I think the defense has been deliberately vague on that point, because if it makes it sound like, oh, there are 4,000 to 5,000 poisonings every year, well, then you might start thinking this isn't such a spectacular fact that the prosecutor keeps bringing out. But we don't know.
Well, the idea certainly is that that's probably, Savannah, the way the defense wants it. They want to leave that big question mark because it certainly plays into their favor. Now, Savannah, a moment ago, you referred to ethylene glycol in the casket. Tell us about that.
Yeah, this is one of the defense's favorite points to bring up. When they exhumed Glenn Turner's body, there was fluid in the bottom of the casket, and the experts have testified that's really part of the process of decomposition. Well, according to the defense, the toxicologists, when they tested the fluid in the casket, there was much more ethylene glycol in that fluid than there actually was in the sample from Glenn Turner's body. And they think that might show that something's coming from outside in. Now, I don't know how far they're going to get with that, because there's been a lot of testimony from the funeral director, from the medical examiners, the people who saw the casket in the vault, who have testified that it was all intact and there was no evidence of leakage from the outside in. Nevertheless, it's one of those facts that the defense wants to just put before the jurors so that if they are searching for some reasonable doubt, well, the defense is happy to provide it.
Well, and Savannah, I would take that one step farther with respect to searching for reasonable doubt. I think jurors are supposed to be searching for reasonable doubt. That's true. They're also supposed to be searching for proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So whatever they find, I think certainly they must follow that.
Not just for celebrities.
And not just for celebrities, like Lisa said, and not just for people who some might call a black widow, certainly not Lisa Bloom or me. The idea, though, that there has been a lot of testimony put on by this defense team, by this prosecution team that goes toward Lynn Turner's guilt goes without saying. They have been dozens, literally dozens of witnesses. We're going to show you one of them right now. His name is Dr. Mark Caponen. He is the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. All this talk about ethylene glycol, well, here's a little bit more education about what exactly that compound is.
Explain to the jury the characteristics, physical characteristics of ethylene glycol.
Okay. Ethylene glycol is an odorless, can be colorless substance that's used as a to prevent certain solutions from freezing. And it lowers the freezing point, and it can be colored upon the addition of other chemicals.
All right. And ethylene glycol within itself, does it have a taste?
No, it's described as being tasteless.
All right. Now, have you dealt with poisoning by ethylene glycol before this case?
Yes, sir.
And I'll ask you whether or not you know the symptoms from it.
Okay. The symptoms of ethylene glycol poisoning can vary depending on the individual. Classically, there are described 3 separate phases of an ethylene glycol intoxication. Now, these phases may overlap. One phase may not be as long as what the books say it is. It's just a general outline to allow to try to categorize the certain symptoms. The first is called the neurological stage, and it can start from a half an hour and maybe extend on to 12 hours after the ingestion. The neurological symptoms are much like being intoxicated with ethanol or alcohol. And there may be an intoxication when an individual may be unsteady on their feet, and they may slur their words. They may have go into a coma, may have seizures. It's very much as though someone who has drunk alcohol. The second stage is called the cardiopulmonary stage, and that may begin somewhere around 12 hours and extend
Before we
on
go, before we go to the second stage, doctor, is depression an indication in the first stage?
Certainly, it's a central nervous system depressant, much as alcohol is.
Is there any convulsion or exhilaration indicated at times?
That may happen.
Can you die in the first stage?
Oh, certainly.
And does it depend upon the amount of ingestion? Does that have anything to do with it?
It depends on the amount of ingestion and also some individual variations in susceptibility to the effects of the precursor or the metabolites of ethylene glycol. Now, one thing about ethylene glycol is that ethylene glycol in and of itself does not result in someone's death. The ethylene glycol is metabolized in your body to other chemicals, and it's those chemicals that are toxic and that result in the symptoms and in individuals' death.
All right, we'll come back to that. If you would go ahead to stage 2 is what's the time frame and what do you expect to see?
Okay, the stage 2 of ethylene glycol intoxication may begin around 24 hours or less and extend down to 48 hours. And it is called the cardiopulmonary stage. The metabolites of ethylene glycol can be cardiotoxic, which means that they can have a direct toxic effect on the heart and result in what's called a cardiac dysrhythmia, or an irregular heartbeat that may lead to death. Also, the metabolites of ethylene glycol result in what's called a metabolic acidosis. These metabolic byproducts are very acidic, and your body tries to compensate for that. And the way it compensates for that is by breathing very rapidly. You blow off or can get rid of this acid by excreting carbon dioxide. And you excrete carbon dioxide by breathing very heavily and very rapidly.
So does this affect the heart directly at this stage 2?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you die during stage 2?
Certainly.
All right. What about stage 3? Are these stages blending or overlapping?
Yeah, these stages can slowly blend into one another. They can overlap. One stage may be entirely absent. One stage may not last very long at all before it goes into the next stage. This is just a general outline that describe the effects of ethylene glycol and its toxic metabolites.
All right. And what do you see during stage 3 then?
Okay, stage 3 begins around 48 to 72 hours and extends onward, and it is characterized by renal failure. One of the byproducts of ethylene glycol is oxalic acid, or oxalate, and it forms crystals which crystallize out in globules around the periphery of the kidney.
Doesn't that doctor, who's an actual real-life doctor as a medical examiner, look like that character from ER? I think the character's name was Mark Green, and I'll have to look up over the break what the actual actor's name was. But for right now, we need to take a break here. I want to invite you to be our 13th juror and have a say on issues relating to the trials that we covered right here on Court TV, here on Trial Heat. Log on to CourtTV.com. Cast your vote for today's question. Here it is. Is the re-examination of Glenn Turner's body reliable? I think they like it. Lisa, 86% say yes, 14% say no.
We always like scientific stuff.
They like the scientific stuff, but you hear what Savannah Guthrie said about all that stuff in the casket. That ethylene glycol, where did it come
Still
from?
reliable.
Get your vote in. Lisa says it's reliable. We're going to be arguing for the rest of the day. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. And we're also going to be updating the results throughout the day, so we'll be right back.
Lime-flavored Gatorade, lime-flavored Jell-O, Arizona sweet tea, and Campbell's chicken noodle soup. Kind of an interesting selection. This is not the Food Channel. Do not change that channel. And also, please, people at home, do not try any of these things. You'd have to be a great fool to do that because, after all, it is poisonous. Having said that, Savannah, what were the outcomes of those tests that he did?
Well, he said the green Jell-O did set up. I mean, I think that was the real question. If you did put antifreeze in Jell-O, could you still make it? Would it still become hard, as we know Jell-O becomes? I have to say, it's been a long time since I made Jell-O, but you know, you pour it in with the hot water, and then you put it in the fridge, and it's supposed to set and become firm. And he testified that yes, even when he put a lethal dose of antifreeze, and he did different varying amounts, when he put 100 milliliters of it in there, yes, it's set up. As for the Gatorade, he put up to 100 milliliters in the Gatorade. He said it looked the exact same to him, and he had the pictures that showed it. Same thing with the chicken soup. That was interesting to me. You couldn't really see with the chicken soup
really?
that there was green stuff in
and
it,
even when he
according to him.
tasted it, Savannah, I mean, you think it was something green and sweet in chicken soup, somebody would notice, but he said it wasn't really noticeable.
Exactly. Well, I have to say, he only tasted the sweet tea. He said he just didn't want to taste the other things for the obvious reasons. And with the sweet tea, he just touched his finger to the tea and then touched it to his tongue, and he couldn't taste it, which, of course, the defense said, well, what does that prove? He didn't take a big gulp of it. But it was interesting.
Sure, that's what he should have done. He should have taken a big gulp of it to really, it is.
It's pretty sweet. I don't think you would notice.
But I think, I mean, why not? I mean, he's doing the Michael Christensen experiment, our producer out there, who's one of our greatest, all our producers are great. Michael Christensen certainly distinguishes himself with his great reports that he writes for us, and he tasted the antifreeze himself, didn't he, Savannah?
He did. He did the same thing that Dr. Frisk did.
Yeah, which some of us think is not a great thing.
Yeah, he's not a doctor.
Yeah, and we need him.
I have to say, we don't need to inspire anyone. Do not try this at home, right? It's the old Evel Knievel advice. But I have to say that we weren't being totally out of line here, because there was a mechanic who, or someone who's now a detective who used to be a mechanic, he said that's actually common to test it to make sure, to see if it's sweet, to see if there is antifreeze in it. Nevertheless, please don't try it at home.
Oh,
yes, he did. He said that that's what mechanics do, to make sure there's enough coolant in there. They'll put touch their tongue to what's in the car to make sure that if it's sweet, they know there's antifreeze in it.
Well, now, Savannah, we also...
Michael did it, and it's sweet.
Yeah, we also know from Dr.
And by the way, it's Michael Christian, not Christensen. I misspoke. Go ahead.
Fair enough. We also know from Dr. Frisk that ethylene glycol is found in many things besides antifreeze, including brake fluid, household cleaners, inks, dyes, shoe polish, and vinyl cleaner. And one of our viewers, Wendy, just emailed to say she just ran to her medicine chest on a hunch, took out some NyQuil, and she says it's in there.
Exactly, and this is the defense's big point. How do you know? I mean, what? They didn't even, listen, there was a pretrial hearing. They didn't even want the prosecutors to be able to say the word antifreeze at trial. And they've made strides to say, look, antifreeze and ethylene glycol are not synonymous. But as it was brought out on redirect, yes, all of those items do have some amount of ethylene glycol, but apparently nowhere near as much as antifreeze does. Antifreeze is 95% ethylene glycol. All of those other items that you mentioned and that the defense mentioned have a much lower concentration. We're talking 1 to 2%. And so Dr. Kaponen was able to testify, look, if you were going to try to drink that much to get a lethal dose, you'd have to drink 100 times. So 100 times as much NyQuil or shoe polish.
That's a disgusting thought.
That kind of took the wind. Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yes.
We'd all be asleep if you drank that much. But yeah, that kind of took the wind out of the defense's argument there, because it's really antifreeze that has that very high concentration.
Well, that is an interesting point, Savannah, about them being able to use the term antifreeze rather than just ethylene glycol, since there really isn't any evidence necessarily that it came in through the antifreeze other than everyone's supposition that that's what it was. And we know that the amount of antifreeze that would take to kill someone is about 1/3 of a Coke can, so that's not very much. Savannah Guthrie, thank you so much for that report. We're going to check back with you in just a little bit.
Thanks,
and
Savannah.
James, do not try any of these tests at home. I know you. I know you're curious mind.
No, not that curious anymore. I'm old now. I don't do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we need you every day, right here.
But you know what struck me as interesting, though, about this issue with respect to the prosecution not being able to say antifreeze? Doesn't that remind you of the Kobe Bryant case with respect to the prosecution not being able to use the word victim? That is one of the several motions brought by the defense. As Lisa Bloom told you earlier today, we're going to be bringing you a special with respect to the Kobe Bryant case later on in our programming day. For now, we want you to know that we always love to get your feedback on everything we do around here. And while you can email us on any topic you want, please don't go tasting the antifreeze. Today, we want to talk to you about the fact that the murder defendant in this case happens to be a woman.
So today we'd like to ask you, my little pet peeve, do people, jurors included, view female killers differently than male killers? Oh, I don't know, by calling them black widows, for example. Well, email your responses to today's question to trialheat@courttv.com. Remember to include your name and town. Keep it short and smart, and you'll have a better chance of having your thoughts read on the air right here on Trial Heat. We'll be right back.
whenever you're dealing with a death by any sort of lethal means, lethal poisoning, lethal injection, and the like, the idea of how the body acted and at what point it responded to the poison that was introduced into the body is always critical, because just like in any other case, pinning down the time and manner of death can be important. The prosecution, with respect to doing that, brought on the medical examiner. His name is Mark Componen. He is a doctor who is the chief medical examiner for the county. In this portion of his prior testimony, he talks about the various stages of ethylene glycol poisoning and how it's really a little difficult to tell exactly when a person would succumb to that.
And how would you know whether someone died in the first, second, or third stage?
You may not be able to distinguish what stage they are in. If they're in renal failure, the tests for renal function are elevated. You can assume that they are in the third stage. If the renal tests are not elevated, but they have the precursors, the toxic metabolites of ethylene glycol in their system, and they have a documented acidosis, as we described before, you can assume that they're in the first stage. If they have shortly after their ingestion, have a seizure and die, you can assume that the death happened in the first stage. But all these signs and symptoms can overlap to a certain degree.
If you were to die in the first stage after you've indicated with a heavy dose and you die right away, are you likely to see calcium oxalate crystals in the
You may not see calcium oxalate crystals in the kidney or in the urine.
But if you do find calcium oxalate crystals, can you say what stage, either first, second, or third, that person would have to have been in?
They may very well be in the second or the third stage.
All right. Now, post-ingestion of ethylene glycol, would you tell us how it is absorbed into the system?
Okay, it's absorbed by the gastrointestinal tract, the stomach and the intestine.
All right, and how's it distributed throughout the body?
Certainly, once it's ingested and it's absorbed by the stomach or the intestine, then it's carried by the bloodstream to the liver, where it is metabolized.
All right, and what about elimination? How does the elimination process occur?
The elimination process is largely by the kidneys.
What would you, doctor, expect to find in someone who had died of ethylene glycol poisoning? What would be the pathological findings?
At autopsy, I may not see anything. All their tissues may be normal. It's under the, if they had recently ingested the ethylene glycol, I may see some remnants of that in their stomach. But the major findings are in the kidneys when I look at them under the microscope. At autopsy examinations, I save small pieces of each organ, small nickel-sized to dime-sized pieces of tissue, and those get processed in the glass slides. The tissues get dehydrated, they get infiltrated with paraffin, they're cut very, very thinly and placed on a glass slide. Once on the glass slide, they're stained so that I can look at them under the microscope. When looking at these tissues under the microscope, in the kidney tubules, I will see these calcium oxalate crystals, which are described as being polarizable. We have special filters that we can put on our microscope. And what these filters do is they align the wavelength of the light coming through. So it's all one wavelength, passes it through the crystals, and these crystals will change their appearance and make them very easy for me to identify.
Doctor, from the literature, what is your opinion as to the lethal dosage for an adult human being?
Okay. The lethal dosage as reported in the literature is somewhere around 100 cc's, 100 mils, which is...
And he goes on to say, which is about a third of a Coca-Cola can, a third of a 12-ounce soft drink can. Reason why we're looking back at this testimony, this is prior testimony, is because the courtroom is doing some other business in that Georgia courtroom today that we're not allowed to be in right now. They're doing a deposition. We'll see the results of that later on. In the meantime, we're looking back, and you don't want to go anywhere right now, because when we return to that Georgia courtroom, which we'll do in just a moment, later on in the program in about an hour, we're going to have a Kobe Bryant special. During this news break, you don't want to touch that dial either, because as we head down to the news center where Annika Pergamon is standing by, when we come back during that news break, we're going to be talking about Kobe as well. Here's Annika.
Also found in his system. Now that case is dark for the remainder of the day because the judge and the attorneys are conducting a deposition, and we do not have cameras in for that deposition, but once played in court, of course, we'll bring it to you. We expect live testimony to resume in the case beginning tomorrow. In the meantime, we want to catch you up with some of the important testimony thus far. This case is all about the scientific testimony, and the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner, Mark Capone, MD, testified yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
Theoretically, doctor, could we have someone die of ethylene glycol poisoning and there be no detectable amount of ethylene glycol in the blood or urine?
That's certainly a possibility. If you die of a complication of the ethylene glycol poisoning, that of a toxic metabolite, you may have converted all the ethylene glycol into the toxic metabolites. And that causes the death, and the ethylene glycol would be gone.
All right. And is that because there's no longer any amount of ethylene glycol in your blood and urine? It is. Now, why? Right. Why is that?
Okay. The ethylene glycol would all be metabolized by the liver and metabolized into the toxic substances, and the individual would have to live long enough for this process to take place. And either they ingested a very small amount, or they made it to the hospital and had extensive and aggressive medical therapy, such as dialysis, to clear their body of the toxic metabolites, in which case they could metabolize all the ethylene glycol and reduce it all to these metabolites.
And doctor, are you familiar with the ranges of ethylene glycol in the blood of persons who have died from it?
There's a number of textbooks that give ranges of ethylene glycol that are found in people who have died of such ingestions, but the numbers are difficult to interpret because you don't know how long people lived, you don't know how much they ingested, and so the numbers are sort of guidelines.
And is that why, well, are you familiar with the American Association of Poison Control Centers statistics?
Yes, I am.
And what are the ranges of death from ethylene glycol as far as the amount found at the time of death?
Certainly, the last year for which the American Association of Poison Control Centers have complete statistics is 2002. And during that year, there were 23 deaths, and these are all listed on their website, which I found through the CDC.
Is that nationally? Is that a national statistic?
Yes, it is. It's an organization that includes all of the poison control centers of all the states in this country. And they have a link off the CDC website. As I said, they mentioned 23 deaths during this year, and they listed for many of the deaths the amount of ethylene glycol that was found. And it ranged.
I want to let you know that Kobe Bryant's arraignment could happen as early as today. When it does happen, Court TV will take you there live. We do have a camera inside the courtroom for that arraignment. The question on my mind is, like O.J. Simpson, like Scott Peterson, will Kobe Bryant add something to the words not guilty to sort of jazz it up? Well, we will see when he pleads later on today, if that does happen today. Tomorrow, at the very latest. We're going to take a short break.
You the trial of Georgia versus Lynn Turner, although there are proceedings underway with respect to the court conducting a hearing with respect to another witness that can't make it to court and testify live. They're undertaking to take that witness's testimony outside the presence of our cameras. But the good news is, folks, it gives us an opportunity to talk to someone who we really enjoy talking to. We can't have him on the show enough. His name is Larry Kobolinski, Dr. Larry Kobolinski, as his friends call him. He is a forensic scientist, and Dr. Kobolinski is also an associate provost at John Jay College of Criminal Justice here in New York City. And Dr. Kobolinski, I didn't realize this. I don't know if this was just not on your intro before or they just added it, that you served with the U.S. State Department as an advisor to criminal labs in several countries around the world. How fantastic for you.
It was very exciting to study laboratories in other countries, and I have been fairly active on an international level. We're currently working with Mexico to improve their laboratories, and I think it's a wonderful service to be able to offer our scientific help.
And that's because you're such a big deal, and you're such a big deal. It's so nice for coming and joining Lisa and me here on Trial Heat. We want to cut right to the chase with this ethylene glycol. This stuff is obviously the source of much discussion within this courtroom. We've learned, news to me, that antifreeze has this stuff in abundance enough to kill you. Is that something you think is common knowledge?
I think so. I mean, these bottles of antifreeze are clearly labeled hazardous and toxic. And about 95% of what you see in that container is actually ethylene glycol. Ethylene glycol is actually a colorless, odorless liquid that happens to have a sweet taste. And that is the reason that children sometimes will ingest it and die.
And I got to tell you, Dr. Kobolinski and Lisa, one of the thoughts that I had as he was making that explanation, as we've considered this case, is that, you know, I used to, when you're young, especially when you're a guy, you know, you like to work on your car and you do stuff that you can because, you know, it takes talent to do the real complicated stuff. But you change the oil, you do the antifreeze.
But you don't eat it.
But I never realized it was toxic the entire time. Maybe it's because I was just young and dumb, but I never read that label.
Here's a little tip. Stuff that you put in your car, assume it's toxic.
Don't drink it?
Don't be drinking it. And Dr. Kobolinski, as I go to you, you know, regarding the question of whether it was common knowledge or not, take a listen to this little brief bit of testimony from an animal control worker about her conversation with Lynn Turner.
And did she make any inquiry concerning antifreeze?
She asked, as she was talking about the stray cat problem, she asked, did antifreeze have the same effect on cats as it did on dogs?
Stray cat problem or stray husband problem, not clear which she is talking about. Dr. Kobolinski, how common is antifreeze poisoning in the U.S.?
It's not very common at all. I think we heard in testimony that there were only about 23 cases of deliberate poisoning with ethylene glycol, but there are a larger number of cases that are sublethal, that is, the people survive. And of course, the real issue is for children. They need a much smaller dosage, and that really is a serious matter.
Absolutely. Dr. Kobolinski, we've got to take a break right now, but when we come back, we of course have lots more questions for you, among which has to be the key: how else could ethylene glycol get into not only the bodies of these two deceased men, but the casket of one of them? Stay with us.
Phony contractors.
Welcome back to Trial Heat. I'm James Curtis.
And I'm Lisa Bloom. Of course, it sounds familiar to our Court TV viewers. How can we forget author, now convicted murderer, Michael Peterson? Peterson was accused of killing his wife, Kathleen, by pushing her down a flight of stairs. Remember that? Part of the evidence against him was Kobolinski, other than Lynn Turner shoveling her world-famous lime green antifreeze jello recipe into these guys when they're sick. Is there some other way that ethylene glycol could have gotten into their bodies and killed them?
Well, actually the answer is yes, but it's unlikely. The answer is that you can absorb ethylene glycol through the skin, so that, for example, somebody working in a garage with high levels of ethylene glycol and having it constant exposure to the hands, that would be a way of of acquiring this poison, but the dosage would be way too low. This is a poison that by itself is not poisonous. Ethylene glycol has very little toxicity.
Really? Is that why we find it in NyQuil and stuff like that?
It has very little toxicity. What happens is there is an enzyme in the liver, happens to be the same enzyme that breaks down alcohol, ethanol. That enzyme breaks down this ethylene glycol into a number of so-called metabolites or breakdown products. And those products are what is so toxic. One of the hallmarks of ethylene toxicity is finding crystals in the urine and in the kidney called calcium oxalate. Oxalate is one of the breakdown products of ethylene glycol. So if you find those crystals, you can be pretty sure you're dealing with a poisoning case.
Interesting. Dr. Koblinski, with respect to finding this substance in the body, ethylene glycol breaks down into other stuff. It's that other stuff that you say is poisonous and toxic to human beings. What about the report that we heard from Savannah Guthrie moments ago with respect to ethylene glycol being found in the casket
that's
one
fascinating.
of these graves? Could that have come from perhaps embalming fluid? Did they use that in ethylene glycol and that stuff? What's going on there?
To the best of my knowledge, I have never heard of ethylene glycol in embalming fluid. There would be no reason to have antifreeze in embalming fluid, quite frankly. The fact of the matter, however, is that I think we heard that the casket was sealed extremely well. In fact, there was a comment by the medical examiner that the body was in very good shape. So, you know, alternate explanations of things leaking in just don't make sense. What could have happened, of course, is due to decomposition, this material just settled, and you could find traces in the casket.
And that's where the defense is clearly going to go with this jury. Savannah Guthrie, Court TV correspondent, is joining us from outside the courthouse at Perry, Georgia. Savannah, let's not forget the beginning of this case. All of the witnesses who came in and testified about Lynn Turner, what an awful wife and girlfriend she was, how she was cheating on her husband right from the beginning. She didn't really love him. Take a listen to this brief bit of testimony from Officer Michael Archer, who testified a little earlier in the case.
He told me that she said that she didn't love him and she never loved him. And when she told him that, I said, he said that she made something about the comment. You know, he got kind of angry with her and asked her why she didn't marry him, why she married him, and her attitude was just at the time it seemed like the thing to do.
Boy, Savannah, according to this prosecution team, she's not just a murderer. She's an especially gruesome kind of murderer, imposing horrible suffering on her victims. She never loved these guys. How does she come across in the courtroom, particularly during the breaks when the jury isn't there? What kind of person does she seem to be?
She seems to be a high-spirited person, frankly, and her behavior is perfectly consistent with what every witness has testified to. She's kind of unemotional. I haven't seen even a grimace or a tear out of her, even during some of the most gruesome testimony where other people seem, particularly the victim's family members, seem to be very upset. She does not show it. She had a good friend of hers who testified who said Lynn is very blunt, she's very unemotional, and that certainly seems to be borne out by what the witnesses have said, and that's her demeanor in the courtroom. And with her lawyers, she chats with them. I mean, they make little jokes. She's just not someone who's wearing her heart on her sleeve, or maybe that is her heart and she is wearing it on her sleeve, but there's just not a lot of emotion there.
Now, Savannah Guthrie, as Lisa mentioned, the heart of this case and something that the prosecution brings in or has brought in, and in my opinion, perhaps ad nauseum, has been the demeanor of this defendant and how she behaved prior to the killing that the prosecutors alleged. Take a listen to, along with us, to this piece of testimony by Officer Robert Fisher. He's an individual who knew the victim in this case, and some eerie premonition may have been in these words.
And what Glenn had said in that point was, you know, if that happens to me, you need to look towards my wife. And he used her name towards Lynn, not, you know, there's nobody else that would do that.
And that, Savannah Guthrie, I think is something that prosecutors want to resonate in this courtroom. Has that gotten lost in all of this scientific testimony?
It seems like so long ago that we heard those words, and we also heard something similar from an Officer Dunkerton, who was his motorcycle cop partner, Glenn Turner's, and he said that on 3 different occasions Glenn Turner made a comment like that. If anything ever happens to me, look at Lynn. At the time, the jurors were very interested in that, and I remember reporting to our viewers that one of the jurors in particular had such an overt reaction, kind of like, oh, whoa, and started scribbling down when the first time that came out in court. But yeah, I mean, we have gone through over 50 witnesses in about a week's time, and you have to wonder if jurors really remember that stuff. And there's also been so much of it. So many different witnesses have come in and talked about, you know, how bad Lynn behaved at the funeral and how kind of nasty she was and wanted to get it over with and was, you know, seen sort of flirting with other officers. You wonder if by sheer volume, the impact of it gets lost.
All right, Savannah Guthrie, we're going to ask you to stay right there. Dr. Lawrence Kobolinsky, please stand by as well. In fact, Dr. K, I'd love for you to watch this next bit of testimony with us, because this is the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner, and he's talking about the autopsy that he performed on Randy Thompson. Take a look.
Doctor, did you have an occasion to perform an autopsy on Randy Thompson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you tell us when you received the body and under what circumstances?
Okay, the death was reported to us by the Forsyth County coroner, and Mr. Thompson was transported to our office, and this was done on January 22nd, 2001.
All right, and when did the autopsy commence?
The autopsy commenced early in the afternoon, about 1:40.
Is this routine?
Yes, it is.
Do you normally autopsy a body the same day or next day as received?
It varies. It depends on our workload that day and depends on when the individual can be brought in. And so it's not uncommon for us to examine an individual the same day, and it's also not uncommon for us to examine them the day after they arrive.
All right. Sooner the better, would you say?
Mostly, but bodies are placed in refrigerated storage, and so very little changes over that period of time.
Would you tell us about the external examination as done by you?
Okay, Mr. Thompson was a well-developed, well-nourished Caucasian male. He weighed 236 pounds. It's approximately 71 inches in height. And he appeared his stated age of 32 years. When we received his body, it was wrapped in a white linen sheet, and he was clad only in a pair of men's undershorts. His body wasn't embalmed. It was cool to touch. Rigor mortis was fixed in the extremities and the jaw. Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the limbs that occurs after death. It's a chemical reaction that happens in the muscles. Livor mortis was fixed on the posterior parts of the body. Livor mortis is the settling of blood that occurs after death. And when you die, obviously your heart isn't beating anymore. And so the blood settles to the lower dependent portions of your body and results in a purplish or a violaceous discoloration. His hair was brown. His eyes, his nose, his ears, his neck, his mouth were all, we call them unremarkable. They were normal. There was nothing specific about them that would lead me to believe that he had an injury. Same with his chest and his extremities. And as I mentioned, he was a well-developed, well-nourished male, and he had no external evidence of trauma or natural disease.
Is it normal, and did you in this case receive any medication that he might have been taking with the body?
We did receive some medications with the body. The coroners throughout the state routinely send an individual's medications with them when they come in for examination. And with Mr. Thompson were 9 bottles of vancomycin infusion. Mr. Thompson had a sinus infection with osteomyelitis. And osteomyelitis is an infection of the bone. Infections of the bone are very serious and very difficult to get rid of. And there was a time if you had an osteomyelitis, then you went into the hospital for a month or more to receive intravenous antibiotics. Nowadays, what they do is your physician will put a catheter in a small blood vessel, most commonly in your chest, and you can give yourself your antibiotics at home. And that's what Mr. Thompson was doing. And that's what these bottles of vancomycin were for. He had a bottle of Celebrex, chlorpromazine.
Excuse me, what is Celebrex?
Celebrex is an anti-inflammatory, much like ibuprofen or naproxen that you can buy. This Celebrex is a prescription drug. Chlorperazine, which is an anti-nausea, anti-vomiting drug, and this was given as suppositories. Allegra D, which is a hay fever medication. Wellbutrin, which is a commonly used antidepressant. Neomycin, Odic suspension, which is eye drops. Bactroban saline solution, which is a solution that he probably was using for cleaning around his catheter. And Phenergan suppository, which is also a drug that's used for nausea and vomiting.
A lot of medications just listed there in Randy Thompson's system. The question I've got for Dr. Kobylinski on the other side is, what effect would that have had on Randy Thompson? A couple quick programming notes. First, at 12:30, in just about 20 minutes, we'll be bringing you a special on the Kobe Bryant case, including Beth Karras joining us from outside the courthouse in Eagle, Colorado. Second, a look at what's coming up at 5 tonight on Catherine Cryer Live. Catherine has the
Welcome back. We're in our coverage of Georgia versus Lynn Turner, a woman charged with the death of one but said to have killed two by a very unique means, by means of giving these men, husband and lover respectively, antifreeze, poisoning that carried the lethal drug or the lethal compound ethylene glycol, something found in abundance in antifreeze, and whether or not or how she gave it, although that's not clear, the idea is that prosecutors say she did kill both men by the same means. Savannah Guthrie, there's been a lot of conversation about what happened during these relationships, what happened after the funeral. We understand, or during the funeral, by way of her conduct, the conduct of Lynn Turner, and we understand that there was a second funeral.
That's right. Can you imagine having to go through another funeral for your loved one? For Glenn Turner, he was buried in 1995, and then, of course, he was exhumed. And after that, he had to be buried again, and there was another graveside service. And I was just talking this morning with Linda Hardy, who's Glenn Turner's sister, and she told me that as difficult as it was, the funeral home, the Patterson Funeral Home, actually donated a brand new casket, donated their services to provide that second burial, and didn't ask for a dime from the family. And she said it just really made a hard time a lot easier for them, and she really wanted me to mention that because it meant so much to the family, as you can imagine.
And certainly that's worthwhile mentioning because of all of the stories of late that you hear about individuals in the situation where they have to make funeral arrangements and the high prices that they must pay. I'm certainly certain that the family is extremely grateful. Larry Kobylinski, PhD, forensic scientist, with respect to the issue that Savannah brought up, the exhumation of bodies, how is it that any evidence that's worthwhile can be obtained from a body that's been in the ground for, I don't know, a month, a year, 5 years? I mean, this man had been buried in the ground for several years.
It's a good question. Some bodies are extremely well preserved. Sometimes it's because the casket is shut extremely tight, airtight, and there's very good preservation. Sometimes it is a fungal growth that covers the body that puts out antibiotics, basically, that wards off bacterial attack.
Is that the was it grave wax? What's the term? Do we hear about something wax? But anyway, go ahead.
Not sure. But, the point is that you can get preservation under certain conditions, and when you're looking at specific tissues, looking for a particular substance, sometimes you luck out and sometimes you don't. If something that may be used as a poison can easily be broken down by bacteria, you're less likely to find it. Let me say this, James, that one thing that is very insidious about all of this poisoning, not an acute dose, but little by little, day after day, getting dosed. What's insidious is that if you don't catch it, if the emergency room physician doesn't catch it by doing certain tests, and they may not do the tests because there's no indication to do them, what happens is you end up with an individual that has this pulmonary and cardiac edema, fluid that builds up. And that could be simply diagnosed as a dysrhythmia, simply meaning that there may have been a transient electrical phenomenon that changed the rhythm of the heart, and therefore the person dies.
And it could be missed altogether,
it certainly,
as happened in the case of Glenn Turner back in 1995. And, you know, Dr. Kobylinski, interesting question from one of our viewers. If Glenn Turner had been an organ donor, would that have prevented the forensic investigators later on from coming back, exhuming his body, and finding the presence of ethylene glycol?
Well, I'll tell you, it was very interesting because obviously if you're going to be donating organs, ethylene glycol perfuses throughout the body.
Yeah.
And these oxalate crystals that we spoke about could very well have been picked up, and, you know, it could have been, the case could have been broken right there and then.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's an interesting turnaround on the points. In other words, it could have been found sooner. Dr. Kobylinski, what about, we just saw the testimony of the medical examiner in the Randy Thompson autopsy. He said that there were a lot of different medications in Randy Thompson's system, including a prescription anti-inflammatory, a hay fever medication, an antidepressant, eye drops, a saline solution, even a suppository for nausea and vomiting. What does all the interaction of those medications say to you?
Well, I don't think that the interaction has much meaning. I think these drugs are prescribed when a patient comes and presents with certain symptomatology. So I would be interested in knowing when they were prescribed, because some of these medications could have been prescribed precisely because the ethylene glycol created certain symptoms.
Yeah.
And therefore the physicians gave him drugs.
And in fact, we know that to be true to a certain extent, Dr. Kobylinski, to the extent that he had this nausea and vomiting and other symptoms that simply that looked like the flu. And in a lot of respects, they did prescribe a lot of those.
James, here's the problem, because the first stage of being dosed with ethylene glycol is a state of confusion and a lack of coordination, vomiting, diarrhea, and so those can be very easily be confused with flu symptoms. So I think we have to hold the emergency room physician harmless.
Well, and that's the point, though. Let's hold on that point. Let me go to Savannah Guthrie on that very issue. Savannah, obviously, the defense has made hay about the misdiagnoses, if you will, misdiagnosis, rather, especially in the first case of Glenn Turner. How did those physicians handle those questions on the stand?
Well, particularly I remember Dr. Freeman, because he said he was haunted when he found out that Glenn Turner had passed away less than a day after he saw him and released him and said, "You have the flu," and basically gave him the old rice and toast diet. And he said that just because he thinks it's a small dose over time, and because of that it kind of masked these telltale signs of ethylene glycol poisoning. I have to tell you, as a lawyer watching his testimony, I thought, oh, he's really kind of admitting some wrongdoing there.
Yeah.
But then I remembered, actually, the statute of limitations on negligence has passed, so he's safe as far as a lawsuit is concerned. But he clearly, I mean, both these are doctors. They're there to help people, and both of them, you know, frankly, felt bad that they hadn't caught it.
James, if I could just add to that.
Hold that thought, Dr. Kobylinski. I got to take this break, but I certainly want to get your thoughts on that, because it's really interesting. You just coming into this case, giving the information that you've given us in terms of your observations, and the reporting by Savannah Guthrie, given the evidence coming out of that courtroom, are dovetailing almost exactly in terms of what seems to be the upshot and the import of this testimony. We want to remind everyone, while both of you stay put, that when a live trial out in Georgia, the question, did Lynn Turner kill both her husband and her boyfriend? To get caught up on everything that's happening during this trial, the place to go is where we go, our website, CourtTV.com, greatest website on the planet. Log on, read the latest news, the case, the reviews, the latest court papers, everything you could possibly want to know. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment.
Let me go straight out to you. Judge Bodiford in this case has a great reputation for running a tight ship, going through the witnesses, working late, even on Saturdays. So people might be surprised that the court is dark today. What's going on?
Well, I can assure you, Lisa, they are working very hard. What happened is we have a witness who lives in Pennsylvania from National Medical Services, which is that private lab that was hired to look at the samples for Thompson and Turner. Well, apparently she has a very severe back problem, and she's under doctor's orders not to travel. So what they've done today is travel. The lawyers have traveled to Marietta, Georgia, which is the home county. Remember, we're on a change of venue, to do a video satellite deposition of this witness. So they're going to tape that, then they're going to come back to Perry tonight, and they'll probably play it, the prosecutors will, in open court tomorrow. So the jurors got to leave early today at 10:30, but the lawyers are diligently working, and you are right, Judge Boterford runs a very tight ship.
Well, probably a welcome day off, or not really a day off, a half a day, I guess, off for these jurors who are working 6 days a week on the case. Dr. Lawrence Kobylinski, as I go to you, is there anything you think that could have been done to save the lives of either Glenn Turner or Randy Thompson?
Well, yes, I think there is that possibility. Had the emergency room physician done a number of tests, very simple, common tests, it would have indicated the possibility of ethylene glycol poisoning. For example, studying the urine under the microscope would have revealed the crystals, the low levels of calcium in the blood. Why? Because calcium combines with the oxalic salt to form the calcium oxalate. The blood would have been very acidic because the breakdown products of ethylene glycol are acids. And finally, an electrolyte imbalance would have been revealed. Put those four things together, and eliminating the possibility of ethanol consumption would have sealed it. The physician should have concluded ethylene glycol poisoning.
Well, and although the medical examiner might look like Anthony Edwards, the star of the former star of the the series ER, where in that emergency room everything always seems to work out right. Dr. Kobylinski, how likely is it? I guess the word is, would you really think that they would do something like that? Is that a normal course, or is that something that you would just have to be looking for, really, to go to those ends?
James, that's right. It's a judgment call, and doctors have to make decisions all the time about expenses of doing tests and whether it's necessary. I know when a physician looks at symptoms, there are a variety of possible explanations, and they have to rule out everything that they can. The symptoms that were presented were typical of stomach flu, and he treated
and they're
that.
under a lot of pressure, Lisa, and it's tough. You know, they're going in crisis situations. I think it's tough.
Well, maybe it's tough, or maybe they're just not all as smart as Dr. Kobylinski. Dr. Lawrence Kobylinski, I think you are now officially my favorite forensic scientist.
Nobody's as smart as him.
Thank you so much for joining us today here on Trial Heat. Savannah Guthrie out there all by herself in Perry, Georgia. Everybody's off doing that deposition. Thank you so much for that report, Savannah.
Thank you.
Sure. We will be back in just a moment with a special on the Kobe Bryant case. You do not want to miss that. But first, let's check in with Annika Pergament for all the...
Welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Ben.
These experiments done by the medical examiner, what are your thoughts about the judge allowing this in? There's been no theory from the prosecution exactly how the antifreeze was allegedly administered. There has been evidence that the victim in this case did eat Jell-O, did have some Gatorade, did have some soup. Right. You think that's enough to allow this in front of a jury, these experiments?
It's always in the discretion of the judge, but medical examiners are doctors. They come with unique training, qualification, and education, and they are charged with the responsibility of determining both the cause and the manner of death. And if the doctor determined that this was necessary in order to render such an opinion, a judge would likely look favorably upon it. Then it goes to the weight of evidence and his credibility, and then, you know, his inexperience in such experiments before is going to be attacked by the defense attorneys.
Well, John, when we talk about, you know, training and experience for this type of experiment, it's pretty basic. You take some chicken soup and you put some antifreeze in it and you stir it up, and then you put it in some iced tea, and then apparently this doctor stuck his finger in to give it a little taste test. Doesn't sound like you need to be a doctor to do that.
I was struck by that testimony that he actually did taste it, and
well, you'll be struck by this. One of our producers, Michael Christian, also did a little taste test himself, but that's another issue for another time. This is a medical doctor doing it, but the fact that he's a doctor, I mean, that gives him more of an ability to do this rather than a police officer?
I think it does, yeah. I mean, certainly he has additional qualifications relating to chemical compounds and the breakdown of various chemicals in the body. You know, the metabolisms within the body change. So yeah, I think he does. I think it's certainly more appropriate that if this type of testimony were going to be evaluated by a jury, that it not come from a police officer, but instead from a medical doctor, and in this case, a medical examiner. Yes.
Yeah, hi, John, Kimberly. I would agree with you in that. I think it's much more appropriate for someone who has medical training when you're dealing with poisonous and toxic substances like we're dealing here with ethylene glycol, that somebody not do this that really isn't qualified to experiment with it, so to speak. But again, it comes down to common sense basics, and I think the visual experiment, that kind of laying it out for the jury, is going to be very helpful in establishing the prosecution's theory here, giving them something to say, you know what? This could have been concealed. This could have been the way that she poisoned her husband and her former lover.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to introduce special guests here today, Dr. Michael Wellner, who is an associate professor of psychiatry at NYU. He's a forensic psychiatrist, and he is the chairman of the forensic panel, which is the first peer-reviewed consultation forensic system in the United States, and a whole bunch of other things. You've testified in 25 states. Your qualifications and credentials are impressive. We like to have impressive people here on both sides, right, Vinny?
He's very impressive. He's a handsome man, too, and I'm not afraid to say that.
All right, from Vinny Politan, you hear it. He's also a looker. All right, so what are you thinking about this case? And let's talk about kind of what this woman, she's alleged to be a black widow, essentially. Somebody she mates, she kills. What do you think in terms of how the prosecution's presented this case are some of the ideas that they should weave in front of the jury, and how do they make sense for the jury of this, that someone would actually be the type of person who outwardly appears to be gregarious, friendly, and outgoing, but yet could do something like this?
You know, what distinguishes black widow cases from other types of homicides is that it's the victims that drive the case. If you didn't have two people dead here who had no reason to have their health questioned and their connection to this defendant, there would be no case. This is very much like, for example, Munchausen by proxy cases, where you have more than one child dead of unexplained reasons. And perhaps after one child dies, nobody questions whether the mother would be capable of killing a child, but the law of averages dictates it just doesn't make sense for two healthy children to pass on. And so this is a case where the victims drive the case. And if forensic evidence emerges, it's not surprising that a potential killer would use antifreeze, because how will she necessarily overcome a healthy husband who may be physically able to defend himself, both in law enforcement or connected to it, and then still get away with it in order to accomplish what she was trying to accomplish in the first place? Keep in mind, if the motive is simply out of anger or some sort of revenge, then a killer, female, male, doesn't necessarily concern themselves with getting away with it. But if a motive is profit or fraud, then the killer has to be thinking about getting away with it in order to recoup the finances and to be able to go on and live a life away from a previous life with the victim without any attachment to a suspicious death.
You know, it's interesting you bring up motive in this case, and right now the prosecutors have laid out pretty clearly to the jury that one of the motives, or the main motive in this case, was financial gain, that she sought to benefit from insurance policies, Social Security benefits, etc., from both of these men. But another theme that seems to be recurrent, and I don't know if you're, in your vast experience, that you see this is also a problem, is that when women who are in this kind of situation, both of these gentlemen wanted to end these relationships, with her. And I think, in my opinion, that's something else that factors in, that it just wasn't financial motivation, that there was this feeling of rejection and loss on her part, where she was no longer getting the love or attention of either of these individuals.
Well, Kimberly and Vinny, there's a way you can resolve that, and that is to take a closer look at her life. Was she a person who had especially strong and intense attachments, or a person who had vacant, absent attachments? If her attachments were so intense historically, then she's a person who possibly could not tolerate separation. But if she's a person who, for attachment, was come what may, then the notion of her being detached enough from someone for them to be disposable is a much more rational motive. Just historically, women who've been involved in these kinds of crimes have done so for fraud reasons as opposed to emotionally attached ones.
Well, to get that answer, Dr. Wellner, we're going to take you back down outside the courthouse to Savannah Guthrie. Savannah, you've heard all the testimony. You're in the courthouse. You see family members come in and out. Can you sort of characterize the attachment element that Dr. Wellner was talking about? Is this someone, the defendant in this case, who has those strong attachments to her husband and then to the father of her children, or was she more vacant?
I think in the case of Glenn Turner in particular, absolutely not. No attachment. I mean, so many different witnesses testified that Glenn Turner was so taken with her and in love with her and try to hold her hand and come by and bring her dinner at work, and that she treated him, according to many, many witnesses, very coldly. That after 6 months of living together, she had him sleeping on the couch. That they didn't have marital relations hardly at all. That she
Twice, right?
ever,
2 times?
Twice, yeah. Let's put it out there. Twice, according to several witnesses. Apparently, Glenn Turner told a lot of fellow officers about that particular frustration, and she just was not there and not someone at all interested in the marriage. I mean, that is well established through the testimony. As for Randy Thompson, we've heard a lot fewer details about their intimate relationship, and that may be because Randy Thompson just frankly wasn't as much of a talker as Glenn Turner was. She seemed to have a longer relationship with Randy Thompson, even though they didn't get married. They lived together for 4 years. They had 2 kids, and it seems to me, I mean, this is just guesswork and speculation. Looking at her, I'm always looking to see if there's any reaction from her, and it seems to me that she has a little bit more reaction when they talk about things with Randy Thompson, as though she seems a little more attached to him. But that's just guessing. It's like reading tea leaves, so take it for what it's worth.
Real quick, Savannah, we haven't heard anything about this woman's past, though, in terms of relationships she's had, either with her father or with other, past boyfriends or lovers, etc. It seems like we don't know a lot about her.
Yeah, they haven't been able to bring in too much about her past relationships. I remember one kind of sort of interesting piece of testimony from her best girlfriend. They grew up together, and Stacy Roderick said when they were little girls, they were talking about what are they going to do when they grow up, and Stacy said, well, I'm going to get married and have 2 kids. And Lynn said, well, I'm going to have 2 kids too, but I don't need a man. So that was an interesting, I'm sure a psychiatrist will have a field day with that one.
He will, but first we've got to go to commercial, Savannah, and we've got to say goodbye to you for now. Savannah Guthrie, thank you very much, out there in Perry, Georgia. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more right after this.
Mike Archer, a friend of Glenn Turner, who said 3 weeks before he died, his friend said, I just can't take it anymore. Let's take a look.
Your Honor. Officer Archer, we're speaking about 3 weeks prior to Glenn's death. You had occasion to speak with him about the marriage. Relate to us that conversation, please.
It was on a Tuesday afternoon. Glenn was off Sunday, Monday, he had 2 off days. We saw motors. He was on motors at the time. Sunday, Monday were their off days. He came in on a Tuesday. I was sitting at my desk doing the schedule, and all of a sudden Glenn just appeared at my desk, and he just looked at me and said, a man can only take so much. A man can only take so much. He said, I just can't handle this anymore. And he just proceeded just to tell me that he'd done everything he could do to try to make his marriage work. It wasn't working. And just basically, he just kept going on and on. He said, a man can only go so far, and then eventually you just got to say no. And at that time, Rollo Green, or Major, the captain at the time, had come walking into the squad room, and he had actually gotten involved in the conversation. Also, another officer, Charles Raines, was also standing there. He walked up, and Glenn proceeded to talk to us about how he was just not happy.
Had y'all spoken before about their marriage, condition of their marriage?
No, we never were spoken as far as to the point I knew that they were having problems, but that was the first time I'd really heard Glenn actually say that he'd given up, that he was done.
And did he indicate any specifics about the marriage as to what was wrong with it?
Yes, he stated that since they were married, they'd only slept together twice, that either she slept in the couch or in the other room, or he slept in the couch or in another room, and that she had some type of female problem, and that she wasn't able to have sex, so they weren't sleeping together. Actually, he said that out loud right there in the squad room.
All right. Did it come an occasion shortly after that that you received a call from Lynn Turner about going out with Glenn?
Yeah, it was probably about, I guess it was a Thursday or a Friday. I don't recall what day it was. She just called me one day right before shift started, and I don't know if she was calling me to get the schedule and what was going on, but we just got to talking, and she told me she wanted me to take Glenn out, to get her out of her hair, take him out, get him out of my hair, which kind of surprised me, because Glenn had not been out in a long time. I mean, Glenn used to go out, but once he got involved with Lynn, I mean, he pretty much wasn't allowed to go out or do anything. So then I kind of realized that maybe their marriage wasn't real good if she's telling him to get him out of her hair and stuff. So
Did you agree to go out with him somewhere?
yeah, we had some people on the shift at that time. Orders had come out that Friday, and some officers were quitting. Some officers were being moved around. So it was probably 8 or 9 officers on our shift that all decided we were going to go out that Friday night. And so I said, Glenn, you want to go out with us? He said, yeah, I'll go out with you.
And was he there working at that point in time?
Yes, we all worked the evening shift together. Glenn left the precinct, went to his house, and all the other officers got in their cars and they took off. We're going to go out and drink a couple beers. I waited at the precinct a good 30, 45 minutes for Glenn. I was about to give up on him because he was going to ride with me. He finally shows up at the precinct. He drove a pace car he was driving. And he said, I lost the keys to the pace car. I couldn't find it, and I finally found them. And he pulls in this pace car. It was an Indy pace car, like a collector's edition. And we jumped in my Caprice. I had a 1987 Chevrolet Caprice, and Glenn started giving me a hard time about my car. It was kind of like a big boat. It wasn't exactly a kind of car that a single guy would be driving around in. So we drove out to where we were going, and on the way out there, Glenn just started spilling his guts to me, just telling me everything that was going on.
Well, it sounds like Glenn Turner told anybody who would listen about his marital problems. It sounds like, in fact, this marriage was in crisis from the beginning. No intimacy between the two. Bring back in our guest, Dr. Michael Wellner. Hearing this testimony, Doctor, what does that make you think? Does he give you some more insight into Lynn Turner and the kind of woman she was?
You know, there's only so far that you can go with testimony like this, but the jury still has to embrace the notion that a woman is alienated enough from her husband that she could kill him, because the whole notion of it is counterintuitive.
Sure.
Let alone to do it twice. So in a way, you know, this sort of reminds you of the hurdle that people have to get over in other sort of improbable homicides, like what we're seeing now with Scott Peterson, for example, where a jury just takes a look at a defendant and says, this person looks a lot like me or looks a lot like somebody that I might be married to. How could this be possible? And by the way, you had this in the Jason Williams case, where a jury was looking at someone who they said, does he look like a killer? And then you hear about this. What your viewers need to come away from this with is a sense that this happens not necessarily from people who are emotionally isolated, but people cannot kill their husbands unless they are emotionally isolated to begin with.
That's an interesting point. And, you know, you're the architect, actually, of something pretty fascinating to me. I think it would be applicable in this case, the depravity scale, the forensic assessment, and you designed this. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, you know, the applicability to cases like capital murder, you've got 39 states that have a death penalty, and 39 you have 39 states in which a finding of heinous, atrocious, cruel, depraved in designating a crime can make someone eligible for greater punishment. But what's depraved? And what's heinous? And what's atrocious? And what's cruel? You're a prosecutor, a former prosecutor, so you know this, that the distinction can be very muddy, and each person's perception of what an evil crime is can vary. So what we're trying to do with this research effort, which of course involves your viewers, as a matter of fact, is to try to come up with some standardized legal definition that looks at intent, actions, and attitude to come up with a consistent way of defining evil, so if a person's found guilty, that the punishment is consistent. An example in this case, let's say that she's convicted of murder in this case. Is this crime more heinous than another homicide? Then evidence might become important of, did she kill to kill, or did she kill with the intent of having her victims suffer? Did she poison them in such a way that the death was prolonged? Was there a prolonged suffering that had nothing to do with her just being an inexperienced killer, but because she wanted to elicit agony? And that is an exceptional quality of a crime. Is that something that should be used in a future date to define depravity when it's used in a sentencing statute? The reason that we're doing this research is because these words are used. We're not inventing evil in the criminal code. It's there, and it's not standardized. And when you've got a murky definition, there's always the risk of injustice, and people have to have confidence in how penalties and justice is passed.
Well, it sounds like a highly effective tool. We'll hear more about that when we come back. But right now, we're going to Gene Casares for all the latest.
In it and licked my finger to see what flavor it had after stirring it to make sure that it was well dispersed. And to me, it looked like normal tea, and it tasted like sweet tea.
Medical examiner Brian Frist doing an experiment to see if antifreeze could be detected in sweet tea. Welcome back to Both Sides. I'm Kimberly Guilfoyle-Newsom.
And I'm Vinnie Politan. According to this witness, the experiment reveals that you cannot detect the antifreeze. Well, today we're going to take a closer look at this issue as we take you inside the investigation with our own experiment. In front of Kimberly and me are two glasses. One is filled with lemon lime Gatorade straight up. The other is part Gatorade, part antifreeze. Now the catch is only our producer, Gideon, knows which is which. And Kimberly, as we take a look at these two glasses, you can see that they both have similar colors. They're that bright, almost fluorescent, greenish, yellowish color. But as you examine, we have one marked with black tape, one without black tape, just so you at home can tell that one is one is the other if you want to email us and you have, with your own interpretation here. But Kimberly, as I look at this and you take a look at each one and kind of hold it up, you can see that one seems a little more cloudy than the other one, and that one does.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, especially if you move them closer together, I think you can see. So let's do that. I'm making Vinny touch all of this.
And you know, one thing is you look at it visually, and what the jury saw in this case were photographs taken by the prosecution, but those photographs weren't two glasses. It was a glass next to a bottle of Gatorade. Here we have two glasses that are identical, but what's inside is not exactly identical.
Yeah, and I think it's much more helpful when you have the two side by side, at least, you know, probably for the defense to say, are there any differences, etc. It's a more fair and accurate comparison versus having in a bottle and one in a clear glass container like this.
Right, to tell, you know, the difference between the two. Now, obviously, if someone is being poisoned, they're not going to be given two glasses and play, you know, Gatorade roulette like we could today if we wanted to. But still, you look at it, and the coloring
I think I'll pass on Gatorade roulette, but yeah.
As you look on the TV screen, it's still not as apparent. And again, this is another issue in this case because the jury is not seeing actual glasses like we are. They're seeing a photograph.
Here's the thing, Vinny, is what we have to think about is if you are, you know, the victim in this case, and you go to pick up, say, you know, this glass on its own, right? Would you be alerted and say, wow, this looks really unusual, or this is something that doesn't seem right, etc., especially if you really weren't, you know, notified or by taste. It wasn't something you could detect. Or if you'd had this glass on its own, would you say, you know, this looks unusual? You probably
the other thing I want to do is smell them and see if there's any difference. That smells like Gatorade. I know that smell. I'm an athlete.
What do you think? Can you smell it?
Not as strong. It's not as strong in this second one, the one that doesn't have the black tape. The odor isn't as strong.
The odor's not as strong in this one.
That's what you're saying. Or is that what I'm saying?
No.
I'm saying the odor's not as strong
Who's
there.
on first?
Right. I don't know. Third base. But
this
really,
to me doesn't have as strong an odor. Okay, I don't even.
Has that one?
Yeah.
Can't tell. Well, what we're not going to do, though, folks, is taste it.
We're not drinking it.
But that's what witnesses did in this case. The doctor got on the stand and told this jury that, you know what, not with the Gatorade, but with the sweet tea, he actually stuck his finger in and tasted it. And as every witness has testified, it seems to have that sweet taste, which wouldn't affect a sweet drink like Gatorade.
Sure, and think about this. In this case, what we're dealing with is probably a likely scenario where there is a poisoning over time, which, you know, toxic levels obviously reaching a certain point where then the victim dies. So we don't know how much was used initially. It could have been in small doses and then continued or got progressively higher doses, right, in order to complete the deed or complete the act. So this could be something where, depending on the amount, you wouldn't even really notice or taste it at all, and that's what makes it so deadly.
And that's what the big objection of the defense is in this case. There's no evidence as to how much was in there and how much was apparently allegedly used. We're going to put this down here because Michael Wellner, what we're going to do now when we go to break is we're going to send these two glasses down to you, have you take a look at them and give us your interpretation of a visual inspection, but we don't want you to taste it, okay?
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
Now, also, we're inviting you to be our 13th juror and have a say on issues relating to the trials we cover here on both sides. Log on to CourtTV.com and answer today's question. Is the re-examination of Glenn Turner's body reliable? 83% of you say it is, while 17% disagree. You can also send us your emails what you think of these two glasses. We'll be right back.
I'll take you back in for another key piece of testimony from Officer Mike Archer. What's important here is that poor Glenn Turner was saying that he didn't trust Lynn anymore and was planning on moving out, and she just didn't seem like the person he had married. boy, was he right.
Before we get into that, let me just show you some photographs that have been admitted, State 7 and 8. Do you recognize the car in those photographs?
Yes, that's it right there.
That's the one that he came up in?
That's definitely the pace car he pulled up in.
All right. Did he indicate what had taken him so long to get up there?
Glenn went home to change. I had to stay and sign paperwork. He went home to change, and he was going to bring the pace car with him, and he couldn't find the keys, so I figured maybe he changed his mind and just didn't want to go out with us. He was going to stay at the house, but he finally showed up and said he lost the keys.
Now, you were talking about a truck that he had before. Was this the normal car that he drove, this pace car?
He had a truck at one time. He ended up selling the truck. He loved that truck. It was a regular cabin room, several auto pickup truck. And he ended up selling the truck and got a Camaro. I think it was a blue Camaro. And we gave him a hard time about getting the Camaro. We were just teasing him about it, you know, that he just didn't look like a big old boy like him in cowboy boots driving around in a Camaro.
Fair enough. Now, you were about to tell us, as he started sharing with y'all, or spilling his guts, I think you said, tell us what he told you.
On the way up there, and on the way back, on the way up there, he started telling me that he'd made arrangements, that he was finished, he was kaput with her. He'd worked 365 days without a day off. He didn't have a penny to show for it. Lynn had he pretty much paid off most of the credit cards. He said Lynn was ringing them back up again. Made an indication that she'd bought a car, put a big down payment on some little car with a credit card. He said that, you know, all this work he'd done, and she's about ringing it all back up again. And I even made the comment to him, I said, well, I went uptown last week to get your paycheck and get the paychecks, because I went uptown and got the paychecks, and she snagged me before I left and grabbed me and said, let me have that. And she grabbed his paycheck out of the stack of paychecks, and, you know, and I said, that's why you didn't have a paycheck. She snagged it from me. He goes, oh, well, she was going to get that one anyways. But as we proceeded towards where we were going, he just continued to spill his guts, just telling me that she also told him that, which was kind of alarming to me, he told me that she said that she didn't love him and she never loved him. And when she told him that, I said, he said that she made something about the comment, you know, he got kind of angry with her and asked her why she didn't marry him, why she married him, and her attitude, well, just at the time it seemed like the thing to do. But Glenn, he just told me he was going to move out with his father that Friday. He said, I've already made arrangements to move with my dad Friday. But we continued to drive up there, and he just basically just told me all, you know, the problems they were having, that he didn't trust her anymore. You know, it just wasn't the same person that he married. He said it was just, you know, he was just totally done with her.
And it seems like, according to the prosecution, that she was totally done with him. Bring back in our guest, John Higgins, prosecutor. You've got to think that this is a fantastic witness for the prosecution. This testimony, I think, was just so powerful, just really portrays her as somebody who's money grubbing, you know, charged a car on this guy's credit card, never slept with him, basically locked him out of the bedroom, told him that she never loved him and that it just seemed like the right thing to do. I mean, that's something I think you got to play up to the jury in closing argument.
It's compelling evidence. It puts a voice of a dead victim into that courtroom. And, you know, remember that this is hearsay testimony. The defense does not have the opportunity to cross-examine the decedent in this case. It's admissible and relevant because it goes to the mental condition of the victim at or about the time of his death. And it's important for the prosecutor to show and maybe make the argument that she may have perceived that if he left that marriage, she may not have been able to collect certain monies that she had intended on collecting, because money really, a loveless marriage coupled with greed is the principal motivation in this case that the prosecutor is arguing for. The idea, you know, that you can introduce this hearsay testimony from the decedent in the case brings to life the decedent and one's heart goes out to the state of affairs that his life was in at that time and his state of mind. It's incredible.
John, you say this is compelling evidence, but I want to take something out of the equation in this case. If you weren't allowed to bring the evidence of Randy Thompson's death in this case, would that compelling evidence of the motive be enough to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt?
Well, I mean, that's a jury question.
Enough to bring it, though?
Perhaps. Yeah, perhaps. I mean, it's clear in this case that the prosecutor is entitled to introduce this evidence to show that he was going to terminate, it looked as though he was going to terminate this marriage. He can then argue that based upon her spending ways and the manner with which she runs up credit cards, that she couldn't allow it to happen at this point in time.
Yeah, it seems as if the prosecution is portraying the image that, you know, she is a woman who once the gravy train was going to stop and he was saying enough is enough and was going to move out, that then she says, well, this relationship's got to end, because then she was not going to get any financial or pecuniary benefit if they got divorced, for example. And then again, with the Randy Thompson death, he, in fact, had moved out and was looking to end that relationship. And, of course, we do know that she was able to obtain some Social Security benefits for the children due to his death in that case. But I think that, you know, the prosecution has got a lot of windfalls that's come their way, John, in this case, in terms of an excessive amount of hearsay evidence coming in to buttress their case.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say as I'm conversant in Georgia law, but in my experience has been that this amount, that testimony you just heard, is pretty unique. I don't expect that we would have had the same, can I say, good fortune as a prosecutor in New Jersey and perhaps not even in New York to get that amount of detailed, almost verbatim comments from the decedent. You're correct about that.
All right, I want to bring back in Michael Wellner. We sent you down those two glasses. Michael, you've had an opportunity to look at them, smell them, not taste them. Do you think there is a difference when you look at them side by side?
Well, it's all perspective, isn't it? The pathologist puts his finger in the glass and tastes it. The prosecutor tags it. The defense attorney says that it's contaminated by the pathologist putting his ethylene glycol finger in the glass, and the psychiatrist just listens to it all.
Well, looking at those
I don't hear anything unusual here.
Yeah.
Well, looking at those two glasses, though, do you see a difference between one from the other? Because one does, in fact, have antifreeze in it, one doesn't.
You know, you can see particulate matter here, but let's consider the perspective through which this alleged poisoning occurred. There's no appreciable difference. I mean, I've drank water in New York City that was as cloudy as this ethylene glycol glass. Really. So, I mean, a little bit of particulate matter is not necessarily going to alarm anyone, although it may alarm my mother that I drink this kind of water. But that's besides the point. You know, there's nothing conspicuous that someone who is incredibly in love is going to suspect his wife, notwithstanding the problems within their relationship, of poisoning him. It's just such an unusual scenario to even fathom, let alone someone who's got to overcome that hurdle of loving someone who doesn't love him back.
Yeah, I think you're right, and keep in mind when you say the perspective of who's looking at it and at what time. If he's slowly being poisoned like the prosecution alleges, you're so sick that you're not going to even be paying attention to that type of thing. You're just trying to drink some liquids, and again, you're not going to think in a million years that there's antifreeze in your Gatorade, and that's what's wrong with it. I mean, maybe you might say, it might not be a good batch, but other than that, I think it's something that you would never suspect in a million years. I do have a question for you, though, about your the depravity scale. Is this something that you can give people to test? Meaning, could you give it to someone like Jason Williams? Could you administer it to someone like Scott Peterson? And could you administer it to someone like Lynn Turner and get an indicator as to what kind of predictive, like future conduct they could engage in? Meaning, they hadn't been charged or, you know, or connected with any crime, but could you give this test and see if somebody had a likelihood of engaging in some kind of antisocial or depraved behavior?
There's two answers to that question. First of all, I have to explain about what the depravity scale is, and your viewers who are interested can find out more information at www.depravityscale.org, where actually there's a research protocol for viewers to participate. That said, it is specifically geared toward the pre-sentencing aspect of heinous, atrocious, cruel, and no other aspects of sentencing. It doesn't say that you're only capital eligible if you score high on the depravity scale. It looks at a crime. doesn't look at who the person is, doesn't look at why they've done it. It looks just at the intent and the evidence of intent, the evidence of the actions, and the evidence of attitude. For example, if you look in Iraq, it's an attitude issue when someone shows that they're enjoying the sadistic suffering of another person. That's one of the items under study. Now, in terms of looking at someone like a Jason Williams or a Scott Peterson or someone else about whether they're likely to offend in the future, psychiatry and the behavioral sciences have really advanced in their understanding in an actuarial, that means an accounting, specific numerical way of predicting future offenses and violence. The best known tool for that is a tool called the VRAG, the Violence Risk Assessment Guide, as well as the psychopathy checklist. People who are psychopaths, really meet criteria for psychopathy, have the highest likelihood of violent reoffense.
Well, that's fascinating. I think women across America would like to administer that to some of the potential guys they might be dating. They should put that in like Cosmopolitan magazine or Vogue or something. I think it would be a very effective tool to have, Vinny, don't you think?
A good deterrent to marriage, but we'll see. I just want to take a look at one more thing. You know, in court, I'll throw this out to John Higgins. In court, what the prosecutor showed this jury was a photograph of the Gatorade. And when you photograph it and when you see it in person, probably two different things. Would you argue against the photographs, John Higgins, as not being the best evidence and that they should actually bring the Gatorade itself into the courtroom?
Yeah, I would, but the argument's not going to work. I mean, the reality is that the foundation, which you talked about earlier, for the admissibility of any photograph is testimony from the person who observed the item being photographed at the time it was photographed to, in effect, say that it accurately depicts that which I saw in person. The defense is going to argue it's not the best evidence. The judge is simply going to say the photograph as admitted, and the issue is really one of the quality of that evidence. So the judge will admit the photograph and allow then the defense attorney to cross-examine, arguing to the judge that you shouldn't allow it. We should actually have the items here in the courtroom and let the jury then the jury kind of figures it out for themselves. But the argument for not admitting the photograph is not going to work.
All right, John, we got something coming very special your way. The glasses are heading over now to our prosecutor, to John Higgins, see what he thinks about it. And I want to tell you, here's a look at what's coming up at 5 on Catherine.
Coverage of Georgia versus Turner. I'm Vinny Politan.
And I'm Kimberly Guilfoyle-Newsome. In just 8.5 days of testimony, this jury has heard testimony from 62 witnesses. They meet most days until about 6 o'clock and have even listened to witnesses over the weekend.
As a result, they've heard a lot of important and interesting testimony, and at this time we want to take a look at some of it and get a quick take from each of our guests. Now, still with us are Prosecutor John Higgins from Bergen County, New Jersey, and a man with more titles than the Bergen County Public Library, Michael Wellner. He's a forensic psychologist, associate professor of psychiatry at NYU, and an adjunct professor of law at Duquesne University School of Law. All right, gentlemen, are you ready? I can't hear you.
Ready, Vin.
Ready to go.
Oh, here we go. Now they're ready. Okay. Now, part of the defense case is that either alleged victim in this case could have committed suicide. Here's what Randy Thompson told one doctor about how he would kill himself.
Did the patient indicate what he would really have done if he really intended to kill himself?
Yes, he said if he really wanted to kill himself, he has several guns at home, he would just shoot himself.
All right, Michael Wellner, start with you. Suicide by gradual poisoning or gun blast, which is more likely?
Suicide by gradual poisoning is something that you typically only see in ritualistic suicides where someone has disgraced himself in his own mind or has some religious motivation that's a ritual underlying the suicide. Otherwise, quick, painless, ending it all is the desired outcome.
All right, John Higgins, suicide by gradual poisoning or gun blast, which is more likely from your experience?
I've never heard of suicide from gradual poisoning. I mean, certainly we've heard of drug overdoses, inhaling carbon monoxide from inside of a garage with open windows. I've never heard of anything like consuming antifreeze, and I think jurors will have the same life experiences that we have and similar thoughts.
Well, what we have heard was a lot of evidence about the demeanor of the defendant at the funerals of both alleged victims. Here's what Glenn Turner's sister heard the defendant say at the gravesite.
She looks over at me and she's like, I got to get the hell out of here. And her and Paul laughing.
John Higgins, what does this sound like? A widow overcome with grief or a widow with other things to do?
Well, I think it needs to be placed in a little bit more context, but unquestionably it sounds like an individual who is indifferent to the value of human life, and it's somewhat shocking.
Well, Michael, is she overcome with grief at the gravesite, or does she have simply other things to do?
You don't need a psychiatrist to tell you that. I'm with Prosecutor Higgins, and I'm sure Vinny agrees with me on this. There's really no other way to interpret it.
All right, the cause of death is the ultimate issue in this case. Here's how the defendant explained the death of Glenn Turner to one witness.
For a while, she said that they think that he had passed away. He had had surgery from dirty utensils or whatever they were using during the surgery. And she said that, I said, well, you know, how did it happen? You know, what happened? And she said that she had called and asked if he'd wanted to go out to dinner. They had at the mall. And that night, she had took him super Jello.
That night being what night?
The night before he passed away.
Okay.
All right, Michael, what do you think caused the death of Glenn Turner? Dirty utensils or dirty Jello?
Well, if glycol was the means for killing these men, utensils are not going to be a way of gathering that much of a poison together.
All right, John Higgins, what's your take on cause of death here? Dirty utensils during the surgery or dirty Jello administered by the defendant?
Well, dirty Jello is winning, and I've got dirty Gatorade in front of me, which is probably winning too. But the question I've also got, was there any evidence of prior surgeries? I mean, it's one thing to make a statement like that, but it's another thing if that's a flat-out lie that he didn't have any such type of surgeries. But it's simply not credible.
All right, well, soon after the death of Randy Thompson, the defendant contacted his ex-wife, and here's what she said they talked about.
February. Did you have occasion to talk to the defendant, Lynn Turner?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to be talking to her, and how did that come about?
She had called me regarding that I needed to make a phone call so that she could start the process for Social Security benefits, and also to discuss the division of Randy's personal articles.
Okay, John, are these the actions of a responsible parent who's trying to make sure her children get their benefits, or are these the actions of someone responsible for murder?
Responsible parent is too much of a stretch for common sense, and what prosecutors say to jurors at jury selection is, or in closing arguments, they say, nobody told you to check your common sense at the door. You bring that into that jury room, and common sense dictates that responsible parent is not the correct answer here.
A favorite phrase for prosecutors across the country. Michael, are these the actions of a responsible parent or someone responsible for murder?
You know, I'm more cautious about these things, and I think that more reflects a perspective just a forensic psychiatrist would have. We come to conclusions based on the totality of information, and it's much more difficult for us to make an inferential leap, in part because we know that we'll be cross-examined on our findings. So I would just be cautious to say that I wouldn't be able to conclude one way or the other from just that point of information itself.
All right, gentlemen, a job well done. We're going to bring in Savannah Guthrie now. Savannah, you had an opportunity perhaps in your monitor out there in Georgia to see the two glasses that Kimberly and I had here, that Dr. Wellner had, and now that John Higgins has. What's your take on this? Because when we look at those two glasses, they look a little different when they're put side by side.
I thought so too. I think, first of all, I always watch both sides, even when I'm not on with you guys. I never miss a minute.
Correct answer.
Thank you very much. I actually thought the glass that was next to Kimberly on our monitor looked brighter green, which made me, having looked at the antifreeze out here a lot, to me it looked like, well, that must be the one with the antifreeze. But I think what everybody has said, and the point is so well taken, you know, when this supposedly happened, it's not like Glenn Turner's holding up the glasses as he's so sick to make sure, you know, which one looks greener than the other. So I think the overarching point is that it could have easily slipped by someone who was not expecting to be poisoned.
All right, John Higgins, prosecutor, what's your take on the two glasses?
I agree. I mean, they definitely look a little bit different. I mean, one seems to be more cloudy with some particles in it, but you know, would I necessarily be that aware of it if I just wanted to drink Gatorade? You know, the other thing that happens is when he was experiencing nausea and symptoms that could lead to throwing up, dehydration, you know, you almost wonder that jurors could kind of come to this inference that after being released from the hospital, where he had been administered IVs, that the first thing he does to keep his electrolytes in line and keep his fluids up is to start drinking Gatorade. There's no evidence to show that, but you know, when you do experiments like this and you put that out there, jurors can grab that.
You know what I would do, though, John, as a criminal defense attorney in this case, is if in fact I take the same amounts that this prosecutor did and mix them with the Gatorade, is bring 2 real glasses in if in fact there's a difference. Even though, you know, they'll take that perspective that they didn't have 2 glasses in front of them, the victim, in this case the alleged victim, but you can then explain to this jury, you know what, that picture that the prosecutor showed you wasn't 100% accurate.
Vinny, you're right. And they're going to say, oh, look at how sneaky the prosecution is, because somebody on the jury is going to say, you can guarantee it, oh, I would have noticed that. I mean, come on, they look totally different. Someone's going to have that perspective, and that's why we're asking our viewers at home to write in and see what they have to say. But of course, again, you got to take it into context. Bring back in Michael Wellner. I have a question for you. Is there a possibility here that we have dual and differing motives in this case with respect to Glenn Turner's murder and Randy Thompson's?
Well, sure. Even if we consider that the first murder was financially motivated by what she could directly get before ending the relationship with Turner, once someone has killed, that threshold is gone. That inhibition is gone. And if she had done it and she got away with it, that inhibition and that fear of capture, as well as an appraisal of what would happen after the fact, that's something it's completely different for her. So she may have had a motive of just simply moving on away from Thompson and have envisioned that she could have a more profitable, more lucrative, better situated a personal situation after Thompson was out of her life. So the historical record of these cases of women who kill their significant others includes these kinds of financially driven killings, but so that they can get an insurance settlement. Sometimes it's just so that they can get better access to being more wealthy, to more wealthy people and get situated in an upper class that they couldn't if they had a veritable ball and chain.
All right, Michael Wellner, thank you so much for joining us today. It's great to finally have you on both sides, and we look forward to
Appreciate being here. Good luck with this program. It's fun to be part of it.
Thank you very much. We look forward to having you on again. And John Higgins and Savannah Guthrie, stay right where you are. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back.
It's an exciting day here on TV, don't you think, Vinny? We're going to take you right back into the courtroom where we have Corporal David Dunkerton on the stand. This is so important. Again, another great witness for the prosecution, I tell you, that says basically that Glenn told him that if anything happened to him, look to Lynn Turner.
Corporal Dunkerton, do you recall having a conversation with Glenn Turner within a couple months of his death, more specifically about his marriage and the direction it was headed?
Yes.
And were you still working at Precinct 4 at that point in time?
I'd been transferred to Precinct 3.
Okay.
I continued on the motors, but I was just transferred to another precinct.
And when was it that you were transferred?
Right around January of 95.
And this conversation you had with Glenn, were y'all sitting down eating together or working together or what? Or both?
When I was transferred, he and I would occasionally meet where the precincts bordered each other, and we'd sit down and eat, or we'd stop at a convenience store and have a cold drink or something just to make sure we stayed in touch and that kind of stuff. But in particular, the conversation, that was while we were having a meal. I believe it was at Kenny Rogers Rotisserie, I believe, on Powers Ferry Road.
All right. And what did he relate to you about the nature of the marriage at that point in time?
He told me that it was over. I mean, he didn't see any other way to correct it, to make it better, to be able to salvage it. Said that he had suggested counseling, that Lynn didn't want to attend counseling. We had talked about him just separating and moving out, and he didn't want to do that. He felt that that was the first step of getting a divorce. And in that particular conversation, he just said there was just no way that he could see himself being able to stay in it any longer. He put up with it as long as he could, I guess.
Did he indicate what he was going to do to effect that change?
He would have to get a divorce.
And this was different than what he had been telling you previously.
Yes. He had talked before about the fact that, the relationship wasn't getting better, but that he was, continuing to try to work it because that's what he believed was the right thing to do.
Did he relate to you, if anything had changed to bring about this change in his position?
He said that the relationship got more, that he was more her roommate than her husband, that, and even then, the relationship continued to be strained and got to the point where he just couldn't, he didn't want to deal with that relationship anymore. There was nothing else he could do to affect the change to the positive that he wanted. So he felt like that was, the answer was that he would have to leave.
Now, did he say anything to you that you found remarkable regarding their relationship?
He had told me that if anything had happened to him, that I needed to look at Lynn.
Did he give you any specifics about what he was referring to at that point in time?
No, and I didn't question a whole lot about it because, I knew Lynn, and I didn't want to believe that, things had gotten to that point that, he was twice her size. It wasn't, I knew that she wasn't going to beat him up, and beyond that, no, he didn't say that she had threatened him or anything like that, but he made the comment to look at her.
Upon Glenn's death, were you there at the scene, at the house, at his death?
No, I was told by the supervision that I was not allowed to go to the house.
Did you go to the viewing?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing Lynn Turner there at the viewing?
Yes.
Where did you see her when you were there?
I saw her in the viewing room, standing off to one corner. There were several people standing around with her.
How was she acting at that point in time? What did you observe her doing?
At the particular time when I first came in, she had a smile on her face and was laughing.
Was she talking to some other people at that point in time?
Yes, there were other people standing there.
Did you see any signs of grieving at that time?
The entire time I was there, I didn't see any.
Did it appear as though she had been crying prior to your arrival there?
No.
All right, well, I have to tell you, this is powerful testimony, and I think really highlights the reason why the prosecutors decided to try the case of Glenn Turner's death prior to trying the case of Randy Thompson's alleged murder. So many witnesses, one after the next, saying how Lynn behaved, how much Glenn Turner complained about the state of his marriage, and even highlighting the point, if anything happens to me, look to Lynn. Would you agree, Savannah?
Absolutely. And remember, the next witness after that was Sergeant Fisher, who talked about 3 separate conversations over a period of months where he said about the same thing. If anything ever happens to me, look at Lynn. And the final of those conversations happened about 10 days before Glenn Turner died. And he said that Glenn Turner told Sergeant Fisher that Lynn Turner had gotten in an argument with him and had actually threatened him with a gun, with his own service weapon. So all of this has got to be having an impact on the jury. It goes right to motive, it goes right to intent, and that's the kind of thing that anybody who thinks that they might be involved in a murder, I mean, wouldn't you wish you would have said something like that to someone? It's almost like the victim is speaking in the courtroom about who did something to him, and I think it's very powerful testimony.
Yeah, and I don't think we have that with Randy Thompson. You also have the suicide complications with that case as well. But real quick, did any of these people tell the authorities, tell themselves, they're the police, at the time that they thought something was unusual?
I think they may have done so privately. I think Corporal Donkerton is the one who didn't report about what she said about look at Lynn Turner. I'm not sure that Sergeant Fisher actually relayed that particular conversation. And the reason is because, frankly, on the stand, he said, I'm not sure I took it that seriously the first couple of times that Glenn Turner said it. He thought he was just blowing off some steam. And we all know, what it's like when someone says, oh, this person made me so mad I want to kill him, or something like that. And I think that was how he took those comments, and it was only later in retrospect that he realized that Glenn Turner may indeed have worried for his own life.
Vinny, if you're telling the police officers telling one another, that kind of doesn't have you have a lot of faith in the system. If you're telling the guys are supposed to be investigating homicides and they don't even get it.
Amazing how it took 10 years to bring this, or 9 years to bring this, and it took another man's death to bring this trial to fruition here. John Higgins, so many details in this testimony, which is, as you pointed out before, it's all hearsay.
It's all hearsay, but really, Vinny, it's admissible on two grounds. One is it explains why the decedent did what he did, and in this case, what he did was start the process, I guess, if you could say that, of obtaining a divorce, leaving her, and it puts in context what he was doing. And the second argument that's persuasive is that these detailed conversations also put into context the demeanor that, when you look back on it, the demeanor of the defendant in this case, kind of an indifference to the death, not the traditional mourning individual. That is put into context by pretty reliable statements from the police officers relating to what the decedent said. And the whole thrust of hearsay and the evidence rules is to admit evidence that is inherently reliable. And even though you can't cross-examine the decedent, there's nothing that would suggest that the decedent was lying when he said those things. So they are generally reliable comments. But this is extraordinary detail, and you don't always see this in jurisdictions. This will probably be point 2 on the appeal if she's convicted. The introduction of the other death will be point 1.
Absolutely.
Well, I think it's going to be a pretty thick brief for the defense, writing one appellate issue after the next, because, boy, let me tell you, it's like Christmas there in Georgia for the prosecution team. All right, well, when we come back, we got to take a quick break. We'll have...
And today we took you inside the investigation, did our own little experiment with 2 glasses, one with Gatorade and some antifreeze added to it. And we showed them to our guests, and we showed them to you on camera. And we got some responses, Kimberly, people who are taking their own little guesses as to which is the tainted glass. So one here says that Kimberly's glass is glowing antifreeze, and that would be the one that is closest to you, the one without the tape. I believe this is the glass without the tape. So I think people are believing that it's this one over here. Not this one with tape, but the one without, because they're saying it's a little more green. Want to get, I guess, John Higgins, which one did you come to as a conclusion? With or without the tape?
I came to without the tape.
Okay,
but
Savannah.
Not confident, I can tell you that.
Very confident. Savannah Guthrie, you didn't get to see it in person. You saw it on your monitor there in Georgia, with the tape or without the tape?
I think I voted without the tape, the one next to Kimberly.
All right, and Kimberly, in the control room, 2 people chose the one with the tape. So, as the tainted antifreeze, time for our reveal here. You want to lift up one card? I'll lift up one card.
Sure, Vinny.
All right, now the one that's closest to me is the Gatorade. It's actually the Gatorade. So the correct one is the one without the tape, which is Gatorade and antifreeze. And again, when you look at them side by side, you hold them up, you can tell that it's a little more cloudy, a little bit more green. But the bottom line, for anyone who's given a glass of this, you're only given 1 glass, not 2 glasses.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I think your point is so well taken that in this case, if I was the defense, I would actually put a lot in, essentially speaking, and show that you can see, as Dr. Wellner mentioned, the particulate matter, kind of that clouding up, to show that there is, in fact, a difference. And it was sort of disingenuous on the part of the prosecution to put one in a bottle and one in a glass, because that's really not how it's going to be compared. And we don't know if it was all put inside a bottle and then that bottle poured into the glass, etc. Again, highlighting the point that this is all speculation on the part of the prosecution. It's their best theory, best guess as to what they think transpired in this case.
And but it's evidence, I think, that this jury will certainly remember, be interested in, and probably want to take those photographs into the deliberation room when it's time to do that.
We got another funny email actually saying maybe they should change the name of Gatorade to Black Widow Aid just to clear things up in this case.
Oh, bottom line again, nobody here tasted it. We just looked at it, we smelled it, and we took our guesses.
I know he did not commit suicide. He did not believe in suicide. Our religion did not believe in suicide, and he was not one to take his own life.
Linda Hardy believes her brother Glenn Turner was killed by his wife, Lynn. Good morning and welcome to Court TV's Open Court. I'm Ricky Kleeman, and I'm so happy to be back with you for the second time this week as we continue our live coverage of Lynn Turner's murder trial. After a short day yesterday, prosecutors are back at work this morning in the Georgia courtroom, and it is possible that they could wrap up their case today. Prosecutors are hoping to prove that Lynn Turner murdered her husband by poisoning him with antifreeze. Turner is also suspected of killing her former boyfriend, Randy Thompson, the exact same way. Although she has yet to be charged with a second count for his murder, defense attorneys insist that the 35-year-old mother is innocent. Before we take you live into the courtroom, let's get the latest from Court TV's Savannah Guthrie, who is outside the Perry, Georgia courthouse. Savannah, yesterday was a short day. How come?
Well, because there was a witness that the prosecutors very much want to testify who has a very bad back problem and couldn't travel from Pennsylvania. So what they did was drive back to Marietta, Georgia, which is about an hour and a half, 2 hours from here, took a video deposition, came back, and I expect they're going to play that tape in court today.
And in addition, we have a witness who continued from yesterday into today, in fact, is on the stand now. We'll get to him in a moment. Tell us about him and what did he have to offer?
This is William Dunn. Now, he's a toxicologist from National Medical Services, and that's that private lab in Pennsylvania that conducted tests on some of the tissues of Glenn Turner and some of the blood and urine of Randy Thompson. And we've just been hearing the cross-examination of this witness this morning. And one of the primary points that the defense is bringing out is what they perceive as to be a level of ethylene glycol in both Randy Thompson and Glenn Turner that did not reach a high enough level to be toxic. There are treatises that have a range of what a toxic level of ethylene glycol is, and according to the defense, in some cases, in some of these tests on Turner and Thompson, that level wasn't high enough. Now, the witness has come back and said, look, it's not really the amount of ethylene glycol that matters, because it's not ethylene glycol itself that kills you. It is the process in the body. It is the metabolites of ethylene glycol, such as calcium oxalate crystals, that lead to someone's demise. And so that whether or not we're above a range that's in a treatise really doesn't matter at the end of the day, because both of these gentlemen tested positive for ethylene glycol.
Well, I think you gave us a great summary, so on that, I'm going to segue from you, Savannah. I'll talk to you later and go right into that courtroom where Jimmy Berry does continue his cross-examination of William Dunn.
And in addition to those controls, do you put anything else into your samples in order to determine and double check the instrument's checking of that particular sample?
I believe you're referring to my internal standard.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. What is the internal standard and how does that work?
The internal standard, in this case, 1,2-butanediol, is a chemical that is very similar to the ethylene glycol that we are looking for. It has 2 extra carbons at the end of one end of the chain. It responds and acts very similar to ethylene glycol, and it is not a naturally occurring product. So we put it in there, and we know as long as the peak height remains the same, because we're putting the same amount in each and every sample, and the retention time remains the same, that the instrument is working properly.
All right. And in these cases, did in fact the 1,2-butanediol report out consistent with what you put in?
Yes, it did.
All right. And with regards to propylene glycol, was that used in this testing in any form or fashion?
It is part of the panel that ethylene glycol is part of. During this trial, I have been discussing ethylene glycol in our gas chromatographic test. Propylene glycol is also in that panel. It is separated chromatographically and identified independently.
And when you talk about the panel, let's make sure we're clear there. When you ran these tests, what is the panel of things that the gas chromatograph was testing for in this instance?
We look for in this test propylene glycol, ethylene glycol, and diethylene glycol.
All right. And in that regard, did you find propylene glycol in this substance?
No, we did not.
All right. And propylene glycol and ethylene glycol, are they at all confusable with one another, or could you confuse the results of ethylene glycol when it was really propylene glycol?
Under our method, no.
And with regards to the chemical structure of those two, although just stating them, they sound somewhat similar, are they the same substance to one another?
No.
Do they have a unique molecular structure to each one of them? Do they have a molecular structure that is unique to each one of those items?
The molecular structures there are 2 different molecular structures.
All right. And in your review of all this testing, do you see the high calibrator, high quality controls and low quality controls testing out correctly as what you put into the instrument to start with?
They were within acceptable ranges, yes.
And with regards to the internal standards, do you also find them testing out within the accepted parameters as well?
Yes, they did.
And in the actual ethylene glycol test originally performed, that was performed by Ms. Caroline Burke. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In reference to Mr. Thompson's case, 717697, did you actually perform some confirmatory tests yourself in that case? Now, I'll refer you to page 20 of that document, Mr. Doug.
Obviously, as the witness looks through the notes in order to answer questions, we realize we are in redirect examination.
Yes, do those tests confirm the presence of ethylene glycol in Mr. Thompson's blood and urine?
Yes, they did.
And did these packages that states 158 through 160, do they show the actual chromatographs produced from these instruments showing the presence of ethylene glycol and the other substances that were found?
Yes, they did.
With regards to, Mr. Berry had some questions yesterday regarding a reference range that's as part of your notes on the, I believe, Mr. Thompson's testing. I'm not sure if that was clear or not. Will you explain to us what that, when we're referring to a reference range, what are we talking about? What is that referencing?
A reference range is designed to help the pathologist, clinician, whatever, with interpretation of what his results mean. In this case, the concentrations listed indicated were a literature value pulled, removed, extracted from a book, The Disposition of Toxic Drugs and Chemicals in Man by Randall Basalt. That's B-A-S-E-L-T. And he reviewed the literature and found that there was a series of 6 deaths attributable to ethylene glycol poisoning, and he gives concentration ranges where these ethylene glycol concentrations were found in these 6 individuals.
Okay.
It is meant as a guideline.
And the range that you have in the note, is that taking what Mr. Basalt has in his text and just restating that?
Yes.
And just so we understand, this Basalt text, is this used throughout the scientific community as some sort of a important treatise?
More forensic community, yes.
And I guess not the entire scientific community, because that involves a lot of things.
That involves an awful lot of things, yes.
Specifically with regards to toxicology and toxins.
Yes.
Is this one of the leading treatises that is used in that community?
It's probably the leading.
All right. In regard to that note, I believe you indicated yesterday that that references ranges of post-mortem blood concentrations from 30 to 430 milligrams per deciliter.
Correct.
Now, your testing in this case produced results, some of which were, in fact, lower than that range. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what does that tell us in regard to that reference range? Can it be updated to have lower amounts?
If Dr. Basalt chooses to, he can. It is a guideline. This is where in people who have died of ethylene glycol poisoning, the ranges that we find, it is also on fresh tissue, other than not those that have been embalmed. Certainly, in my experience, I've had
Move from redirect to recross. This is Jimmy Berry, and again, the witness is William Dunn.
Milligrams per deciliter on the serum, which would be the blood.
Well, serum and blood are not the same, but yes.
Okay. The blood is the reference range by which you use the 30 to 450, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. In the blood that was tested, all of the blood that was tested, did any of the blood samples that you tested come up to your reference range of 30?
No.
One was 23 and one was 16.
Correct.
Is that correct? Now, you said that you had one case where a person that had 5 milligrams per deciliter had deceased. Is that correct?
It was less than 5, correct.
Less than 5. Now, can you tell me the age of that person?
No.
Okay. And the size of a person has an awful lot to do with that also. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Counsel.
Well, isn't there, have you read anything in any of the toxicology magazines or the medical magazines indicating that the amount that it would take to kill an adult human being would range based on their body weight and also their physical condition?
True, the larger the individual, the more substance you will need to get to a specific concentration. Yes, that's true.
So, in other words, a child would not have to drink very much at all.
It would be scaled down, yes.
Okay. The under 5 milligrams per deciliter that you told us about, do you know whether that was a child or not?
No, it was an adult.
An adult male or adult female?
Adult male, as I recall.
Okay. You know the age?
No, I don't recall that.
Know the body weight?
No, I don't recall that.
You know what the body weight of Mr. Randy Thompson was?
No, I do not.
Is there any scales to show the relationship between the body weight and the lethal dosage that you have in your SOP?
I'm not going to object. There's no evidence of any lethal dosage amount. It's explained this is not a lethal dosage. I think that's misleading, mischaracterized.
Okay, well, I'll just ask this question. Is there a standard lethal dosage that you know of that's in the scientific community?
Generally, 100 milliliters is considered a fatal dose in adults.
And that's the only thing that you know of any level. Is that correct?
We're jumping between amounts and levels.
Well, level, doctor, is the amount that you take. Would you not consider a level being an amount that you might take? Isn't that what we're talking about?
No, well, for the record, counsel, I do not have a degree that entitles me to the title of doctor. The amount that you take will yield a certain level, but I think I'm getting a little confused as to what you're trying to say. Sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm confusing. Maybe I'm confusing myself. Let me ask you this. You indicated to Mr. Lumpkin that anything is possible, even not finding ethylene glycol.
That is potentially possible, yes.
Potentially possible. There's a lot of things that are possible, right?
Yes.
But you would also, if you didn't find ethylene glycol, certainly you would find some metabolites of ethylene glycol, wouldn't you?
Yes, we did.
Especially oxalate acid.
That's correct. That's one of them.
Correct?
That's one of them.
Okay. So even though you might not find the ethylene glycol, you would certainly find the metabolites of it. Otherwise, if you didn't find the metabolites and you didn't find ethylene glycol, then how are you going to say they died of ethylene glycol poisoning, right?
You can get a history in your hypothetical. You can get a history and get a very delayed death, in which case everything's been metabolized out. But that would be an extremely rare situation.
Now, you told us that you went through all of these steps about how you calibrate and all those things that you went through when you do the testing with Mr. Lumpkin. The first test that you did on Mr. Turner, you went through all of those safeguards when you got a negative, didn't you?
On Mr.
Turner.
Turner? The oxalic acid you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you got, and that was on what date that you got the negative?
Actually, it was 2 dates.
2 days. So you tested it once and you got a negative on the oxalate acid. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then you tested it again and you still got a negative, didn't you? Because that's what you reported out.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Madam President. United States 158 and 16.
While there's a little movement, we're going to take a break. But first, don't forget to send me your emails. Please tell me what you think about this case or anything else that's on your mind. You know I'll answer it. Our address is opencourt@courttv.com. And as we take this break, here's what a couple of you have to say.
There was any foul play. There was no red flags. The scene seemed consistent with a natural death.
But 9 years later, investigators are singing a different tune as they accuse Lynn Turner of murdering her husband. Welcome back to Court TV's Open Court. I'm Ricky Kleeman. Prosecutors say that Turner poisoned Glenn Turner with antifreeze. Her alleged motive? Oh, the oldest one in the book, money. After her husband's death, Turner received an immediate payment of $153,000. A portion of this was money from his insurance proceeds. The defendant also received approximately $3,200 from her husband's public employees account. And each month, Turner receives $788 from his retirement plan. Now, was that enough money to cause her to kill? Prosecution is really saying that she went after both of these men for the same motive, money. Let me talk to my guest while I have a moment in this recess to do so. This is Jay Fahey, an old friend of mine, an old friend of yours from Court TV. Wonderful defense attorney, wonderful trial lawyer, great former prosecutor. How nice of you to come in and be with me today.
Pleasure to be with you, always.
Well, thanks. You know, you used to be my Friday afternoon pal, and here we are on a Wednesday morning. And you and I have seen a lot of cases where the motive looked like money. But I don't know that this motive is the worst fact in this case. What's the worst fact?
I think the worst fact, the second boyfriend is an incredibly bad fact. The one fact that that gets to me, or I think the jury is going to focus on, is the fact that she asked someone at an animal shelter if you could poison, if antifreeze had the same effect on cats as they did on dogs, which shows that she knew that this was a poison. And I think people hearing even that odd, weird fact, I think that's something that's going to be focused on with all of the other circumstantial evidence.
Do you think, if you look at this case, having just looked at the emails that appeared on our screen before the break, that if there was only the Turner case, that we didn't know anything about the Thompson alleged murder, that if that alone, because antifreeze is such a weird way to have someone go, you think that the prosecution has a strong case then or not?
I don't. I think it's bringing in the second case and the similarities between both cases, I think, is what really is going to hurt her in this particular prosecution.
Now, people tell me that in Georgia, under the Williams rule, that this signature, the idea of having two particular bad acts, as we would call them, one act of murder, one act of uncharged misconduct, another alleged murder, that this is going to pass muster with an appellate court if she's convicted. What about in New Jersey, Jay? That's your place.
This would not pass in New Jersey.
I have real doubts if it would pass in Massachusetts.
I don't think it would pass in New York either. I think in the states that I'm most familiar with, New Jersey and New York, this would not pass.
And what's the reason for that? I mean, we always hear that people say, look, we want to know everything. I mean, why should we possibly not know about the Turner death, and then we might acquit her, and then for heaven's sake, she might go after boyfriend or husband number 3?
The simple answer is it's too prejudicial. It's highly, highly prejudicial. And then in New Jersey law and in New York law, unless the signature is almost identical, if the facts are almost identical and the pattern is identical, will it get admitted? Then it overcomes the prejudicial value. But the second death, the death of her live-in boyfriend, is just so powerful. That,
of course it's powerful. It's like you just go, okay, I think I got this one now. But the reality is they are so similar. I mean, how many people on the planet die of antifreeze poisoning?
And there was testimony that in Georgia, this is only the second case that they're aware of down there. So the answer is very, very rare.
So doesn't that bring it into that little signature column?
It gets close to it, but it's the deaths were, of course, they were similar. She hasn't been charged with the second death. If she had been charged with the second death, there's an argument to be made that the second death wouldn't come into evidence because those charges are going to be faced in a second trial.
In another county?
In another county. It's similar, but not. I don't believe it's similar enough. It's you'd almost have to have more proof, maybe talking perhaps more about antifreeze, research on antifreeze, although there was a little bit of testimony with that as to her doing some research on it. It's not. It would not pass in New Jersey because it's just too prejudicial.
Well, it certainly is the linchpin here, I would say, no doubt about it. Well, you know what time it is. We like to make sure that we get the news to you as often as we can. This is a recess, of course, so it's time for us. But the reality is how much, if you're someone who chews and, unconsciously on pens or sucks on a pen unconsciously. I don't know how much it takes for ethylene glycol to get in your system. I would have never even known it was there.
But for this testimony, I think they're trying to create reasonable doubt, and I think that knowing that it is a common substance and it's something that's around everywhere, this is what the defense has to work with, and I think that's why I think some of the testimony that we heard earlier with the scientist as to what percentage in bloodstream as opposed to how much a person would have to take is very important, because I think their theme is going to be there was some in the system, but that could easily be in anyone's system because, again, these are common products. These are very common products.
It's interesting because what we also learn from these experts is about something else, and that's a term you've heard very much about during this case, and that is oxalate crystals. So let's actually take a look at what those are. What happens is of oxalate crystals, they are the toxic metabolite that is produced from ethylene glycol. They can lead to blockage of the renal tube. They can cause kidney damage and lead to kidney failure. And really, these are things that we have to think about throughout this case, because what's happening in this stage of the case, Jay, and certainly I believe, I don't know, I believe the defense would have their own experts, is to say, hey, let's look at what we've got here. Do we really have enough physical evidence to convict?
Yeah, and we have some crystals taken from the kidneys, and these crystals are caused by items that are common, whether it's antifreeze, whether it's pens, whether it's other pesticides, things like that. They're building slowly. They're using building blocks, I think, to have a good defense that they'll use in their summations. I think
well, and I guess to take you and I full circle, if they only had the death of one, they could get far with this. With the death of two, there is something where we all go, yeah, right.
That's the problem with this case. I think the motivation also, the life insurance is not an outrageous amount of money. It's not.
Well, it's interesting. I was thinking about that, and excuse me for interrupting you, but as those things pop into my head, it's because that's why I think I even phrased it as to say, was this enough money? Well, it depends. It depends. It depends on what her lifestyle was like. It depends on where she lived. Certainly, a cost of living, whether it's even in the country, a cost of living from city to city, from town to town, could be very different. I mean, for a lot of people, $137,000 plus $788 a month is a lot of money.
And she was making in the neighborhood of about $20,000 a year, so she wasn't making a huge amount of money. But if this black widow, if she was intending on that, it wouldn't have been that difficult to double or even triple that amount of insurance. So my sense is that's not. Maybe, I don't know what this jury is going to think. That's not enough, in my opinion, just by itself for murder. The affair, I think they can rationalize by the marriage was on the rocks. Maybe she's a bad person. Maybe she's an adulteress, but she's not a murderer.
It's interesting. I don't know. It's that monthly nut that gets to me in addition to the original 100-some-odd thousand. We're going to squeeze in a break while they're still in a recess. We'll be back. Court we go. The judge has been talking to the jurors.
If that's what I would do. But now I'm not saying maybe some of your employers will pay you and maybe you get to keep the jury pay. I don't know how that works. Obviously if you work for yourself, then financially, the last 3 weeks you're not going to be making as much as you would have. But we're going to give you a certificate for the entire time you talk with your bosses about it. Hopefully they'll do the right thing and pay you for the time you're here. Obviously it's your civic duty, it's your responsibility. You don't have a choice, and hopefully you work for a boss. Your boss realizes that this type of judicial system comes at a I think a small price, but a price where we all are involved, and hopefully most folks will agree with that. If not, if any of you had any particular issues, once you're through with jury service, you may call our office, and I'll just give you. I'm not going to talk with any of you. I'd like to talk with every one of you and say thank you, but I'm not going to, just because the judge needs to be detached from all aspects of it, and I don't want the lawyers to feel uncomfortable about it. I don't think they would, but I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable about it. But the law clerk would be available certainly to advise you very informally on any. She could fax you any opinions as to jury pay and whether what the employer's responsibility is. I'm hoping that we won't have any of that, but because one of you were concerned about it, she couldn't act as your legal advisor, but she could fax you anything that we have, and we'd be glad to share that with you. Right now, don't worry about it. You're going to get paid what you get paid. But thanks to your hard work, instead of taking four weeks, it looks like we're going to do it in 3 weeks. Thank you, and I'll call on the prosecution. Please call your next witness.
All right, this time we'd like to call Ms. Caroline Burke. We have her testimony via video deposition.
Okay.
And, we'd like to label that as States 161 and play that for the jury.
This is what we've learned about, that Savannah Guthrie, our reporter on the scene, told us about yesterday. This is someone who was not able to be brought into the courthouse because of health reasons, and so the lawyers agreed to get the testimony by videotape deposition. And theoretically, it should come in exactly the same way the testimony would come in. That is, if there's an objection, the judge can rule, they can stop the tape. It all depends on the quality of the deposition as to whether or not this is something that seems vibrant like a courtroom or not. Let's just hear what they say.
If you'd like to be excused for 30 minutes.
I just need to take care of some faxing back and forth tomorrow.
Certainly.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you will see it's if we could have done it, if we could have had the capabilities here, we would have done it right here in the courtroom, and it would have been live. Instead, we did it yesterday beginning at 1 o'clock in Cobb County. This is a very small room where you're going to see. It's just a video conferencing room. They tell me they could have moved it out to the courtroom, but I think that was a lot of problems. Obviously this is very serious for all of us. But I think maybe you can have a smile and watch the judge now swear in the witness, because the room was so small, we let Mrs. Crawford basically go to her office. And watch the judge, who on July 1st will have 20 years experience as a full-time judge. Watch the judge swear in the witness if you want to have a little laugh. I finally get it done.
I'll ask the prosecutor to, no, I'll go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in the case of the state of Georgia versus July, I apologize, I'm not looking at it. do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in the case of the state of Georgia versus Julia Lynn Womack Turner, who is charged with 1 count of murder, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Thank you, ma'am. Both the prosecutor and the defense attorney, who will introduce themselves in just a few minutes, will ask you some questions, and I'll now turn it over to the prosecutor, Mr. Womack.
Good afternoon, Ms. Burke.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions for you. If you would, please introduce yourself, giving us your name, spelling your last name, and tell us what it is that you do, please.
My name is Caroline Burke, B-U-R-K-E, and I'm a lab analyst at National Medical Services.
And how long have you been with National Medical Services, Ms. Burke?
I have been here a little over 4 years.
Can you give us a little bit of your background and training in this area of lab analysis, please?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in medical technology.
And how long have you been doing services as a lab analyst at National Medical or any other facility?
Just about 16 years.
Prior to working for National Medical, where did you work?
I worked a couple part-time jobs, one at a doctor's office, one at a hospital.
And were those both jobs as a lab analyst?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any sort of certification?
Yes, I do. I'm certified by the ASCP, American Society of Clinical Pathologists.
And do you have experience in performing lab analyses, both at National Medical as well as these prior employments?
Yes, I do.
And do you have specific experience in testing substances for the presence or lack thereof of ethylene glycol?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, we would tender her as an expert in the field of laboratory analysis at this time.
Mr. Berry, any questions?
No questions at this time, Judge.
Any objection to her being tendered as an expert for the stated purposes?
No, no.
You both may question her as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Burke, if you will tell us some of what your day-to-day duties are there at National Medical Services.
My day-to-day duties are to perform analysis on body fluids, tissue homogenates for the presence of drugs of abuse and therapeutic drugs.
And specifically in reference to this case for which you're testifying, did you have occasion to do some testing for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in reference to Maurice Glenn Turner?
Yes, I did.
And did you also do some testing in reference to a subject by the name of Randy Thompson?
Yes, I did.
Well, let's look first of all at Mr. Turner's case. Did you have occasion to test a liver sample that was received back in September of 2001?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what is the control number that your office and your lab puts on that so that you can keep track of it, please, ma'am?
This control number is 717693.
And is it labeled under the name of Maurice Glenn Turner as well?
Yeah, I just have Maurice Turner.
Okay. And as you received that item, what was your purpose? What were you testing for at that point in time?
I specifically tested for the presence of ethylene glycol.
And tell us what instrumentation you used to perform that test.
I used gas chromatography.
And is that a instrumentation that you've used previously and have used for years in your experience as an analyst?
I never used it in hospital setting, no.
Okay. But in your time with National Medical Services over the past 4 years, have you had occasion to use it?
Yes.
With regards to that testing, do you start out setting out any sort of parameters or some controls for the test to make sure that the instrumentation is working properly?
Yes, we do.
Tell us how you did that, please, ma'am.
We set up a calibration curve, and also when we run the specimens, we want to control data.
And explain to us what you mean when you say calibration curve as to how you constructed that, please, ma'am.
A calibration curve is standard specimens of known concentration that are plotted response factor versus concentration.
And so would you be using a known concentration of ethylene glycol to create the curve?
Yes.
Okay. And is this, the controls that you're using, is this separate and apart from the actual substance that you're going to be testing?
The controls are manufactured controls.
All right. And with regards to those calibrators, do you know what amounts you use for calibration in your testing of this liver sample?
I don't recall off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Do you have the documentation there in front of you regarding this case number?
Yes, I do.
You can refresh your recollection if you'd like to look through there. That will help you in that regard.
You are watching a videotaped deposition of this witness. It took place yesterday. Apparently she has a bad back and was unable to travel. And this is just one of those questions where she obviously has to find some material. So it starts to look like a play within a play here.
Concentrations in this particular lip pack,
Yes, ma'am.
but I know there's one of the other ones.
You will look on page, starting on page 46, I believe. You have your page number there.
They are not all numbered here.
I have it right after this fighting line.
Welcome back to Open Court. I'm Ricky Kleeman. We are watching what's going on in the courtroom, and it is, in fact, a videotaped deposition of Caroline Burke. It was taken yesterday. Court broke early yesterday for the lawyers to handle it, and now we're hearing it for the first time.
And did you perform testing for ethylene glycol in, what substances were you testing at that point in time for ethylene glycol?
Blood and urine specimens.
And did you perform tests on 2 separate tubes of blood?
Yes, I did.
And with regards to those tests, did you again do calibrations and provide control samples to ensure that the instrumentation was working properly?
Yes, I did.
And was it in fact working properly at the time that you performed this test?
Yes.
With regards to the blood tubes, can you tell us the result that you were able to obtain regarding the ethylene glycol? What was that, please, ma'am?
Okay, I have 2 separate blood tubes. One is labeled grade top A,
Yes, ma'am.
and that quantitated to 23.5 milligrams per deciliter.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have another one labeled grade top B, and that was 16.5 milligrams per deciliter.
And with regards to a urine sample, did you perform gas chromatography, mass spectrometry on that as well?
Yes, I did.
And what result did you receive on that, Ms. Burke?
I'm sorry, I have to backtrack for 1 minute. I did gas chromatography, not with mass spec on this.
On which one?
On the 3, I'm just doing gas chromatography.
Okay, on your sample that you're referring to, that I'm referring to?
Yeah, the 2 blood specimens in the urine were performed by gas chromatography.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. With regards to the urine sample, did you give us the calculation of what was determined to be in the urine sample?
152 milligrams per deciliter.
And in the process of performing these tests, are there certain protocols that you follow in order to conduct the testing?
Other than the calibration procedure and the...
Well, when you sat down to do this testing, is there some sort of guideline that you follow to know how to perform the test? Make sure it's
yes, there is. There's a standard operating procedure.
All right. And is that what's used on a regular basis there at the National Medical Services Lab?
Yes, it is.
And is it based upon accepted scientific principles throughout the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
I think that's all the questions I have for you right now, Ms. Burke. Mr. Berry may have a couple questions.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Burke.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Burke, when were the standard operating procedures formulated? Do you have any idea?
No, I do not.
Okay, was that done prior to the time that you came to work for National Medical?
I believe so.
Now, you test for a number of different things, not only for ethylene glycol, but for other toxic agents, whatever your client wants you to test for, basically.
We do here, yes, we do.
Okay, you have a different standard operating procedure for each chemical that you want to test. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, there are some that are included under one standard operating procedure.
Okay, but that would not be true of ethylene glycol testing.
I don't think I understand the question.
Well, you indicated that you can test for a number of things. In some of your standard operating procedures, you can use the same procedure for a number of different types of chemicals. Can you do the same thing in the ethylene glycol testing?
Yes, there are other things that can be tested through the same standard operating procedure.
And what other things would that be?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Now, you told us that you use the gas chromatograph. Can you tell me what model gas chromatograph that you use?
I don't have that right in front of me, no.
Okay. Do you all use the Model 900, or do you use an older model than that?
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Do you know how many models of gas chromatograph there is?
No, I don't.
Does your gas chromatograph have an ionization detector?
No, I don't believe so. Not this particular one.
Okay. Do you have some that do have one?
Yes.
And when you were testing for the ethylene glycol, you did not use one that had the ionization detector on it?
I don't believe so.
Is that what's called for in the SOP? You use one with an ionization detector?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, we use the instrumentation that was called for in the SOP.
You set up your gas chromatograph by using an ethylene glycol stock solution, I assume?
Yeah, we use the standards.
Okay, where do you get your stock solution?
From a manufacturer.
Do you know where you get it?
No, I don't.
Do you know what percentage of ethylene glycol is in your stock solution?
No, I do not.
How do you set your gas chromatograph up with the stock solution?
How do we set it up for each individual run?
Yes, ma'am.
Through a standard calibration curve.
Okay, and what standard calibration curve did you use for the ethylene glycol testing?
We use the standard calibration curve that's in the SOP that has standards of given concentration.
And where did those standards come from?
They, I believe, are manufactured. They're from a manufactured stock standard, and I believe they were made in-house.
You made your own?
I did not.
What about your calibration curve for glycolic acid?
I did not perform the glycolic acid analysis.
Who performed that?
I'm not sure of that.
Did you perform the formic acid?
No, I did not.
Did you perform the oxalic acid?
No, I did not.
Let's talk about the test you did on, first off, you indicated that the, in your report, the ethylene glycol in Mr. Turner's situation was you tested the liver.
Correct.
And the amount of ethylene glycol that was found was 0.98 milligrams per gram. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And that there was glycolic acid found and formic acid found. Is that correct?
Again, I did not perform those analysis.
But does it show in your report?
But in what I have in front of me.
Okay. And does it show also that the oxalic acid, none was detected?
That's what I'm reading off this final report, yes. Again, I didn't do that analysis either.
Is there a level that you do not report out ethylene glycol? In other words, if it's below a certain level, you would not report it out?
Correct.
As we take this quick break, I want to let you know that you can talk to me about Lynn Turner's case or whatever else is on your mind. Just log on to our website, CourtTV.com at 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
And a blood serum. You can interpose a deciliter into a gram. So,
okay.
That for me?
We convert milligrams per deciliter in tissues to milligrams per gram because the tissue came as a solid substance. We don't usually convert milligrams per deciliter to milligrams per gram in a blood specimen.
What I'm trying to find out is whether you can transfer milligrams per gram to milligrams per deciliter. Can you do that?
Milligrams per gram to milligrams per deciliter, yes.
Okay, can you tell me what that conversion would be then for 23 milligrams per deciliter? What would that equal if you were going to transfer it then to grams?
23.5 milligrams per deciliter would convert to 0.235 milligrams per gram.
Okay, would you tell me that one more time?
23.5 milligrams per deciliter would convert to 0.235 milligrams per gram.
All right. When you complete your information, your testing, you turn that over to whom?
And when the test, after the testing came off the instrumentation, it was calculated, and the results were put into a computer, and then it goes to forensic administration to take the results.
All right. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect, just quickly, Your Honor. When you talk about forensic administration, who is that you're referring to?
I believe it's a department.
Okay. Do you know Mr. William Dunn?
Yes, I do.
Who is he?
He's one of our forensic toxicologists.
All right. And is he the person you were referencing a report earlier? Is that a report that he has signed off on as a forensic toxicologist?
Let me pull that report out and get it. Yes.
All right. And that's case number, which case number are you looking at, or control number, Ms. Burke?
I'm looking at control number 717697.
All right. And with regards to 717693, do you have a report generated from that test?
Yes, I do.
And whose tissue is that in reference to?
Maurice Glenn Turner.
And is Mr. Dunn the person who signed off on that report?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And he is the forensic toxicologist there at the lab?
Correct.
And is he the person with more of an expertise, I guess, or different expertise than you have regarding toxicology findings?
Yes, he is.
that's all we have, Ms. Bird.
Okay. Any recross?
Nothing further, thank you.
You're going to release her as a witness?
I believe we will, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, no.
Ma'am, you'll be released as a witness at this time, and you'll no longer be...
As the witness is being released, it gives me a moment to talk with Jay Fahey. And Jay, my question to you really is, what was the object of the cross-examination of this witness in the deposition, knowing that this would be seen before the jury?
I think the main purpose here was that that she wasn't as competent as she should have been. She didn't know what the machines was. She didn't know what some of the protocols were. And basically, what the defense is trying to do is just show that she's a lab technician. She has a bachelor's degree, but she's not really adding that much. And this, I would think, is going to be their setup for the defense case.
And the defense case has to have an expert, right? You couldn't possibly, in this situation, rely on the cross-examination of these various experts to be able to really raise reasonable doubt, or could you?
You really can't. I mean, I hope that they have an expert. Since the prosecution case is primarily, we have this medical evidence, we have this chemical evidence, the defense has to go right at that and rebut that medical evidence, and they can only do that with an expert.
Fair enough. Well, at this point in time, there's a little quiet over there. Let's get our break in, and we'll come back with more live testimony in just a minute. To a new witness. This is Police Officer John Dawes from Cobb County. He was just about to start talking about exhumation. Let's watch.
It's not a flat site. It's not a low-lying site. It's a site that's on a grade downward from what would have been the head end of the vault toward the foot end of the vault. So there was a grade downward with the body.
Okay. And were you present when any soil samples might have been taken?
Yes, I was standing beside the grave site when one of the employees of the cemetery who participated in exhuming the vault from the ground utilized a shovel to get some soil from various places in the grave site and provided those to technician Gerhardt with the medical examiner's office to be placed in a container.
Were you present when the vault was unsealed or opened?
Yes, I was, on the back side of the cemetery, kind of out of the view of a lot of the people who were out there in attendance.
What can you tell us about the top of the vault as far as the sealing is concerned?
The vault still had a complete seal and appeared to have maintained its complete seal, not only in the ground but through the exhumation of the vault from the ground.
And were you also present when any fluid was taken from the vault itself?
There was a small amount of decompositional fluid in the bottom of the vault that was brought out into a container and held in the custody of technician Gerhardt to be retained.
And let me call your attention to the date of March the 5th of 2003 and ask if you did anything with those soil and fluid samples.
On March 5th, 2003, I transported evidence from the medical examiner's office to include these things from the exhumation that we've discussed, as well as other cases, to the crime lab. Once I arrived at the crime lab, I stamped our crime lab log so that I could show what date and time I delivered the evidence, and then I placed all these things, specifically the soil and fluid from the exhumation, into a locking container or cabinet at the crime lab indicator, and once that cabinet was locked, I left that evidence there for them to analyze.
This soil and fluid samples, were they sealed at the time you carried them?
Yes.
And did you break the seal upon delivering them in order?
Did not.
Were they still sealed when you delivered to the state crime lab?
Yes, they were.
You never looked inside the containers themselves?
No, I never opened the containers.
Here with us. Good morning, Officer Dawson.
Good morning.
Let me ask you just a few questions about your involvement. I know you and I know each other, so I won't introduce myself. You indicate you were at the exhumation of Mr. Turner back in July of 2001, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Let me ask you a little bit about the topography that you talked with Mr. Parker about. You indicate to us that it's a slight grade downhill where the vault and casket were?
Well, it's a grade. I would call it more than slight.
More than slight?
Sufficient opportunity for runoff on the grade that was present.
All right. And you indicate that the soil was taken from this area. Do you recall the various places? I believe your language was various places taken. Do you recall the area?
I had discussions with Technician Gerhardt and the then operations manager, Mark Bishop, about where we needed to take soil from. And we took soil from what had been atop the vault itself and had been placed out onto the ground, and then we took from the sides and from the bottom of the grave site. Because of the grade, there was also some soil taken from the bottom end of it at the grave site.
Do you recall how many samples you all took that day?
Exactly how many times the shovel went into the ground, I don't remember.
Do you recall how many samples you ended up taking to the crime lab?
No, what I was given by operations manager Mark Bishop to take to the crime lab, I assumed were all of the samples, which would have been the practice and the procedure to take to the crime lab to be analyzed.
So it would have been your practice to take everything, but you don't recall if you did or how many there were? Fair statement?
I didn't retrieve it from where it had been stored. I'm the practice of the medical examiner's office was to take all of the evidence, not to remove or open the package and take a portion.
You recall regarding this fluid in the bottom of the vault, how many containers or items you would have taken of that to the crime lab?
I do not remember whether we had more than one container of fluid from the bottom of the vault.
Now, the actual taking of the soil from these various places, although we don't recall how many, did you actually physically do that yourself, Officer Dawes?
The removal of the dirt? No. The removal of the dirt with a shovel was done by a worker of the cemetery who had participated in bringing the vault from its resting place and then used the shovel to put it into a container that was provided by Technician Gerhardt.
Other than simply taking what was given to you to the crime lab, is that basically the limit of your involvement in the matter?
I was in the autopsy suite a short period of time during the post-exhumation autopsy, but not for the entire examination.
And after the transporting of these items that you've told us about, is that the limit of what you've done in this case?
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge.
Would you be excused, General?
All right, Officer Dawes, we're going to excuse you. The only rule that still applies to you is you may not talk about this case with anyone who has not yet testified or who has not yet been excused, but we're excusing you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
All right, this time we'd like to read into the record before the jury.
It's time for them to do some reading. We're going to go down to the court TV. And just sworn, this is Chris Tilson.
Investigation, Division of Forensic Science, commonly known as the State Crime Lab, and I work as a forensic toxicologist.
How long have you been employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Mr. Tilson?
Since April of 1997.
And what are your current duties with the GBI Crime Lab?
My current duties with the Crime Lab are to test blood, urine, and other bodily substances for the presence of drugs and poison.
And back in 2001, were you in that same capacity?
Yes, sir.
And give us a little bit of your background, education, and training that you've had that's led you to become a forensic toxicologist.
Okay. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from the Georgia Institute of Technology with a specialization in biochemistry. I graduated from there in 1996. I came to work at the State Crime Lab. I completed their in-house training program. I've attended numerous national meetings on the subject of drugs and poisons in the human body, as well as a course in pharmacology. I'm also a diplomat with the Forensic Toxicology Certification Board.
And have you had specific training in performing tests, blood, urine, tissue samples by gas chromatography?
Yes, sir.
And in that regard, have you had occasion to do gas chromatography testing of blood and urine samples?
Yes, sir.
And have you also done gas chromatography of tissue samples?
Yes, sir.
With regards to methods of using gas chromatography, have you taken part yourself in actually developing any methods of GC or gas chromatography methods for testing?
Yes, sir. I've been responsible for some modifications and development of procedures for the testing of different substances at the crime lab.
And with regard to ethylene glycol, have you had experience in testing of ethylene glycol?
Yes, sir, I have.
And in that regard, are there any sort of publications that have been peer-reviewed to the scientific community regarding testing procedures for ethylene glycol by gas chromatography?
Yes, I collaborated on an article with my colleagues on the testing of gamma-hydroxybutyric acid and ethylene glycol. It was published in the Journal of Analytical Toxicology.
Are you one of the co-authors of that article?
Yes, sir.
And have you been certified by the GBI to perform these chemical analysis that you've been referring to?
Yes, sir.
Have you had occasion to testify previously in courts here in the state of Georgia regarding any expertise as a forensic toxicologist?
I have.
And how many times or how long have you been doing that?
I've been testifying on alcohol since 1997, on drugs since approximately 1999. I would estimate the number of cases involving drugs or poisons to be somewhere around 20 cases. Those involving alcohol are far greater.
With regards to these particular tests in this case, did you have occasion to receive some blood and urine samples to perform testing on back in January of 2001 involving Mr. Randy Thompson?
Let me refresh my recollection.
That's fine.
No,
that's fine. And what you're referring to are those, is that part of your case file in this case involving Mr. Thompson and Mr. Turner?
Yes, sir. This is part of the case file. That's correct.
Right. Tell us, if you will, if and when you received some items for testing.
Yes, we received evidence for testing on 01/23/2001. That's January 23rd, 2001. We received 3 tubes of blood and 2 tubes of urine from our lockbox at headquarters.
And are these tubes, would they be labeled in some way so that you can keep track of them as to what they are and to which case they go?
Yes, sir. When they enter the laboratory, we note how they're labeled. In this case, they were labeled as being collected from Randy Thompson. We had then assigned a unique crime lab number to every piece of evidence and paperwork. The crime lab number in this case would be 2001-100-2536.
And what was the request that was being made of you as far as the testing to be done on these substances?
The request that was made of me was to test the substances for ethylene glycol.
And the substances you had were 3 tubes of blood and 2 tubes of urine? Is that what you indicated?
Yes, that is what was received from the crime lab.
All right. Tell us a little bit about, as you start to go about this testing, well, first of all, what test did you perform on these substances?
I performed a test for ethylene glycol using a methodology called gas chromatography mass spectrometry.
And did you test both the blood and urine at this point in time, or just one of these?
Initially, I just tested the blood specimen.
All right. And upon testing the blood by gas chromatography, did you obtain a result regarding the positive or negative nature of ethylene glycol in the blood?
I did.
Explain to us what your result was and what that meant to you.
My initial findings were that the blood specimen was negative for a significant quantity of ethylene glycol.
When you say negative for a significant quantity, explain to us what that means, please, sir.
Sure. Every drug and poison has what's called a limit of report. It's a level below which we will not report an analyte as positive. In this particular case, there was evidence of ethylene glycol in the sample. However, the quantitation fell below our limit of report and therefore was determined to be negative for a significant quantity of that analyte.
And that amount that you have as being a level of report, what is that based upon?
We base our limit of report upon a level below which that we won't report it. That's based upon experimental evidence and determining what the relevant concentrations of a particular drug is. It's so that we will not report something that actually isn't there or isn't relevant to the case.
And with regards to this level of report, is it the same for every testing of ethylene glycol?
The limit of report is established for each analyte that's quantitated or each procedure. So different drugs and different poisons would have different limits of report.
When you received this result of being negative or significant quantity, did you report that out?
I did.
And what happened as a result of your reporting that finding?
Upon reporting that finding, well, initially a discussion was had with Dr. Capone as well as several other people, managers at the crime lab, regarding this particular case. And Dr. Capone really was not satisfied with that result. He had said that he had found some crystals in the kidney and wanted to follow up on that. So he wanted to follow up on the crystals he had seen and requested that we would send one tube of blood and one tube of urine to an independent agency for testing to evaluate the presence of that particular substance.
And who would be responsible for actually making the request of the ethylene glycol test that you initially performed?
For those particular tests that he was requesting, I believe that he made that request of National Medical Services, and we relinquished the specimen to Dr. Capone for that purpose.
And the actual test that you performed, was that due to Dr. Capone's request as well? Or did you just decide on your own to test for ethylene glycol?
No, the tests that are performed are dependent upon what is requested by the medical examiner in the case of postmortem cases, or the circumstances indicated by the case itself.
Prior to your doing the actual first test, were you aware of these findings of the crystals that Dr. Capone had found?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And in the process of having gotten this finding that you told us about, were items actually sent to National Medical Services for further testing?
Yes, I believe that they were packaged for sending to National Medical Services on April 11th.
And what was actually sent to National Medical Services?
Well, what we did is we originally received three tubes of blood labeled item 2A, and 2 tubes of blood which were labeled item 2B. We then removed 1 tube of blood and 1 tube of urine. We relabeled the blood tube 2A.01 and the urine tube 2B.01, and then they were relinquished for shipping to National Medical Services.
And prior to your sending things to National Medical, and even prior to your doing the initial testing, were you aware of any other testing had been performed in the crime lab regarding this blood and urine?
Yes, routine analysis of post-mortem specimen generally involve the test for alcohol and the test for drugs. And in this case, I believe both a alcohol analysis and a toxicology analysis or check for drugs was done.
And are you familiar with any reports that were generated as a result of the initial alcohol testing in the case?
Yes.
And was that performed by you or by someone else?
That was performed by someone else at the crime lab. I believe the alcohol analysis was performed by Rachel Cosa, and the toxicology analysis was performed by Lisa Holt.
In Ms. Cosa's report, indicates 3 tubes of blood.
Testimony of Chris Tilson. He is a forensic toxicologist with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Let's listen.
Yes, I did. And that quantity then that quantity was approximately 380 milligrams per liter of ethylene glycol.
And would that be a positive result of ethylene glycol?
Yes, that's well above our limit of report.
All right, I think this would be a good breaking point.
A 20-minute break. I'll ask the lawyers and staff to stay in here with me just a minute. Mr. Tilson, you may be excused for 20 minutes. All right.
Well, they're going to take a little bit of an early break. He's 20 minutes almost to the minute. Jay Fahey, one of the things that's coming clear is we're really getting to the end here. Chris Tilson, I say, boy, went to the right witness school. He sounds good. He's doing the same type of testimony, expert testimony that we've heard from others, but he does it with precision. He really sounds like the kind of person you trust. And yet, we're just hearing that he made an error in his calculation.
He comes across very sharp, very on top of things. He's a good-looking witness, and the jury is riveted to him, as opposed to the woman that we heard earlier on the video. A videotape by itself, I think, makes people want to go to sleep. But this is a very good witness.
I think he is, and we'll get to learn more, of course, after the recess when we hear about what kind of calculation error it was. But sometimes these things happen. We've seen it in many cases before. for, and you just have to fess up.
You just have to go with it, and as long as he can explain the reason for the error, and that the error was something that he's not remaking something or doing something over again or fabricating something, jurors understand that.
No, I absolutely agree with you. And we're told, or I'm told by my producer, Michelle Fox, that they are doing some action in the courtroom having to do with charging questions, so I think we ought to listen.
One way or the other. Any reason you feel uncomfortable with it as to this particular case?
I do, Judge. I think it gives the jury the opportunity to pick and choose what charges they're going to use. They can pull out and just hear or read back there one particular charge without giving consideration to anything else the judge has said. And there's really no way for you then to say to them, don't put any more emphasis on this. If they want to recharge, they'll come back, and then you'll tell them, you don't put any more emphasis on this than you do any of the rest of it. But if you send out everything to it, they get to pick and choose what they want to apply.
What do you feel about it, Mr. Barry? Do you feel strong, or you just want to submit it?
Well, Judge, I think it's very helpful to the jury. You know, we give them 30 minutes worth of law, and these are people that are not lawyers. We expect them to understand everything that we tell them, and it's very difficult for them to pick up on what the court is saying in that time period. I think it's very helpful for them. The court informs them initially that you should not put any more emphasis on one charge or take it as a body of charges. So I think certainly that there's no reason not to send it out. I think it's helpful. And I would imagine that all of us want things that are going to be helpful to the jury. In the interest of justice, whatever's helpful to the jury should be sent to them.
All right, and when we come back, and I'll give you all about 18 minutes, I'm going to let you know on that issue. Thank you. You may be excused.
We have one other issue, too, that I don't know if
I tell you what, when we come back after 18 minutes, just bring that up. Go ahead and discuss that. Do you mind discussing it with the state?
No.
You can discuss it with the state, and then I don't know what it is, but in 18 minutes, come back and you can bring it up with me.
Well, it's getting closer to 17 minutes now, and this is a judge who really means it. 18 minutes or 17 minutes. I have to say, Jay, that's my kind of judge. I want the rules for absolutely being strict. I know what the game is then. I'm always one of those people who is not only prompt, I'm early. I like things to move along. I don't want a trial that has 110 bench conferences a day, so I give this judge an A for that.
I think it's rude to the jury. These are people that are giving up their lives for a period of time, and I think they should be given the utmost courtesy as to time, and as you push the case as fast as you can for the jury.
I totally agree with you. Let's talk about what just happened here, because I was so startled. You have the defense arguing that the charging document, that is literally the piece of paper that says what the defendant is charged with and what particulars are there, the defense is saying, by all means, Judge, give it to the jury when the case is going to be deliberated. And you have the prosecution saying, no, no, don't. I would have thought it would have been the opposite way.
That doesn't make any sense to me. The prosecutor is the one that crafted that document. That document, if a prosecutor should want that in the room, a prosecutor should be even reading pieces of that document as they're doing their summation.
It's very odd.
It is, unless there's something in that document that it still makes no sense, because this is the prosecutor's charges. I was going to say, if there's something in the document, a definition that they're afraid of that'll be explained in another section that hurts them, maybe they don't want it done. But that's going to come out anyway, so it just makes no sense.
Well, and it's interesting, too, because in a state like Georgia, I've tried federal cases in Georgia, a lot of them, not state cases. Nancy Grace, of course, is what made her prosecutorial bones in Georgia, that the charging document and the jury instructions would always go into the jury, and I've always thought that the jury should have the jury charge, because it gives them a framework so they don't have to keep coming back and ask to be re-instructed. Now, where I had practiced in Massachusetts, the jury instructions were never going in.
In New Jersey, it's whatever the judge wants. Some judges allow it, some judges don't. I think the better practice, though, is to let it in, because that way the jury can focus exactly on what the language is. If they have a problem, they can be very specific as to what a definition is if they're still not clear what a definition is. But I think that's a win-win, actually, for both sides, for the jury charges to go into the jury room.
Me too, taking notes too. I believe in all of that. We are coming to a close, and I wanted to give you an opportunity, since we are in a recess, which is great for us to be able to not be blocking testimony, to share whatever final thoughts you have for the day.
I think that the prosecution is putting in a good case. The building blocks are there. That greed is a motive, lust is a motive, but the key to this case is a cause of death, and that's the testimony that we've been hearing in the past day or two. And cause of death is the real issue in this. And they're putting it in the right way, in a methodical way. The defense, I think, is also doing a good job. They're on their cross-examination. They're attacking the cause of death, and they're doing it. They're not hitting home runs, but they're chipping away at this. And I think the real. I'm looking forward to seeing the defense expert in this case, because that's really where they're going to start chipping away at the state's case. And so I think both sides, we're seeing very good lawyering, and both sides have very good lawyers. I mean, the way they deal with each other.
There's no doubt. And that's what you and I like. We really do. I want to thank you for coming in and spending time with me today. It was a special request, and I always appreciate your coming in from New Jersey, so thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
And I have a little thought for all of you. There was a great case that we did that we used to call the Black Widow case on Court TV. It was Della Sutorius, and if you remember something of that, maybe you'll send some emails to Fred about that tomorrow. That's all the time that I have for you today on Open Court. We want you to stay tuned for more live testimony. And coming up next, Trial Heat with my dear friends Lisa Bloom and James Curtis. I'm Ricky Kleeman. I am going to run to the Web Center to do a chat with you right now at CourtTV.com. And I can't begin to tell you how great it was to be back with you again. I'll see you next time, maybe in about a month or two. I'm back to LA later today. Take care.
Toxicologist, Georgia Bureau of Investigations.
Told us that it's the constituent of other applications, cleaning products and things of that nature.
Yes, I've consulted literature in that regard, and as far as household products, it's in quite a few household products. However, the only ones that are in very appreciable amounts are the ones I've detailed to you. That antifreeze and Fix-A-Flat are the only ones that really contain ethylene glycol in greater than amounts greater than 6%, or at least the ones I could find in the literature.
Is it a constituent of certain embalming fluids?
I'm not aware of any embalming fluids which use ethylene glycol.
All right. Are you aware of the term material safety data sheets?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had an occasion to look at those concerning embalming fluids?
Yes, I believe that they were submitted with the embalming fluids that we received, the Triton 28 and the Care 25, which I analyzed.
Have you had an occasion to look at any other of the MSDS sheets in regards to any other manufacturer of embalming fluids?
No, sir, I have not.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
It's D3, Mr. Lynn.
Yes, sir.
It hands you what's previously been marked and identified and admitted as D3, and ask you to look at that MSDS for a moment regarding that embalming fluid. Does that sheet indicate the chemicals which go into making up that particular embalming fluid?
This appears to be a material safety data sheet from the Aldencon Corporation for embalming fluid. Yes, and it indicates that there are 3 potentially hazardous components that need to be specified for the material safety data sheet, and that would be formalin, phenol, and ethylene glycol, and the concentration of 55% ethylene glycol.
Thank you. Have you had seen this or have knowledge of this particular corporation, Mr. Tilson?
I do not. The only 2 embalming fluids that I had a chance to familiarize myself with were the ones that were submitted to me.
So in other words, the only 2 you had an opportunity to familiarize yourself with what was given to you by whomever was asking you to perform the test?
Yes, I understand that they tried to determine what was the most likely embalming fluid used, and so they submitted me the particular specifications for those embalming fluids.
Okay. Now let me ask you something that, and I may struggle a little bit to ask it the correct way, but since we've determined that ethylene glycol is in fact a constituent of various products, when you're testing for ethylene glycol and you determine, in your opinion, that it's present, do you also determine from that any other constituents which may help us decide from which product it came?
Well, in general, if I get a specific request for ethylene glycol, I just look for ethylene glycol.
All right. So in other words, if someone is concerned about from where the ethylene glycol came from, is it possible to test for other chemicals to see what was with that or maybe present in the body?
That would be somewhat dependent upon the chemical that was required to be tested for and the nature of the specimen submitted.
Did anyone ask you to do that in this case?
No, I was not.
Now, when you test for ethylene glycol, I understand that it's not your position to determine whether that level meets any standard which might cause death, is it, Mr. Tilson? That's not what you do.
My job is not to determine cause of death in an individual. However, I do evaluate levels of ethylene glycols, whether or not they're consistent with other reported deaths due to ethylene glycol.
Well, let's talk a little bit about these cases. And let's go a little bit in order of speaking of Mr. Thompson's situation first. Now, I believe you told us on direct examination that you initially received the blood and urine on this case January 23rd, 2001. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, according to my notes, and help me if I'm wrong, you received on that date 3 tubes of blood, 2 tubes of urine.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Let me show you official report from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab. Help me understand a little bit. Does that indicate the initial receiving date that you received the blood and urine?
Yes, it indicates that on 1/23, we received item 2A, which is 2 tubes of blood, and 2B, which is 1 tube of urine. However, it does not reflect item 2A01 and 2B01, which are the tubes that were actually divided out to give to National Medical Services.
So help me understand then. Did you receive 3 blood, 2 urine, or 2 blood and 1 urine?
We received 3 tubes of blood and 2 tubes of urine. Again, when we initially received it, they were all given the item number 2A for the blood and 2B for the urine. When we separated out 1 tube of blood to send to National Medical Services, it was given a new item number. That was item number 2A.01. And then the 1 tube of urine was given a new item number 2B.01. So those were then sent to National Medical Services. The only specimen detailed in our particular report is item 2A, which at that time contained 2 tubes of blood, and 2B, which is 1 tube of urine, because we had already taken 1 of each out and sent it off to National Medical. We have other reports which detail all of the specimens received in a particular case. But for evidentiary reasons, we don't always show every piece of evidence received on a particular case. For example, since I perform a toxicology analysis, I don't show the fact that a bullet or a foreign fiber may be received on a particular case. So we have to physically make sure that the evidence is related to the case and shown if it's significant.
So do I gather from that you're telling us that on some occasions when you receive what may be potential pieces of evidence, you don't show them on your report as receiving them?
We show the evidence which are related to a particular analysis. The evidence that is related to that particular analysis at that time, we only had in our possession 2 tubes of blood, which is item 2A, and 1 tube of urine, which is item 2B. Because 1 tube of blood and 1 tube of urine have already been sent to National Medical. Now, the re-release of that report shows all of the items 2A01, 2A02, and 2A, and clearly delineates 3 tubes of blood and the disposition of those particular samples.
Did that 3rd tube become relevant when you issued the 2nd report? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, it was then associated with that particular toxicological analysis. That is correct.
Is there any pieces of evidence you received in this case that you didn't issue a report on because you made some determination it wasn't relevant?
Well, I don't. Again, the specimens that are listed, I would not list the specimens that were received that I did not personally test, such as, again, a bullet in a firearms case. The sections which you received were for histology slides. That would be item 2C. And in this particular case, there are 2 other items which are not listed on my report. And that would be item 2C, which would be sections which are submitted to histology because they are not part or relevant to our toxicological analysis. And item 3, which is a bloodstain card, which probably would have been submitted to serology for DNA analysis if it was to be analyzed.
All right, we're going to take a quick break from the proceedings, take you right down to the Court TV News Center where Gene Casares is standing by.
18 milligrams.
Milligrams, I'm sorry. All right. Now, your second test, or the test on the second sample of blood, you reported out as 350 milligrams per liter, and in our conversion ratio, that would be 35 milligrams per deciliter, correct?
That is correct.
So let me make sure that I understand and ask you a question. The first 2 samples of blood, the first sample you report out as we converted it to 18 milligrams per deciliter, the second one to almost twice that amount, 35 milligrams per deciliter, correct?
Those are the, yes, so those are the values that were reported. Yes, sir.
Now, those samples that you've tested, do you send those to National Medical?
Yes, those samples were sent to National Medical after my analysis. That is correct. Both tubes of blood and the remaining 2 of urine. And they were subsequently returned to us after National Medical analyzed them.
Now, before we go to those samples at National Medical, do I understand from your previous testimony that previous samples have been sent to National Medical back in April of 2001?
Yes. Again, once the initial report was prepared as negative for a significant quantity of ethylene glycol. Before that report was generated, Dr. Capone was informed of what that result was going to be, and he was not satisfied with that answer. So he asked that we send out 1 tube of blood and 1 tube of urine to National Medical Services so that he could determine if oxalate was present in the urine and blood. And so on April 11th, the specimens were prepared and sent to National Medical Services.
Have you seen the results from National Medical regarding those first samples in April sent to them?
I have not seen the initial test for oxalate. No, I have not.
You haven't seen that initial report sent in April. What happened to the samples sent to National Medical in April?
Unfortunately, those particular specimens were destroyed. Unless a specific request is made for samples to be returned, the specimens are actually destroyed.
Which sample did you test when you initially came up with a negative amount?
It really cannot be determined which of the 3 tubes that I tested that were originally submitted. There were 3 tubes submitted. We presume that the blood specimen generally will be homogeneous between all 3 samples.
But we know this.
So I picked one of those 3 samples for analysis. I don't know which tube was actually selected for that original analysis.
So I understand then you don't know which tube were sent to National Medical, and you don't know which tube you tested that proved that initially you reported out as negative, but whatever was sent to National Medical was destroyed from April, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Who selected National Medical Services?
I believe that the medical examiner makes the determination of where he'd like to send those particular specimens. We contract out some analyses that we don't perform at our particular laboratory to various agencies. National Medical is one of them that we have used in the past for the analysis for different specimens.
Now, when you sent the blood and urine to National Medical, I'm not talking about the April that was destroyed, but the second time, have you had an occasion to see and review the report by that company regarding their test on Mr. Thompson's blood?
I have seen that report, yes.
All right. And I believe they report out in the ratio that we converted yours over to a moment ago, and that would be milligrams per deciliter, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in reviewing the work from National Medical, they indicate, do they not, Mr. Tilson, a post-mortem fatal concentration for ethylene glycol?
They indicate a range of, they generally indicate a range of concentrations which have been observed in fatal cases.
And that range is a low of 30 to a high of 430, correct? Milligrams per deciliter.
I believe so. I don't have that report in front of me.
Yeah, I approach the witness, y'all.
You may.
It's a National Medical report.
Yes, sir.
All right. You can approach, and she'll change your paper while you're doing that.
numerous cases which are below that, which are associated with ethylene glycol overdoses. And in fact, about 30% of the 21 cases involving ethylene glycol deaths that I've tested are below 30 milligrams per deciliter. And so that's not uncommon. In addition to that, Poison Control publishes their statistics for poisoning overdoses and fatalities. And their range that they report is between 50 milligrams per liter or 5 milligrams per deciliter, all the way up to 12.6 milligrams per liter.
And who does that?
That's the toxic exposure surveillance system. I reviewed their data for 2000 through 2003. They had 72 reported fatalities. Their lowest was 0.05 grams per liter. I'm sorry, I'm telling you in the units that I remember, but 0.05 grams per liter up to 12.6 grams per liter, which would be 50 milligrams per liter up to 1,260 milligrams per liter. So while that range is a published range, it's published, I believe it's referenced from the disposition of toxic drugs and chemicals in man from Randall Basalt. I believe that range is probably taken from that particular resource, and it encompasses a few case studies, but the volume of data certainly indicates the range is much broader than what they have reported. And that's because generally the toxic effects of ethylene glycol are not mediated specifically by ethylene glycol, but it's their metabolites. So I have had an occasion to test one case where the autopsy blood was negative. However, when I had the occasion to obtain the sample from the hospital, it was actually positive for ethylene glycol. And that person died from the ingestion of ethylene glycol, is what was suggested. However, the ethylene glycol had cleared the body by the time that person actually expired.
Your lab chose National Medical Services, correct? Your medical examiner at your lab asked National Medical to test this blood, didn't they?
I believe that, I don't know if it was our particular section or the medical examiner, but someone in our laboratory, yes, chose to send the two to National Medical for analysis. That's correct.
I mean, didn't come up out of the air. I mean, somebody had to pick them, and it had to be sent to them to be tested, correct?
Certainly. It was, National Medical was selected for analysis.
And whether or not you agree or disagree with the particular services that have been picked by the medical examiner at the Georgia Crime Lab list a reported post-mortem blood concentration in fatal overdoses, and it's from 30 to 430, correct?
All right, that's been asked and answered and explained.
Well, I have a right to make sure that my questions are answered, Judge.
It's been asked at least twice, Your Honor. It's been answered.
I'll allow you, you have him on cross, but I don't want either one of you to ask the same question twice. You assume that the jury heard it. However, you have him on cross, and I will allow it.
And they've listed those ranges, correct, Mr. Tilson?
Yes, they've listed those ranges as potential or examples of ranges they've seen in, or been reported in post-mortem overdoses. However, they do make the annotation that it is dose and time dependent on the end of their report, indicating the fact that certainly a person may expire from ethylene glycol, but have eliminated all the ethylene glycol by the time that the sample was drawn.
Did you look for metabolites in this case?
I did not look for metabolites in this particular case. No, sir.
Now let's talk about the urine that was sent to National Medical that was tested. Back in April, when Dr. Caponen sent some items to National Medical, do you know whether or not any sample of urine was sent?
Yes, the original analysis for oxalate, I believe that was the purpose of that analysis back on April, or the packaging of sending in April 11th. 1 tube of blood and 1 tube of urine was sent at that time.
Did you see any reports regarding the test performed on the urine sample sent in April?
I did not see any of those reports. To the best of my recollection, I have not seen them.
Do you know what happened to that particular sample of urine?
The sample of urine sent would have been destroyed unless it was requested that it be returned. To the best of my knowledge, it's been destroyed.
Now, regarding Mr. Turner's situation, do I understand from your testimony at this point, since there's been no mention of any blood or urine tests, there were no tests done in regards to those serums, blood or urine on Mr. Turner?
For the Turner case, all that we were submitted was a liver specimen. The embalming process probably removed any usable blood specimen from the body.
All right. Did you receive any kidney and muscle from Mr. Turner's situation?
Yes, we did.
And I gather from what you've told us in earlier testimony that the kidney itself, I'm sorry, the liver is what was actually tested. The kidney and muscle were not.
In this particular case, sir, the kidney and the soleus muscle were not analyzed.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the situation on testing the kidneys. And I know you've told us that what you reported out and what national medical folks reported out is there's some variance and difference between those. Correct?
Sir, did you say the testing of the kidneys or the testing of the liver?
Liver, because you didn't test the kidneys, did you?
I'm sorry, I thought you had said kidneys.
I may have.
My apologies.
No, my apologies.
The liver specimen that we tested reported back an analyzed concentration of 1.6 milligrams per gram. And I believe that their analysis was 0.98, please correct me if I'm incorrect, milligrams per gram.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the test on the liver itself. You indicate that you set it up for a week in embalming fluid, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the embalming fluid in which you set the liver in for that week period of time was what was given to you by whomever had requested the test to be performed, correct?
I believe it was submitted from the Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office. Yes.
Okay, bring in our special guest today, Joe DeSenza, criminal defense attorney. I got to say, I'm impressed so far with what Vic Reynolds is doing on cross-examination. Do you think it's effective?
I think he's doing a great job. This is a very circumstantial case, even if the cause of death was uncontested. But he's now placed the cause of death squarely an issue here, together with the fact that the prosecution really can't prove where and when and how this poison was administered, if in fact it was administered by Lynn Turner.
And if you're defending this case, Joe, what are you going to do? Because the prosecution's getting ready to, wrap it up here today. It's the defense's turn to try and poke some holes in this circumstantial case. What would you have in store for them?
Well, I think that the defense obviously has their own experts lined up, which experts I imagine are going to give fuel to the fire that Vic Reynolds is creating right now.
Okay, so you're going to call somebody else, perhaps your own forensic toxicologist, your own forensic pathologist. And my big question for you, do you put Lynn Turner on the stand?
At this point, no, I don't.
Do you think that the prosecution has presented a strong enough case that it is not necessary to put her on to kind of refute any of the things that they've said? Because there's been a whole lot of bad character, essentially, testimony in about Lynn Turner from just about everybody up and down Georgia, it seems.
Yeah, well, character may not be the greatest, but I don't think the state so far has proven that she committed a murder.
Yeah, but so far it seems the evidence has been pretty strong, suggesting, I mean, how do you explain away? You can't say, really, can you, that both of these men committed suicide? It doesn't make sense. And then to say that they just both accidentally dropped dead, essentially, at 31 and 32 years of age, I think that's something the jury's going to struggle with.
I think they're going to struggle with that, but I'll tell you what, I think they're also going to struggle with the fact that both of these men, the night before their death, went to an emergency room where they were given fluids. And I think the defense may make a lot out of that.
And say what?
I don't know that they have to say very much. I think they only have to raise probabilities. Don't forget, you have to prove that Lynn Turner committed this murder beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense's job is to provide some doubt, give the jury some reason to pause and think about whether or not the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she's committed this.
Well, some excellent points. I wish we had more time with you here today. Come back and join us again real soon. Joe DeSenza, great criminal defense attorney. Right now, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more Georgia versus.
Yes, sir.
In running all of these tests, Mr. Tilson, and all of these, and I'm not being flippant with you, but all these machines and terminologies that you know much more than the rest of us, but basically a lot of it will end up being interpreted or reported out or involved with human beings. You report it out, and correct?
Yes, sir. The human beings have to prepare the samples. The instrument is a tool which we use to analyze for the presence of drugs, but the final determination of a particular report is based on all the evidence collected, my training and experience.
Tonight on Mastermind.
I think so far they're getting their sweet ending. This case has gone in strong. They've had compelling witnesses, and one person after the next, like I said earlier, up and down the state of Georgia, it seems, come in to basically say that Lynn Turner wasn't a woman to be trusted, that she was greedy, that she was uncaring, that she shut her first husband out altogether except for her desires to get money from him, and then allegedly got rid of him.
Right, and we've heard so much testimony about her demeanor, the way she acted, the way she was, what type of person she was. So much damage has been done in front of this jury. We've got to see what the defense can do, if anything, during their case to rehabilitate her, make her into a human, make her into someone that the jury may give the benefit of the doubt to and ultimately find reasonable doubt for.
Sure, because this is, in fact, a circumstantial evidence case. And again, direct and circumstantial evidence do have the same weight in a court of law. But again, the jury is hearing one thing after the next about this woman. But the defense has to get up and say, okay, listen, she's not going to win any prizes for miscongeniality, but that doesn't mean that she killed these two men. And they have to point out that the prosecution hasn't proved their case. To say, in fact, that this is rumor and innuendo and speculation, that they're trying to pile it on by bootstrapping in this whole other case that's never been charged and never been proven, the death of Randy Thompson, and pin it on her in this case so a jury will find her guilty of Glenn Turner's murder.
Right, and talking about, how do you make a jury like this person without testifying? Because it seems everyone agrees that she shouldn't testify. We've had I think I've seen one or two guests on Court TV say she should. But we saw in the Jason Williams case, he never testified. But you just got that feeling from being in that courtroom that he was able to, through his presence, through Billy Martin's words that he was able to get in front of this jury, that the jury somehow seemed to like Jason Williams. And I don't know if that's happening inside this courtroom. And I think that's sort of some of the momentum they have to shift because of all this evidence, and especially because you're talking about two men dying, not just one.
Sure. What's interesting is Savannah Guthrie gave us some insight about the courtroom, what's going on, some courtroom color and flavor, so to speak, saying that this woman is actually pretty friendly, that she had said good morning to Savannah, was smiling and being sort of warm and gregarious to people. Now, whether or not that would have any impact on the jury, because she's not allowed to say or behave that way in front of the jury, really, I doubt it'll have an impact. But nevertheless, is she making any eye contact or smiling? How is she conducting herself in the courtroom? Because that may be the only interaction that this jury gets with her if they decide to keep her off the stand.
Absolutely, and what has been shown, at least what we've been able to show on TV, because we have the cameras inside the courtroom, from what the viewers have seen, they don't like this woman, and they don't like the way she's acting. They don't get a good vibe from her. But then again, some of them didn't get a good vibe from Jason Williams, but the jurors in that case did. But as we sit here and watch her, it's been pretty much the same, where she's shown no emotion, and that could be a problem, because in this case, unlike Jason Williams, it was two men who were supposed to be so important in her life that we're talking about the death of these two men, the painful death that these two men suffered, and yet she doesn't seem to be suffering in the courtroom, and she didn't seem to suffer at the viewings or at the funerals.
She seems to be really just kind of unaffected by the whole thing and nonplussed by what's going on. I mean, maybe she's not getting how powerful this evidence is that's going in against her, one thing after the next. And I'll tell you what I thought was interesting when we had a great guest here on Court TV. The sister of Randy Thompson was on, and she just was unbelievable when she was giving the information that her brother really loved Lynn and wanted to marry her, but that she wouldn't marry him, which is pretty unbelievable, except then we know that she had already convinced him to make her the primary, the beneficiary, and she was going to get the benefits because she had the children with him.
And so interesting along those notes, though, you have two men that have been described in this courtroom as being great guys. They had so many friends, and they were in love with this woman. So maybe there's some way, if you do get her on the stand, to get that personality out and find that piece of this defendant that these two men were able to fall in love with, and maybe the jury can feel something for her.
I think you're right. And, in this case, I don't know that they have a whole lot to lose. They've done a very skillful cross-examination, I think, on the whole, in terms of the whole prosecution case. The defense has been really good on that. But nevertheless, they've got their work cut out for them, and they better bring some amazing experts, I think.
Amazing experts.
Amazing experts to convince this jury to look the other way at the circumstantial evidence that's piling up in that courtroom.
It really is. And, well, here's a look at what's coming up at 5 on Capitol.
Preparing a draft of charges that is not the final draft, but y'all are going to take them home tonight and look at them. It's going to have to be tonight when you look at them to double check me. We've still got 3 or 4 charges that we've reserved, but I want you to carefully look it over to make sure that I've told you. But right now, you're not planning on putting good character in. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. So I understand that. Bring the jury in, please.
Okay, well, you heard it right there. Judge Bottiver doesn't waste any time. He's getting these attorneys ready for their closing arguments. They're both going to be able to argue. And we just heard something interesting, Vinny, about character evidence. The defense saying they're not planning on putting any good character evidence, and someone in our control room said maybe they don't have anybody. I mean, that's a possibility.
That's a possibility, and it also opens the door for a lot of bad character evidence, which you don't want, and even though a lot of it has come in already.
How much worse could it be?
Well, that's the problem.
I mean, that's the thing. What else can they say about this woman that we've heard horrible things about her? She shops at Victoria's Secret. She charges up too many credit card bills. She has a bad cell phone. She has an affair when she's married to some other guy, and allegedly now we told that she's killed her second lover. I mean, I don't see how much worse it could get for them. But anyway, we're going to go back in live.
Have you prepared a diagram somewhat visually explaining the traveling of those test tubes of blood and urine and provided those to myself for my understanding?
Yes, I prepared a document detailing the chain of custody or the path of those samples to and from the lab in National Medical.
I want to have this marked. I'm going to let you look at it and see if this appears to be that very document. I believe that will be states 165.
Can we approach on these, Judge?
Yes.
Vinny, if I was the prosecutor in this case, I would go back in time to see, did she have any boyfriends or any other incidents where she's alleged to have committed acts of violence? Here we heard that she threatened to shoot Glenn with his own service revolver. Things like that they were well known or publicized. It would be, I think, really good for them to go back and see what else, because it's hard to believe that all of a sudden this behavior just started with Glenn Turner.
Absolutely, and it's possible they may know some of this stuff already, and the defense may know it already, and that's why they're not putting in the good character evidence. And remember, this is such a highly publicized trial in that local area. That's why they had to move it away from Marietta, away from Atlanta, Georgia. But if, in fact, there were issues like that and people out there, they certainly would have known she was going to go on trial, and maybe people like that would have contacted the prosecutor's office at that time.
And how about the fact that she wanted her name to be listed in one of the obituaries as Julia, almost disguising her name, because you wonder if people read that, they might be alerted and think, oh wait, I know her, to any prior bad acts or anything that she had done in her past that could be used against her in this case.
Exactly, and it's really a problem for the defense when you can't get good character evidence in there, because there might be something bad that you're trying to keep from getting in front of the jury. But you know, she can still take the stand, and she can still tell her story and talk about her relationship with these two men and try to paint a better picture for this jury. But as most of our experts are saying, it's just not going to happen.
Well, let's see what else the prosecution can come up with. A couple more witnesses left. Let's go back in line.
You recognize that diagram, Mr. Tilson?
Yes, these are notes that I prepared to clarify the disposition of the blood tubes and the urine tubes in the Thompson case.
All right. And do you think it will help visually show the jury and explain where these tubes went from the time they came to your lab?
Yes.
If you will, I'm going to put this on the projector here. Try to start at the top here. Now we see in this visual 12301 received specimen for testing. Is that referring to when you receive test tubes of blood and urine? Can you see that? If not, you can step down if need be.
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Yes, sir. The 12301 indicates the date in which the samples were received initially.
All right. And did that include 3 tubes of blood and 2 tubes of urine?
Yes, 3 tubes of blood were labeled 2A, and the 2 tubes of urine were labeled 2B.
All right. After you did your initial testing of blood for ethylene glycol, and you reported the results of being negative, being below a significant quantity, I think you testified to, this next line of tubes, what does this indicate with reference to the 3 tubes of blood and 2 tubes of urine and National Medical Services receiving any of those?
Well, if you'll scroll back down for 1 second.
Go back up.
This was actually reported on April 13th,
okay.
I believe. But
fair enough.
Well, this was discussed somewhere. The values, the results were discussed somewhere around this time.
All right. When the samples were sent to National Medical Services, did you relabel them in some fashion?
Yes, in order to send them to National Medical Services and track that they were sent, we had to rename those specimens that were removed from the original items. Basically, you had 3 items, 3 blood tubes as item 2A, and 2 urine tubes as item 2B.
Will you show the jury where that is on our diagram here?
Sure. So these samples were split, which left 2 blood tubes as item 2A and 1 urine tube as item 2B. Then the ones that were packaged to be sent for National Medical Services, the urine was labeled 2B.01 and the blood was labeled 2A.01. They were sent, analyzed, and destroyed after testing.
All right. And then you talked about doing some secondary testing of the urine. I think that's reflected here. Is that correct? Or not secondary testing, but actual testing of the urine specimens by you.
Correct. I began to do.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, take you down to the Court TV News Center, catch up on all the latest legal news with Court TV's correspondent, Gene Casares.
Done, but I have some concern about the defense's lack of ability to question the people who perform the test. They're not here, I gather, and I would object.
Okay.
No withdrawal, Your Honor.
All right.
At this time.
There's no decision the court needs to make. They've been withdrawn.
When you did your testing, Mr. Tilson, of the blood and urine of Mr. Thompson and the liver testing of Mr. Turner, what were you looking for? What were you checking for?
I was specifically analyzing the specimens for ethylene glycol.
In the process of doing that test, can you find out what other compounds there may be other than ethylene glycol?
There are other compounds that can be identified in that particular analysis. However, we look for ethylene glycol specifically.
What other items could be found in that testing?
That particular analysis is specific for ethylene glycol. However, if you were to do an examination of the data, you may be able to determine or exclude the presence of compounds such as gamma-hydroxybutyric acid, certain acid drugs such as acetaminophen, salicylate, compounds such as glycolic acid and oxalic acid, other compounds such as amino acids and other compounds also may be able to be seen in that particular type of analysis.
And on cross, you mentioned there are these thousands of toxins or thousands of substances out there that you could test for. Can you find whether or not all those thousands are in this particular object or this sample doing this test?
You can only look for the specific compounds which are amenable to this particular type of procedure. Different type of compounds require different types of preparation of the sample. Drugs requires one type of preparation analysis, while ethylene glycol may require a different preparation or type of analysis. So if we know what we need to look for, we can then use the correct procedure to identify that particular compound. Or if we do not have the capability, we may be able to send it to a lab that does have the capability to look for that compound.
With regards to the note on the National Medical Services report that Ms. Reynolds was asking about, you did not prepare that. Did you prepare that report yourself?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
The
question?
National Medical Services report, were you responsible for preparing that report yourself?
I was not.
You recall Mr. Reynolds asking you questions about that?
Yes, I did.
And in that regard, you mentioned something dealing with this reference range that had apparently been left out, being dose and time dependent, some language along those lines. What does that mean to you as a toxicologist, Mr. Tilson?
Sure. As soon as the body ingests ethylene glycol and it enters the bloodstream, the body starts to eliminate it. And so the amount of ethylene glycol in the body is eliminated or is decreased over time. The half-life, or the amount of time it takes to eliminate about half the drug in the system, is about 4 hours. It can range anywhere from 3 to 5, and it's been reported as long as about 8.6 hours. So every 4 hours, half the remaining concentration of ethylene glycol is eliminated from the body. Now, because ethylene glycol exerts its toxicity in different stages, the ethylene glycol may actually be eliminated from the body by the time a person succumbs to its effects. The first stage of ethylene glycol intoxication is related to ethylene glycol primarily, and that's the neurological, the CNS depression effects that you see. The second stage is what's sometimes referred to as a cardiopulmonary stage, is a lot of times linked to the toxic metabolite glycolic acid and maybe to some extent oxalic acid. And that occurs generally between 12 to 24 hours. And then in excess of 24 hours, this stage is generally associated with renal failure. That's actually usually associated with the toxic metabolite oxalic acid. So there's many ways in which a person can die from the ingestion of ethylene glycol. Sometimes it could be directly due to the ingestion of very large amounts of ethylene glycol. Most frequently, it's due to the toxic metabolites which are produced as the body tries to eliminate the ethylene glycol out of the body.
Is there a general time frame that you're able to tell scientifically as to when a one-time amount of ingestion of ethylene glycol would be removed from the body so that you have no ethylene glycol?
Well, as a rule of thumb, we can detect most substances for about 5 to 6 half-lives. If an extraordinarily large amount is consumed, that may be extended. And so depending upon the range of reported values for the half-life, if your half-life of ethylene glycol is 3 hours, you may only be able to detect it for about 18 hours. If you have a longer half-life, which maybe someone in renal failure might actually have a longer half-life, not be able to clear out the ethylene glycol as quick. If you have a half-life of about 8.6 hours, or let's say approximately 9, then 5 to 6 half-life becomes almost 48 hours. And so it really depends on what the half-life and what the dose is. So if we have a very large dose, obviously it's going to take a little bit longer to eliminate out that ethylene glycol.
And the larger the dose, the longer it takes. Is that the converse true? The smaller the dose, the less time it takes to be gone?
In general, that is the case, yes.
And with regards to the number of dosages, if you were to get more than one dose, would that increase or decrease the likelihood of finding ethylene glycol after a period of time?
Well, when you get into multiple dosages, the calculations get to be a little bit more complex. If you talk about things like steady state concentration, that's if you have multiple doses at a regular interval, the body will actually maintain a certain level of ethylene glycol if you were to be given a certain amount of ethylene glycol over a certain period of time at the exact known intervals and exact known dosage. So that becomes a more complicated calculation, but generally the smaller the dose, the quicker it's going to be eliminated from the body.
With regards, just one last time, I believe, to our calibration curve, Mr. Reynolds is asking questions about different calibrator values being used, different numbers, and whether or not you were aware of what National Medical Services calibrators were. The calibrators that you use, I think you identified as being, what were those again? 100, 200?
In this particular curve, I believe they're 100, 200, 400, and 800 milligrams per liter.
If you use calibrators of 150, 250, 500, and 700, would that affect the curve that you've got here?
The curve should not be significantly different as long as those values encompass the same range of concentrations. And subsequently, any calculations made based on those curves should not significantly differ as long as those calibrators are accurate and as long as they reflect the same range of values.
All right. And I think you've indicated before, if you were trying to test a larger amount of substance, you would use larger numbers for your calibrators.
It's possible, or in some cases we've actually just reduced the amount of sample that we used and made calculation, an even mixture of all the components in the blood. So in fact, before we test them, we try to shake them up to make sure that whatever's in the blood is evenly distributed throughout the blood. So hopefully the sample that we sent to National Medical was representative of what we tested. We presume that to be the case.
All right.
You can take a seat, Mr. Tilson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, regarding, and it seemed to make sense.
I think he's a catch in the state of Georgia. He's smart, and I think he came across well, and the defense was polite to him. They seem to acknowledge his expertise and his intelligence. I think he's a witness that the jury's going to find a lot of credibility in, integrity, and take what he had to say to heart.
And one thing that he did, he says, you know what, sometimes we make mistakes, and he admitted it. And it's nice to see a witness, especially an expert, because experts don't like to admit ever making a mistake. And this guy said, you know what, sometimes we make mistakes.
And you know who else had to say that the experts make mistakes, and himself in particular, was Dr. Brian Frist, the medical examiner, who had to say, you know what, I missed it the first time, we got it the next time. New witness just being sworn in. Let's go back in live.
Would you tell the lady?
First name is spelled with a K, and my last name is spelled S-P-E-R-R-Y.
And if you would, can you tell us if you hold any degrees or any specialized degrees?
Yes, I have a bachelor's in science and biology with a minor in chemistry and an MD or medical doctorate degree. And I'm also what's called a pathologist. And I also hold a subspecialty certification in what's called forensic pathology.
Dr. Spear, if you would, do you have any, or have you held any academic appointments?
Yes, I was on the faculty at the Emory University School of Medicine when I worked at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. And now, since I work with the state of Georgia, I have a clinical appointment at the Medical College of Georgia in Augusta.
And do you hold a medical license in this state or any other state?
Yes, here in Georgia and also in Kansas and New Mexico.
Do you also possess any board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
Do you hold any memberships in professional associations?
Yes, I'm a member in a whole variety of different associations, the American Medical Association, the American Society for Clinical Pathology, the National Association of Medical Examiners. I'm a fellow in the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and I'm also a member of a number of different national and international organizations that have to do with the detection and evaluation of suspected child abuse and childhood injuries.
Based on those professional associations, do you also have any professional appointments?
Yes.
Do you also conduct workshops and any seminars?
Oh, yes.
And could you tell us a little about that and how often you do that?
Oh, I give workshops and seminars and lectures, easily 1 to 2 dozen times a year, and have been doing so for many, many years. I've given workshops, national workshops for national and international pathology organizations. In fact, tomorrow I am putting on a workshop on child abuse and childhood injury for, actually this time, for prosecuting attorneys from around the state of Georgia, and that's scheduled for tomorrow and Friday. So I'm involved in a wide variety of continuing education kind of endeavors in lecturing and teaching.
Have you written any articles, professional articles, and had those articles published?
Yes, I've written 50 actually.
Could you give us an idea of where those articles have been published?
Those have been published in a wide variety of medical journals, the American Medical Association Journal, the Journal of Forensic Sciences, which is the journal of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology, and then several other different journals and publications that are specifically oriented towards forensic pathologists such as myself.
And prior to your present employment, where you mentioned that you have been with the Fulton County Examiner's Office, Where else have you been employed prior to where you're employed today?
When I finished my training finally in December of 1985, I was in New Mexico at the time, and I began working with the Office of the Medical Investigator for the state of New Mexico, which is basically the death investigation system that encompasses the entire state of New Mexico. And I worked there for the next 4 years up until December of 1989, when I relocated to Georgia and began working with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. And I was there for 7.5 years until June of 1997, when I took the appointment as the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Georgia with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And is that still your current position?
Yes.
What are your responsibilities as the Chief Medical Examiner?
My basic responsibilities are to supervise a death investigation system that encompasses 153 of the 159 counties in the state of Georgia. Basically everything outside of the immediate Atlanta metropolitan area. And there's the headquarters office, which is in Decatur, and then 5 other regional offices around the state that have individual medical examiners. And these offices interact with the coroners that are in all of the other counties in the state of Georgia. And under what's called the Georgia Death Investigation Act, which is basically the law that instructs how sudden and unexpected deaths should be dealt with, we work with the coroners and perform autopsies and other examinations in instances of sudden, unexpected, unnatural, undetermined, questionable, violent, or otherwise unknown deaths.
As a result of that law and under those conditions, are autopsies required?
They're certainly required in a wide variety of different types of scenarios. When deaths that occur that don't have a particular explanation, we conduct investigations and evaluate the cases, and then based upon the information and basically our conclusions, we then decide to perform autopsies if necessary.
Today, and unfortunately, this wraps up our time with you for today. I'm Kimberly Guilfoyle Newsom.
And I'm Vinny Politan. Live coverage of the trial continues next. Nancy Grace takes closing arguments on the road again. She's on location outside that Perry, Georgia courthouse. I think there's a song about that.
I think so. Thanks for watching, and please
being with me. I'm here live at the Perry courthouse, and on the stand is an old colleague, a friend of mine, the medical examiner, Chris Sperry.
Any other case, is there something that's different about this case?
I wouldn't say necessarily more than usual. Clearly, after the initial elements of collaboration, basically looking at the slides with Dr. Capone and discussing what he thought and me telling him what I thought, it did not end just there. And as time went on, clearly more information was developed and investigations were initiated, then more toxicology or poison testing was conducted, and ultimately the investigation spread into looking at the death of Mr. Turner. So as I would say, for the majority of the cases that I end up looking at or assisting my cohorts or those I supervise, it was not resolved just with the first couple of conversations and discussions and looking at different results, because we continued to get more and more and more information, which raised more questions that caused further investigation.
Do you remember why he came to see you initially?
Yes.
And why was that?
He had conducted the autopsy on Mr. Thompson, and he's a very thorough pathologist, one of the more thorough ones that, frankly, I've ever met. I'm sorry, pardon me.
To that and ask that it be stricken.
Right. I think that, I don't think he can say what he said, so.
Okay.
And so let me just sustain, and you redirect him.
I'll do that, Judge. Just, if you can, just tell me why he came to see you and why this was different.
All right. He had conducted this autopsy and derived a lot of different information from the autopsy, among which were tissue slides from various organs, including the kidneys. And he had examined these tissue slides, and in his examination had found small crystals that glowed under some special light that we use on the microscope. It just lit up like a Christmas tree. He had found these in his examination, and he was puzzled because he thought he knew what they probably came from, most probably, but he wanted my input. He wanted to show them to me to see what I thought, so that we could decide where to go from there.
Now, you said you talked about all this investigation that was going on. Did he keep you informed? Did he keep you informed of what was going on?
Yes.
And did you have take part in reviewing not only the materials that he had, but any other reports that he received?
Yes.
Based upon your review and your discussions, did you also formulate your own opinion separate from Dr. Capone's?
Yes.
And was that opinion consistent with Dr. Capone's?
Yes.
Now, the autopsy report that you generated, or that was generated by the medical examiner's office on May the 7th of 2001 regarding Randy Thompson, was that report troublesome to you?
Yes.
And why was that?
It was troublesome because I felt that there was something there that we had not yet uncovered, that there were findings, especially the findings in the kidney, that were indicative of one specific thing, but yet we could not yet prove the presence of what we thought was there. So it was, and at that point in time, based on the information we had from the drug testing and the poison testing, there was nowhere else for us to go because we were relying on that information at the time. But it just, we had to get the report out at some point or another. We couldn't sit on it forever. So it was generated in a final form, but it just never was completely satisfying.
Is there anything under any rules, regulations, or law that you're aware of that would prohibit you from going back and amending that report based on any further information you received?
Oh, no, nothing whatsoever. And in fact, as a routine course of our practice, we commonly will amend reports based upon other information that we come across or is given to us as time goes on.
Now, in all the material that you were reviewing about Randy Thompson, did you have an opportunity to review the hospital report where he admitted to the hospital, I believe, on a Friday before he died on Monday?
Yes.
Was there anything significant about that report that you recall?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, what was significant was that testing was done to evaluate the condition of his kidneys, and this is done by looking at various chemicals in the blood that are poisons, actually, that the kidneys clean out and pass out in the urine. And at that time, his kidneys were actually functioning just fine.
When you say they were functioning fine, do you have the hospital report?
Well, I actually have the report. Now, this is from the one that I have in front of me was, well, it's from the 20th now. January 20th of 2001.
Yes, sir. And in that report, does it show any creatinine levels?
Okay. Okay. Now this particular one. Okay. Now perhaps we're not on the right page. This particular one. This was when he was evaluated not long before he died.
Right.
Okay.
Now, the other report you're talking about, is that the one where he went to the doctor and had lab tests done at Dr. Daly's office?
Yes. That's what I thought you were referring to. I'm sorry.
What was the other report that you were looking at?
Well, what I thought you were referring to was the testing that was done at Dr. Daly's office.
All right. The testing that was done at Dr. Daly's office, since you're on that, I'll start with that. What was the testing and why was it significant?
Well, it was testing to evaluate his kidney function. He was receiving intravenous antibiotics for a chronic sinus infection, an antibiotic called vancomycin. And this particular antibiotic is known to sometimes, in rare instances, cause damage to the kidneys. And so it is prudent and common to monitor the kidney function regularly in patients receiving this drug.
The next day, there's a hospital report where he had been admitted to the hospital for some treatment. Was there anything significant about the hospital report?
Yes.
And what was that?
What was significant on the hospital laboratory at that time, which was dated January 20th of 2001, is that this showed evidence of kidney failure, early kidney failure that had really abruptly occurred. There is a chemical called creatinine, which is a byproduct of our muscle function that the kidneys characteristically clear out, and this was elevated in his blood at the time, as well as another chemical called the blood urea nitrogen, or BUN. Both of these were elevated in his blood, and these are signs of poor function of the kidneys.
Was there anything else on the report that looked out of normal range?
The potassium was high, and the chloride was a little bit high, and also the CO2, which is the carbon dioxide, was actually quite low. It was less than half of what it should have been, less than half of the lower range of what it should have been.
How do we get to the low carbon dioxide level in our body?
One of the common ways is to be breathing very fast. As we breathe out, we blow out actually carbon dioxide. That's a waste product of our cellular metabolism. And if you breathe very fast, and the term is hyperventilating, if you hyperventilate, you actually will blow off more of the carbon dioxide in the blood, and the blood level then will go down.
Was there anything in there as a medical doctor that would indicate to you any presence of ethylene glycol at that point in time?
At that point, not specifically. As I said, there's kidney failure, which clearly is something that will result down the line within a day or two of consumption of ethylene glycol and can last for some period of time. So there's kidney failure. There's also the low CO2, which is something that will happen when a person is poisoned with ethylene glycol and the byproducts accumulate and it makes their blood more acid, and so as a consequence human beings will try to breathe fast to try to correct that poisoning. So that's the way our body physiology responds. But those two things are not specific. They're something that certainly can be seen with ethylene glycol poisoning, but they're not signatures, if you will. There was some testing that was done, what's called an osmolarity and an anion gap. Basically, these are calculations that will look for concentrations, especially of abnormal things in the blood, such as ethylene glycol. And at that particular point in time, that is at 8:22 or 10:22 in the evening on January 20th of 2001, those particular studies were within the normal range.
Reading that report and then knowing the toxicology reports that were done later on Randy Thompson's blood and urine, which showed the presence of ethylene glycol, the symptoms that he presented with at the hospital, do you have an opinion as to the ingestion of ethylene glycol and when it may have occurred?
Yes.
What is that?
The symptoms that he presented with and the laboratory studies are consistent with two things. First of all, that he had received some ethylene glycol within the previous probably 2 days or so, 2 to 3 days, and it had metabolized or broken down to the point where it was starting to affect his kidneys, and he was in some early kidney failure. Not very serious kidney failure, but still early kidney failure. But the other blood tests that were done as part of this did not show what would typically be seen in someone who is suffering acutely from having ethylene glycol in their system. From the autopsy toxicology, we found ethylene glycol in his blood and in his urine. And what that tells me is that between the time that these laboratory studies were done and the time that he died, he ingested more ethylene glycol, more antifreeze, and really ultimately caused his death.
The ingestion of the ethylene glycol, would the amount that is ingested have an effect on those, whatever they were, those two things you talked about?
Yes, the amount will have an effect on that.
If he had ingested a smaller amount on Friday, would it still be possible to have the within normal ranges on Saturday when he was at the hospital?
Yes, because if it's a smaller amount, his body is going to be able to compensate. It's like a waterfall, if you will. And what we're seeing here on those particular laboratory studies is the bottom part of the waterfall. We're seeing the effect on the kidneys, but his body has already processed and compensated the ethylene glycol that he had been given. But the end part, the last stage, if you will, is the effect on the kidneys. So a smaller amount means his body breaks it down, it's processed, the crystals end up in the kidneys and start damaging the kidneys, but the rest of his body is recovering from that, and which is why the other laboratory tests that would show an abnormality if there was ethylene glycol in his system at that time were normal.
We've heard testimony that 100 milliliters is sometimes considered to be a fatal dose. If you don't receive 100 milliliters but receive several doses of 20 milliliters, would that have the same effect on you if it's given over a 2 or 3 day period?
Well, it certainly might. A smaller amount is going to make one sick and is going to damage organs and ultimately will damage the kidneys, but because it's a smaller amount, most adults anyway will be able to compensate and recover and then get sick.
Live at the Perry Courthouse. Let's go straight back into the courtroom. On the stand, a veteran medical examiner, Dr. Chris Sperry.
Children up to adults. And as a consequence of this, actually the laws that give the Food and Drug Administration the power to keep products safe that we use in our everyday life, medicines, household products, things such as that, those laws were put into effect in 1938 to prevent such things like this from happening ever again. But even today, even within the last few years, there have been 2 other episodes that I'm aware of, one in Haiti and one in India, where medicines meant for children were contaminated during the manufacturing process by chemicals from other countries which contain antifreeze or components almost identical to antifreeze, and killed a number of children, well over 100 different children altogether. So these mistakes unfortunately still occur around the world, but that is really the basis in this country of where this came from and what controls the use of this product in commercial products today.
Can you say definitively today that 100 milliliters is a lethal dose?
Yes, for most adults. Well, again, definitively is an interesting question. Everyone is going to be a little bit different depending on their age, how healthy they are, how well their organs are working, and the fact that a certain dosage may kill one person and may make another one very, very sick. And everyone responds a little bit differently. If you give them enough of anything, such as ethylene glycol, I mean, you'll kill everyone if you give them enough. Most adults, at least it's considered for most adults, a dose of about 100 milliliters, which is between about 3 and 4 ounces, is enough to kill you. It may not always kill you. It certainly will make you very sick, but it certainly can kill you.
Do you have reported cases where less than that was used?
Yes.
And can you tell us the least amount that you're aware of?
Oh, the least amount actually goes back to the deaths in 1938, there were as little as 2 milliliters, or basically half a teaspoon, caused the death of some people. And there are adult deaths where as little as just an ounce or so has caused death. So it really is tremendously variable. And of course, a lot of it has to do with the medical care that's received today. In other words, if someone gets to medical care quickly after being poisoned with this, they have a better chance of survival. But if they get to medical care later, after the damage has been done to the various internal organs, the heart, the brain, the kidneys, the liver, then the best medicine may not save them at all. So that's why it's tremendously variable, and it's just not the same from every case to the next.
Now, the articles that you have written on ethylene glycol, did you also have occasion to write any regarding the stages that is presented by ingestion? That is, what happens to the body in those stages?
Yes.
Could you explain those stages to us, please, Doctor?
Yes. Now, understand also that there's 3 stages that are generally recognized, but it's more like, it's not as clear-cut as saying stage 1 goes to here and then stage 2 begins and so forth. It's really a continuum, and not all patients develop all the different signs and symptoms during all of those stages, and the times are all different too. These are just tools, really, that the doctors, especially who care for patients in the hospital who've been poisoned with antifreeze, these are tools that they use to determine how sick the patients are and to guide their treatment and to be more aggressive or less aggressive as necessary. Stage 1 is called the central nervous system stage, or basically this is what happens when somebody first is given or takes antifreeze or ethylene glycol. Ethylene glycol is tasteless. Well, it has a warm, sweet taste, but it has no odor, and it actually will make you feel drunk. Euphoria is the term that's used, with making you feel good. This is why chronic alcoholics sometimes will drink this, because they can get high. If they can't get alcohol, they'll drink some antifreeze, and unfortunately it can kill them. And that's what's called the first stage, and that usually lasts somewhere between about 4 to 8 hours approximately, as the ethylene glycol is broken down in the liver by the same enzyme actually that breaks down drinking alcohol and converted to other substances. Then that will pass. But that's, as I said, called the central nervous system stage, the stage where it affects the brain and the thinking processes. And people
So let's go straight back into the courthouse. On the stand, medical examiner Chris Sperry.
This has previously been admitted and identified as State's Exhibit number 154. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes. This is a photograph of a kidney, and it's a very high-power photograph of the kidney. And the little round structures that look like little circles or ovals, those are the actual tubules, or the tubes that go through the kidney that collect and concentrate the urine that's then passed out into the bladder. And you can see there's some clusters of white things, in fact, that look almost, the upper one looks like a fan almost. Those are oxalate crystals within the kidney tubules that are precipitated out and then cause damage to the kidney tubules themselves. And this is, I believe this is from Randy Thompson, if I'm not mistaken. These are photomicrographs of a kidney that has been from an individual who's been poisoned with antifreeze.
The ability to see that photograph as clearly as you do, as opposed to this photograph, what makes the crystal show up so well in the other photograph?
In the other photograph, what we've done is use what's called polarized light. Microscopes have special adjustments on them so that the light beams that are going up through the tissue that we're looking at can be oriented with what's called a polarizer, kind of like sunglasses, basically, that makes all the light beams parallel. And when that happens and the light beams strike crystals such as oxalate, they light up like a Christmas tree, like you saw. So usually, I mean, anyone, I say any forensic pathologist who's seen this sort of thing before can recognize and look. We look for the crystals routinely, you know, on every case. Every case I look at, I always look because I can see them without the special light. But if I see something then that makes me suspicious, I just make 2 adjustments, and if they are crystals there, they just light up, again, like a Christmas tree at night.
The photograph we saw, what area of the slide would that represent?
That would represent the collecting system. I'm sorry.
Size-wise.
Size-wise, what you saw there in real life was maybe about an 1/8 of an inch by a 32nd, something like that. Very, very small. Maybe about 1 by 2 millimeters. Very, very, very small. And that's been blown up onto the screen, a million times maybe.
If we could, if it was possible to get that whole slide and blow it up and polarize it, what would you expect to see for that whole slide?
You would see 1 million shining points of light, like looking up at the stars on a cloudless night when the moon's not out. You would see just little points of glowing everywhere.
The calcium oxalate crystals, you told us earlier, was what triggered Dr. Capone to come see you.
Yes.
Now, the calcium oxalate crystals, if you're testing to see if there's anything that caused that, what body parts would you use? Or what else would you use to test?
Well, we would use to look for what caused the oxalate crystals.
Yes, sir, if you're going to test for any kind of chemicals.
The first thing we would do is test the blood and the urine for the presence of ethylene glycol or antifreeze.
And in this case, the first test came up with a non-reportable amount, reported negative for a significant quantity. Is that correct?
Yes.
As a result of that, what else did you do, or did Dr. Capone do?
Well, he tried very hard. We submitted specimens to test for oxalate and found very high levels of oxalate in the body tissues and the blood, as I recall. But at that point, there was really nothing else that we could do because the information that we had obtained was that there was no presence or no significant amount of ethylene glycol.
Once you found out that the oxalates were high and you had retesting done, and the retesting turned out positive, what did you do at that point in time?
Judge, it's a little confusing. Is he talking about Mr. Turner or Mr. Thompson?
I'm talking about Mr. Thompson right now. That's the one that he had consulted with on Dr. Capone.
Well, subsequently, we really requested reevaluation of the testing that had been done for the ethylene glycol because there was nothing else that we could ascertain, no other disease process or condition that would cause these crystals to be in the kidney in such quantity and the oxalate to be in his blood in such a quantity except for ethylene glycol. And so we asked that essentially the whole process be reevaluated by our toxicology people, really to see if a mistake was made or to see if there's something else that occurred that we didn't know about.
Do you know what the standard instrumentality is to test for ethylene glycol in the blood or urine?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's called a gas chromatographic mass spectrometer. It's a special machine that basically will turn out a signature of a drug or a chemical. It'll identify it exactly and also in very, very tiny quantities.
Was that used in this case?
Yes.
Doctor, On the autopsies that you do, when you're looking at the body, do you routinely test everything for poisons?
No, not in every case, no.
What causes you to do it when you do it?
The biggest thing that causes us to do it is suspicion. That is a history or an investigation or facts or information that just does not give us a good reason why this person should be dead, and perhaps even suggests or indicates that a toxic drug or substance or poison may have been used in the death. And the second thing is the autopsy examination itself. That is, the autopsy is a very careful and detailed examination to look for reasons, to look for natural disease processes and injuries that cause a person's death. And
well, now you know what I have known since 1987. Dr. Chris Sperry is not only a fantastic medical examiner, he's a fantastic witness. As a matter of fact, this doctor, Dr. Chris Sperry, flies all over the world as an expert witness, and now you see why. Did you hear him refer to, when you look at the sample of the human tissue, the crystals would be like looking in the stars in the sky? I mean, he can describe things to a jury like no other doctor I've ever seen on the stand, frankly. Let's switch gears quickly and go down to Court TV's Gene Casares in the News Center. And the consummate witness for the state, medical examiner Chris Sperry. Now you're seeing why they've saved him for last.
Other substances that are found that are broken down in the body from the ethylene glycol. Remember, it's not just the antifreeze. The ethylene glycol is broken down to 2, 3, 4, actually I think 5 other different chemicals. And the presence of those chemicals in a body, even one that has been buried and then dug up and exhumed and tested, shows that the person was alive and metabolizing the ethylene glycol before they died. But as I said, I'm not aware personally of a commercial embalming fluid that's used in humans that contains ethylene glycol in any quantity that is appreciable that I know of.
Very quickly, let me go to studio guest Philip Stone. He's a veteran criminal defense attorney. Philip, I think Sperry is fantastic. I don't always agree with everything he says, but the way he relates to a jury is, I think, consummate testifying. What do you think, Philip?
Well, I have to agree with you on that, Nancy. He is everyone's avuncular uncle. He's clearly knowledgeable. He's got a wonderful human face, and he's able to explain to the jury what his scientific findings were in a way that everybody can understand. He's not academic in any way, and yet all of the details come through.
I agree with you on this one, Philip. We'll do battle shortly. Right now, let's go live.
What kind of protective measures need to be utilized if indeed someone is working with this?
Can you look at the formulation that's shown there for a moment?
Yes. Well, this
tell me what the formulation would be used for?
Yes, this is, well, it's identified as from Aldon Corporation, and the product is embalming fluid. And the formulation actually it gives 55% of ethylene glycol. This would be used for the preservation or embalming of animals for teaching purposes, like cats and sharks and fetal pigs that are dissected in high school and college biology classes. The high content of ethylene glycol is used to keep the tissues moist and workable, because these specimens sometimes may be stored for years before the students actually work on them. So that's why this particular formulation is used. It's for embalming animals.
Do you know who Aldon Corporation sells to?
Yes.
And who is that?
They sell only to biological supply houses, or basically companies that use this product to embalm animals like this, small animals, for teaching purposes, again, for dissection in college and high school biology classes and things such as this. They do not sell to any, funeral homes or the funeral industry at all.
Doctor, the similarities between the Thompson case and the Turner case, could you attribute those similarities to just coincidences?
No, after looking at these cases and evaluating all of the information and all of the testing results and the historical similarities between these two, I could not do so.
Are you familiar with William Occam and a principle referred to as Occam's razor?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Basically, that's a principle that's applied in science, especially in mathematics, physics, but any aspect of science, which basically says the simplest explanation for sets of information is the one that is right. And what I've used, the way that I interpret that actually, and what I have come to utilize in my own practice after doing what I do for a long time, is there really are no coincidences in life. If two things happen that have distinct similarities and there's a relationship between the two of them, then there is a reason for that relationship to exist.
Is your witness?
Yeah, let's take a 20-minute break, and that includes everybody.
Stay strong note, and this is one great witness. The prosecution has brought out one of the biggest guns in Georgia, Dr. Chris Sperry, forensic pathologist. Let's take you right back in live.
Chloride. The chloride was measured at 114, which is also slightly higher than normal.
And the CO2 was 11?
Yes.
And is that high?
That's low, actually.
Okay. And I'll try to say it right this time. Creatinine?
Very good, yes.
Thank you. I went to Emory. I can't, you know, it's hard for me to say some of these things, Georgia accent and all. That was 3, right?
Yes.
Okay, is that high or low?
That's twice the upper limit of normal for this lab.
Okay. Now, in your opinion, based on what you saw in the medical records, you felt like he was in renal failure or some portion of renal failure at that particular point in time?
Yes, I would characterize it as mild. In and of itself, at that point in time, it would not be life-threatening. It would be mild renal failure, but clearly abnormal for a young man of his age.
All right. Did you know anything about his medical history from the standpoint of when he had his last medical exam, other than what Dr. Daly gave you the notations of?
Sitting here today specifically, as far as the last time he had a comprehensive medical exam, no, I can't tell you.
And do you know whether or not he had any kind of staph infections or anything of that nature?
Well, I know he had a chronic sinus infection, which was why he had the port actually placed in and was receiving the vancomycin.
Okay. You indicated to us that you knew about the 97 and the 99 incidences of overdoses.
Yes, I knew they had occurred, yes.
Okay, did you look at any medical records pertaining to that?
I don't recall that I don't recall myself seeing those records specifically.
Okay. So you don't know what he attempted to overdose on?
No.
Okay. Did you know, did anybody give you any information as to how many Loratabs or hydrocodone pills he was taking a day?
No, I don't recall getting that information, no.
Okay. Would 20 to 30 a day be a fairly significant number?
Oh, that would be a lot. If he was taking that amount, well, I mean, we would find it in his blood if he took it up to when he, close to when he died. But in and of itself, that is, if that is true, that is a large amount that he would be taking.
Okay. What about medications like Wellbutrin? Did you know he was taking that?
Yes, I did know that eventually, yes.
Okay, and did you know what how much Wellbutrin he was taking?
No.
Did you know anything about his taking Xanax for depression or any other depression type drugs?
Somewhere along the line, I think I've been given that information, yes.
Okay. You got information, I assume that from a standpoint of Mr. Turner, you saw the hospital records when he was admitted.
Yes.
And he was admitted on March the 3rd?
The 2nd, I believe.
Or 2nd?
Yes.
At 1:46 p.m.?
Well, yes, 1:46, there's a P, so at PM, yes.
Okay. And what his clinical presentation was, according to the record, is diarrhea.
Well, dizziness, vomiting, diarrhea, headache, times 4 or 5 days. Yes.
Fever. You'd reported that he had had fever. Maybe in the triage notes.
Well, I don't see it specifically.
Okay. Do you have the whole record?
Well, if there's a particular place, I mean, I have the nursing documentation and the face sheet from the emergency room. Let me just see here. No, that's Randy. Just look one other place. Well, unless, I don't see it offhand, but if there's a specific place that you know it is, you can tell me.
I didn't bring it up with me. If the doctor indicated that he had said that he had had fever earlier in the week, would you feel comfortable in?
Well, if that exists somewhere, I'm just not seeing it here in the documentation that I have.
All right. Cough and congestion?
Yes, congestion, sore throat. Yes.
Okay. So the clinical presentation of Mr. Turner was different from the clinical presentation of Mr. Thompson in many ways. Is that correct?
In several subjective ways, yes.
Okay. Because Mr. Thompson did not indicate that he had ever had a fever, nor did he have cough or congestion, nor headache, nor any of the flu-type symptoms that we would normally think. Is that right? Other than the nausea and vomiting.
Well, again, depending on what one calls the flu, there's respiratory flu and essentially viral illnesses and gastrointestinal flu. So they're oftentimes actually used synonymously. But I mean, dizziness, those certainly were similarities between the two as well.
Some similarities, but a lot of dissimilarities.
Yes, again, from mild subjective things, congestion, sore throat, for instance, in Mr. Turner, yes.
Okay. And even mucus in the nose, runny nose, nosebleed.
Yes, there was a complaint of a nosebleed that had stopped by the time he got to the hospital.
And wasn't throwing up at the hospital either, right?
That's true, I think, yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked in the previous hearing about what you had indicated that you felt in Mr. Thompson's, that he may have had another ingestion at some point in time after the hospital. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were asked the question, and you said that there was at least evidence of that and that that was a possibility.
Yes.
Okay. It's not a probability, but a possibility. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, at this point in time, and actually looking at the osmolality, looking at his laboratory values when he was in the hospital that particular night, that is the night of the 20th, and then looking at what we found at the autopsy, it's my opinion that it is a probability that there was an ingestion, because there is ethylene glycol found in his blood that if it had been in his blood at the time when he was seen in the hospital on the night of the 20th, there would have been derangements in the osmolality and the anion gap. And I did not appreciate that as much at the time we had the previous hearing as I have in the interim.
Okay.
The defense trying to shake the foundation the prosecution has established regarding cause of death in this case to show it could have been to something else and due to a number of other substances that had been ingested. In the meantime, we're going to take a break and catch you up on all where the forecast for Lynn Turner, not so good either.
You are familiar with the fact that embalming fluid has been used in the past that has ethylene glycol?
Yes, it's of a historical nature, that is going back many, many decades, even into the last century, yes.
Well, even up to 10 years ago.
It wouldn't surprise me if there were chemicals that have been available. Like I said, based upon at least what I've been able to find, I'm not aware of any. But then again, it wouldn't surprise me if something was out there that did contain ethylene glycol.
Okay. Now Mr. Head talked with you about the various and sundry things that might have ethylene glycol in them, obviously antifreeze being one of them. Brake fluid has ethylene glycol in it.
Oh, yes, yes.
And there are a list of various and sundry things that do have percentages, and I think one list was given to one of the witnesses listing a number of percentages. Are you familiar with those?
I'm familiar with, many compounds that have, especially tiny, tiny quantities that are insignificant from health perspectives, but apparently the presence of ethylene glycol in minuscule quantities helps the chemical formulation. So it's in a variety of different kinds of compounds, but as with most things, the concentration is what's most important. Listerine, for instance, is about 74% alcohol. Most people don't know that. I wouldn't drink it, but it's present, and there's certainly ethylene glycol is present in many compounds, but at tiny concentrations.
Okay. And the concentrations that you're aware of that are greater would be the automotive type products?
Certainly, antifreeze and brake fluid especially, and then things such as that, well, for instance, used in boat engines and things like that. There are other applications for internal combustion engines, yes.
Okay. And things that you might find around your garage or your basement?
Yes.
From the standpoint of automotive products?
Yes.
You told us about this Alchem's razor.
Yes.
Is this what you said that there's no coincidences in life?
That's, yeah, I would say that is my own personal philosophy based upon the application of, I would say, real life to the job that I've done for 23 years. I've come to the conclusion that when there are things that happen that have commonalities, that these are not coincidences, at least that I can determine.
You ever read those articles on the internet about the coincidences between Abraham Lincoln's death and John Kennedy's death?
Oh, yes, yes, I know that, and I have a complete collection of the X-Files DVDs too, but Series 9 isn't out yet. But
that's just coincidences that are not really coincidences.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I certainly don't pretend to know and understand that everything that happens in the world around me. I've also said the more that I learn, the less I seem to know sometimes.
Well, you must have gone to law school then.
No, I've not had that misfortune yet.
Now, the three patterns that you told us about also, the patterns that you've seen where people drink alone, they don't tell anybody, and they're found dead. They're taken to the hospital unconscious, and then they die. And then the third one was drink something and then seeks help.
Yes.
That'd be the three. You're not limiting that to just three. There are other things certainly that could happen in life.
Oh, certainly. As I told you, I thought I made it very clear. Those are the patterns that I myself have seen without variance over the course of my career with ethylene glycol poisoning cases.
Okay. You don't know what Mr. Thompson's activities were the night before he got sick, do you?
No, I do not personally know.
Okay. You don't know what he may or may not have said to any of his friends the next day or the day after?
Correct. I do not know myself personally.
Okay. You didn't know Mr. Thompson personally, I assume?
Oh, no.
Now, when you and Dr. Capone first talked about this particular case, you indicated that y'all had some problems because of the fact that you saw these oxalate crystals and were concerned about it, obviously, and decided that you would do some further testing.
Yes.
Was it you who decided to send the materials to National Medical, or was that Dr. Capone, or kind of a joint effort between the two of you?
Are you talking for the oxalate analysis or for the ethylene glycol analysis?
For the oxalate, initially I think that was what you sent up first, was the oxalate.
We'll decide to shed some light on the subject. Dr. Chris Sperry, forensic pathologist.
Concentrations and interpreting their levels. So those numbers, that range, has nothing to do with what they found. What they found is what they found. As I said, in fact, earlier, I personally have examined individuals who have died unequivocally of ethylene glycol poisoning whose blood level was 0 because they survived long enough so that all the ethylene glycol was eliminated. They died of the kidney failure and the other organ complications, but there was no ethylene glycol in their body at the time they died.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. You would see no ethylene glycol in their system, but you would have to find the metabolites.
We would find the metabolites, and especially, I mean, the trigger is the oxalate crystals in the kidneys. That's what really is I would say, the red flag that gets us started right down this particular pathway in this kind of poisoning.
Right.
But finding the metabolites, yes, that is something that can be looked for.
Okay. And that's something, if you don't find ethylene glycol and you don't find the metabolites, then there's a good likelihood that they didn't die of ethylene glycol. Isn't that right?
No, again, this is with their kidneys shut down and full of crystals. These are people who survive in the hospital because of good medical care. If someone drinks it and then goes on and dies with no medical care, we don't see this kind of picture.
Okay. Well, when a person dies, can you look at their kidney and determine whether or not their kidney quit functioning?
You can under the microscope, yes. And sometimes, even at the autopsy, sometimes it may have a particular look that tells us that the kidney has shut down and is not working. But under the microscope, that's where we see the definitive signs of kidney failure.
Okay. Definitive signs, but can you tell whether a kidney is completely failed or not?
Sometimes we can. It depends on what the disease process we're speaking of, but at least given the extent and degree and severity of the crystals that we finding those crystals to a real intense degree is an indicator at least of severe failure. Now, whether it is completely quit or is almost completely quit, that kind of differentiation I can't make under the microscope.
Okay. Did you ever look at all of the slides that were prepared either on Mr. Turner's case or Mr. Thompson's case?
I know I have at one point or another. Well, I take that back. As from the second autopsy examination of Mr. Turner, I don't recall that I've looked at everything particularly. Dr. Capone really basically brought me the slides of various organs, and especially the kidneys, at different times. And I would say I probably have looked at most everything, but I can't tell you that I've definitely looked at everything. It's been a couple of years, actually.
Well, other than the kidney section that you looked at, Mr. Turner, did you look at the liver section?
I recall looking at liver, yes.
Okay, and you didn't see any crystals in the liver?
But you wouldn't.
Okay. Well, you would in the brain.
It's possible that you might. I personally have never seen that. I've looked. There are those who say they have, but I have yet to see that.
Okay. Where else would you distribute those?
Well, again, the liver has the highest concentration, but for reasons that no one knows, it doesn't crystallize out in the liver. I mean, you can test it and find high levels of oxalate. It really, I mean, the kidneys, like I said, the kidney is the target organ with respect to the presence of the oxalate crystals themselves. The saturation in the urine and the tubules grows so high that the crystals start forming just like a high school chemistry project.
Was there anything significant that you saw on any of the other slides, either of Mr. Turner, other than the kidney that we've talked about, or Mr. Thompson?
Well, Mr. Thompson did have some hardening and narrowing of the arteries that supply blood to the heart.
Do you, there are different forms of glycol.
Yes, ethylene glycol comes in different forms, yes.
Okay. There's propylene glycol.
Yes.
And is it not used also in antifreeze?
It may well be. Propylene glycol is pretty much innocuous, though, as far as if you drink that, that will not cause the kinds of problems that we've been talking about all this afternoon. It is innocuous. I wouldn't be surprised if it was used in small quantities in antifreeze for purposes of the viscosity or the thickness of the antifreeze as a thickening agent.
Okay. And would you not expect to find that in your test results from toxicology?
No, I wouldn't expect to find that. Because it's not a toxic substance, I'm not sure if it would even be tested for specifically.
Do you have a Woods lamp at your laboratory?
No, we don't.
You don't?
No, we see no use for it.
Don't know whether Dr. Capone would have one?
If he does, then it's his own, but at least we don't have one that we would routinely use really for anything.
You know what fluorescein is?
Oh, yes.
And that's put in antifreeze to give it the color.
Yes, the yellow-green fluorescent or glowing color, yes.
And so nobody used a Woods lamp to look at the urine of Mr. Thompson to determine whether or not it had any fluorescein in it?
No.
Did anyone check the lungs to see what might be in the vascular tree of the lungs?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, would
microscopic, macroscopic? I'm not sure what you mean.
Would you have any ethylene glycol or the products of ethylene glycol in that area?
Well, the vascular tree is the blood vessels, and so they contain blood. Thus, anywhere in the body, whether it's in the lungs, the skin, the eyes, the brain, wherever there are blood vessels, then these chemicals, whatever their state of metabolism, are going to be in the blood. So, it's not something we would see under the microscope, but wherever there's blood, there would be the different chemicals we've been speaking of.
Okay. Were the lungs dissected at all?
Oh, yes. I know they were.
And do you know where those sections went?
Where the lung sections went?
Mm-hmm. Where those sections?
Well, I guess I'm not sure exactly what you mean specifically.
Well, you took various tissue from the body. Did you take any lung tissue?
Yes, he took some and looked at it under the microscope, yes.
Okay. Was that sent to National Medical as well?
I doubt that it was. No, those certainly wouldn't be, because those would be sections that were processed to make into the glass slides that Dr. Capone and then I examined under the microscope.
Do you recall seeing in the report of Mr. Turner where the nurse said that she saw any dilated pupils at all?
No, I don't think there was, as I recall, there was not an observation of dilated pupils, no.
And there was no blood test done?
Correct. There were no blood tests of any sort done on that particular emergency room visit with Mr. Turner.
Nor urine taken, tested?
Correct.
No indication that he was in renal failure at the hospital? He was not able to not put out any urine?
Well,
no
nothing.
Indication of that?
I mean, people who are in renal failure can still put out urine. It just depends on the quantity and the quality of the urine. But at least as far as observations that he was in complete renal failure, no, nothing like that was made.
Okay. I think that may be about it. I can just have 1 minute.
Yes, certainly. May. Without beginning it, do you have redirect?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a wrap here in New York for closing arguments for today. But up next, CAC on closing arguments tomorrow. I'm Kimberly Guilfoyle Newsom. I'll see you tomorrow at 1 on both sides. Thanks for watching, and please stay tuned for Crier Live.